fridge at all times. All right, and we're back from lunch. All right, so next up, we are on EMS. That begins on page 30. And completely unrelated, I will say, Tanya, thank you for all the extra writing room on our book.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought. I thought, well, good always comes from bad. So.
I actually appreciate all the extra space, so that's helpful. That was unintended. It was a good mishap. All right, page 30.
It's just Jack. Page 30.
Cold. Get thing. Oh, coffee.
Oh.
I'm trying. We're good. None of those that you're seeing like that under, they're all under. Yeah.
So with your salary increases, I see some of them are just like flat percentages. Was that?
Yeah, so we just went for 10% across the board as a starting point
Okay,
instead of the salary, because I wasn't sure where the salary
sure.
studies were going to be. But can I draw your attention to line 104,
Yes.
director? I did not request no 14% increase in pay. I don't know where that came from or why that's there, so I'd like to reduce that. No, I'm not gonna do it. No way. I'd like to reduce that by 7918 as we speak, if that's
What would that
possible.
total be?
Well, I don't know.
7918. So you want to be the 82,075 that it is now?
No. No, not 10%. So according to the job study,
85,365.
add back in 3290 to take out 7918.
85.
So
365.
8275 that he is now,
40%.
add 3290 to that.
Yeah. Trying to get to my
3290.
calculator, but
So 85,365.
yeah, that sounds right. Yes,
Yeah.
actually. I have written down, didn't see it.
85, 365. 85,
We added,
365.
3290.
thank you.
So with the salary study, like our medics, if we go to that midpoint, that's what you guys working on, right? And I'm not saying we're gonna get it, but I'm
Kind of the
saying,
range of the levying to the midpoint, yeah.
okay, so like, for example, the medics are about 6.7% under, where the EMTs are about 18% under, if we go by those numbers. So that's why I'm trying to figure out where we wanna go here, you know? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't know.
It's not an employee, but it's
Maybe that's why it's green. Didn't.
No, but you had an accident.
Yes, I need to take that.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, sorry, okay.
Curious.
Yeah.
And since they're side by side, it's easy, 137, 101, and 138, 101. One goes up 3%, one goes up, but the base rate was,
No, I don't know why that's like that, because if you look over at the very right column, it's the same.
Yeah, we're not sure where that percentage falls.
That's why I said, these percentages are kinda jacked up. I don't know why mine went to 14%.
yeah, the starting salary.
Well, one's an EMT, one's an advanced EMT. There's 3,000 difference between the
Yeah,
two.
that 137 should say advanced EMT.
The one that's at,
45, 495 right now.
Yes, yeah.
But again, if you go all the way to the right,
It's at 46, and fairly speaking, you're saying it should be at 49? Because it went up, what,
yeah, it should be. 137 should be.
you said it was 3,000 more, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
An advanced EMT is.
but there's gonna be variation in existing salary for an advanced EMT. They're not all gonna be at the same level, just today.
Right. No, the advanced EMT, wait, no. there's
Well, I
not.
mean, if you look at, if you go from, 116, 117, 118, there's a variation in some of those.
There is.
There's a variation
And those
at
are from,
121, 122.
126, 127 actually calls out advanced EMT,
mm,
whereas the 137 didn't.
yeah, we did some relabeling last year, and then we've had people that's passed school. to
Right, so there's, that
Bring up the speed.
starting
so
salary is.
Yeah. We've got 3 positions that, the people have passed their advance that we marked in here that we raised up to 3,000.
In general, what's your turnover rate?
Well, the bottom half of the department's been there less than 5 years, and I'd say half of them's been there maybe 2. The top half of the department's been there 15 years or longer. There's not much in the middle. So, we're putting 3 more people on, filling 3 spots right now. One started today. Got 2 more starting in the next 2 weeks, getting them onboarded. One of them we offered a job, wouldn't call us back, so I don't know, that's just what we're dealing with.
What's our salaries compared to the city?
I think pretty comparable,
Comfortable?
yeah. Don't know how long it's gonna stay that way. I know Henry County is putting their medics up in the 80,000 range over the next 3 years. So,
Overtime pay went up 50 or 20%.
right, so if we increase, it's kinda complicated, so if we increase the raise, or increase the request for raise, we've gotta increase the overtime, because out of that overtime, they get that halftime for anything over 40.
And line of duty, you took death benefit, you took that out.
State's paying it now. First time in 20 years for us.
Yep.
So,
That was a surprise to us. We found out last year that we didn't have to fund it for years. We never paid anything into it. It always sat there for, in case, and found out they'd been paying into it for years for us. So
What's the balance on that right now?
it's the 4,600. The only time it would go down, it wouldn't even go down anymore now because the state funds that line of duty death benefit.
Yeah. so you get that 46 and we didn't rebudget it.
That 46 is coming back at the end
You
of the year.
didn't, but you said you had budgeted it previous years.
And it's always went back to you.
It always goes back to.
Yeah, we didn't use it, so. It wasn't even in our operating lines. It's not even in our operating line, so it's nothing we transferred from or anything.
John, you can tell me what the percentage of the EMS budget is part of our overall budget? 10%,
far as the requested amount.
yes.
Printing went to zero,
I'm sorry, what?
printing,
We transferred it to office supplies. Since we do most of our own printing anymore, that allows us to buy the paper, the ink, and all that stuff.
And with the new line changes, we moved money into different lines based on the changes, and that was a change that was made, so we just put it in there.
I think we should, Tanya, that question, we should just calculate out line, 2024.
I'm sorry.
I think we should just calculate on 2024, not next year's. The percent of EMS of budget. So of the 37.5 million, it's 2.5 million of that. Whatever that percentage is. Not a ton.
You wouldn't have the answer to this, but
EMS is 6.73%
I'm just curious,
of the 24 budget.
the other counties that could possibly be paying more money, I'm wondering if their overall budget for EMS, well, same percentage, or maybe it's even, be the same with fewer people, I guess is what I'm saying, somewhere, how are people, I don't understand how people are paying that kind of money.
That's how they allocate their funds, I guess. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but they have a budget for it, right? Just
We've
like
been pretty
everybody
much even with them over the last few years. We've all been our raises have went along since we started this, since COVID. So, and that's just,
else. Made a comment that, in what, 3 years you projected they'd be.
that's what I was told. I don't have proof of that, but that's what I was told by their director. They were trying to step it up over a 3-year period. They're at about 60 now, so that's 20 grand over 3 years.
10% a year.
Yeah.
Under contractual services on 311, what is in there, please?
What do we pay out of that?
That is our medical billing.
Sorry,
Medical billing, so we pay them 5.4% for the billing services, plus there's some other fees in there too. And the reason we're was requesting come back 5,000 last year, and we were gonna maybe put it back in because we're gonna try to do a rate increase for next year. I'm working with commissioners on this starting actually, because there was a new law, House Bill 1385, that's going into effect next year, where private insurance companies are gonna be required to pay us 400% over Medicare rate.
Or a run,
I'm sorry.
or any ambulance run.
So we gotta increase our rates so we don't leave that money laying on the table. I mean, anybody on
Do we
Medicare,
charge Medicare rates yet?
I'm sorry?
Do we charge Medicare rates?
Yeah, we charge
Currently?
above Medicare
We do.
rates. We only get what Medicare pays. And right now, we work under contract with, like Anthem Blue Cross and all that stuff. Negotiate contracts that they pay a flat rate. There's no audits, no questions, all that stuff. That's been going on for years. Now, if this law's passed, we're not gonna have to negotiate nothing with them. They're gonna have to pay the bigger amount. I don't have all those numbers just yet. We're just getting started on this.
Is that
So-
for 2025?
Yes. So, but for whatever they collect, I gotta pay a percentage. So, that's a good thing for us. That's a good line to have in there.
Where's that revenue for you guys? Where is that represented? Like how much revenue are they bringing in from ambulance run?
I think our anticipated this year is 1.4 million. we stay on track. We're busier, getting busier since COVID for sure.
And that could go up,
I hope
could
it's
go. up.
working on it.
Like, what's the percentage of private?
I don't know for sure. I'm still working on some numbers as far
Okay.
as the payer
So there's a
mix.
percent of private pay, there's percent of Medicare,
Mhm.
and then there's a out-of-pocket.
Yeah.
We probably collect or don't collect a good chunk of the out-of-pockets, I would
Yeah,
guess.
so self-pays, generally you give a discount for people that truly don't have insurance. We haven't got to all those numbers yet. That's all gotta be figured in with the new rates, cause, you know, just,
I mean, that figure could be significant,
I'm hoping.
which could help drive the ability to allocate that money to you guys
I'm
for
hoping so.
salaries.
Yeah, but I got no promises for you just yet. We gotta wait and see how all this shakes out.
They charge per run.
It's like, I didn't bring those numbers with us. It's like, there's different runs. There's basic life support, there's basic life support emergent, there's advanced life support, and advanced life support emergent. So there's different levels.
It ranges from 800 and 1700.
Yeah, between 800 and 1700, depending on which one of those you fall into.
Didn't realize that. 4 tiers, huh?
Thankfully, they're adding it on yet.
Hope I don't have to find out, no thanks.
All right. If you're on the county insurance, you don't have to pay.
May I ask a question about the numbers?
Yeah.
The one you reduced, so I marked that on the Form 1 because we typed it up according to the Form 1, but was there another one that we needed to change
What?
as well that you guys?
Which one? Hold on a minute. After looking through, I brought a paper that had everybody's names assigned to the spots. And I think we need to make that correction again. 137, does stay at an EMT, and I apologize for that. I thought that I had moved that spot and I did not.
Okay, and what is the correct amount that we should have? We're showing 46,745, is that right or wrong?
137.
That's after the raise we requested, 46,745, yes.
So that's correct?
Yes,
That's the
that is correct.
amount? Okay,
Yes.
okay. But the other one, the 93,283 for the 104, 101 is now 85,365.
Yes,
And that's the only thing we need to make note of then.
85,365.
yeah, that was for the director spot, yes.
I swear I don't know where 14% came from. I didn't do it.
So you say now.
No, but I mean, when will you know what the adjustments are gonna potentially be for the revenue? If we're gonna be able to charge the 400% to Medicare, then, you know,
I'll see if I
is
can
it
get some
50
numbers.
grand, is it 100 grand, is it less than that? Like,
I'll
you
see
know
if
what
I
I mean?
can get some numbers this week
Okay.
from billing. This literally just came up, so it's just getting started on it.
What else here?
Is 116 okay? 116, 101?
116,101, that I'm showing should be,
That'd be 50.
That is advanced. that is advanced, and that should go to the 5045,
5004.
yes.
116.
And that is because she became an advanced
After the budget.
after, so no, that's one of my spots that I have if we don't get like the 10% that we're asking, there's a few positions that we really have to bump up that 3,000 anyways from where it was, because they got their certs.
Alright, so, 126, 101, that advanced EMT, why is their request a little higher?
Because he has been here for 30 years.
Okay, so tenure.
So he was here for all those previous raises.
And the paramedic is 64,990, correct?
Yes, there are some medics that are marked higher because they have also been here where they got like, back in the day, we did a little bit of an increase for like hazmat stuff added in. So their pay is a little bit more due to raises they got versus the medics we have now that didn't get. Cause they've been here longer.
On your line 135, you talk about stipends, what,
So that is our lieutenant and captain pay. After talking to Tanya and them with the auditor's office, they made a line specifically only for those stipends. And it's the, extra pay that a lieutenant gets and a captain gets. So it's all going into one line now and then being paid out on additional on their checks. It's like an additional 65 per check for captains and 34 or 35 for lieutenants dollars.
why isn't that just reflected in there?
Because it changes. So we could have if you get demoted as a lieutenant or a captain or whatever, we just pay out of one line, and that lieutenants can change and captains can change if one quits or whatever, but it's considered a stipend, so it has to be paid out of one specific line.
I may have already asked this, but relative to overtime and the allocation of paramedics or whatever would overtime, I think we asked this earlier. Could overtime pay for one or two more bodies?
Could overtime pay for one or two more bodies? I'm not sure.
If you hired two more people, what would your overtime budget need to be?
Well, we need at least 3 more people to cover the shifts, but,
I'd say 3.
we would have to increase she's got like a little formula she uses to figure what increase in the,
Hiring
Overtime
the
would be
more
needed.
people would, in retrospect, decrease what we would pay out in halftime overtime, because we're not having the minimum manning overtime anymore as much. So we still have to pay out the halftime, but that's half of that. So in a perfect world, it would reduce it unless, you have multiple people quit or fall off. But, I mean, if you added more people, that's less forced overtime because we have the staff we need to staff that day. So, yes, it would hopefully lower what we would be paying out in overtime.
And so. Here, what do we put here?
it's tough to give you an exact number.
Yeah, I know, it's a theoretical, don't get me wrong.
Start thinking in FICA and perf and insurance, and then.
That's out of commission,
Yeah, right, but that would have to be adjusted, right? But
Yeah, everything's
it all has to be
attached to everything
adjusted,
else.
and
And then you move one thing, you gotta
um,
figure out something else for the other, so.
So as part of the request that I made to all of public safety, 911, courts, even CASA and probation, IT, I didn't really go over that, but we will at some point. I did ask everybody in those areas to give us their 3 to 5 year needs, I guess I'll call them, for updates, changes, technology, equipment, salaries, people, et cetera. And for EMS, that total was, $2,118,000, roughly. So that covered a gamut of salary increases, ambulances, station upgrades, things of that nature over time. Doesn't really include new bodies though. Yours didn't, I don't think. Did it include new paramedics, or was it
Yeah,
that part of the salary line?
6 to 9, I think I
Okay,
put
it
in
was,
there.
okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Maybe I didn't.
That was the number one thing over the next few years.
Oh, yeah, okay, additional EMTs, advanced EMTs cover staffing shortages, and the Hamilton Township Station.
Yeah, we can cover it with we got more advanced EMTs, which is cheaper than paramedic, would be okay.
So, point being that as we're talking about a 3 to 5 year plan, Ed and Jessica, myself, I think, and Tanya have talked about, we need to really be looking at a 3 to 5 year budget, not a 1 year budget, year over year. That's really not how I don't think we should be doing this, but regardless, when you take it into account, public safety dollars are in this book, but there's a significant chunk of change potentially coming down the line year over year. So I just wanted to throw that on the table for everybody's consideration as we're talking about hitting up against that in salary increases or equipment challenges or whatever, so.
I think for us, the biggest changes are generally the salaries. We haven't really increased, like we increased the fuel a year or two ago, but we're doing okay, you know. Our biggest challenge is overtime and, utilities, but that's getting better, you know. That killed us 2 years ago. Transfer money around, but, you know, we figure out a way to make it work. We haven't asked for an appropriation ever, so, outside the general fund. Knock on wood, however, we did get an ambulance crash here last week, so I'm not sure where we're gonna go with that.
We'll bring up, what about the replacement ambulance cost?
Yeah. That's 250 grand, starting,
Yeah,
2 years to get it, so.
and that reverts back to his question, what's your, need to replace, do you think? Put that in there?
I
Yeah,
did.
there's a $250,000 ambulance line item in here.
I did put that in there because eventually those boxes, like I'm getting the truck that I just got quoted, that I'm coming to you this month to buy the chassis and get in line, right? That'll be the last time that box can be remounted. But when it's done, it's done. The whole truck's done, that one will have to be replaced. We haven't bought a new ambulance since 2019. Seven. But I got 6 right now because another emergency
Technically, you should
vehicle.
have 7,
Yes. So, I don't know where we're going with that other one yet.
still got issues out of commission.
Yeah.
And what's the life expectancy remaining fleet?
10 years. It varies because we re-chassis every 2 years, so that truck that I was telling you about, next one will have to be totally replaced, I would say, and that'll be 5 years down the road. Unless we totally lose one, and I'm not sure about this one yet, we shouldn't have to buy a new one 5 years after that, 3 to 5 years after that. Remount, yes, but that's a whole lot cheaper than buying a brand new. Like 150 grand cheaper.
I may. We do have a new requested amount ready if you wanna get down. Because we took away the 7,918 and then we added 3,300. Making the requested amount go down, 4618. It's now 2,784,250.
Say it again, please.
2,784,256 for the request.
What'd you say the amount was?
It went down, 4,618. I missed something. Okay, so we changed the director's salary, we changed the one advanced EMT. So what else did we change? That was it, those two. We added, 3,300 to that advanced EMT. Took 7,918 from the direct.
So the director adjustment should be 8,536. And then what was the line item on that EMT, 126?
The amount, for the change.
116,101,
At 116,101.
it goes to 50,045.
Right, I got that, and the director was 85,365.
That's right.
All right, so you said it was 2,784,256. Okay.
Where is the pivot?
I had, so it would be, you have to, pivot. Did we talk about the educational,
There we have it, yeah.
where does that come into play? It's new.
So, last year they put in the county handbook about educational incentive pay. I got a copy of it. I kinda came here one day and it kinda got a really cold reception, so I just said, cause it wasn't in the budget, but it came out, in the new handbook outside of budget season, so I just kinda let it go until this budget time to see about putting it in there. So, I don't know if we're required to pay it or what. I mean, it's in the 5.16 on page 54 of the county handbook. Talks about, have you guys seen it? Or-
Faintly remember.
Remember a very big discussion about it at finance.
Yeah, so, anyway, I withdrew it until we could get back to the budget season,
I do
so.
remember that vaguely at finance.
I don't remember here,
No, well,
and that's,
yeah, I kinda withdrew it because it just got awful confusing and I wasn't gonna put my head on the chopping block for that at the time, cause I didn't know.
What page you say that was on?
It's on page 55. 54 and 55.
Any continuous operations employee who has successfully completed a degree from the Credit College or University or active National Guard Reserve duty will receive the following additional annual pay. This will be paid by dividing the total by 52 and included in their regular biweekly paycheck as unapplied degrees, which are required by employee's job description or position. $600 for an associate degree or 2 to 3 years active reserve. Bachelor's $1,200, master's $1,500. The way this reads is if you have an employee and they go and get these things, they can get incentive. Am I wrong about that? Versus if they have it now and they're already an employee and they already had it, that's not an
How we
incentive.
were informed about it. If you have any of that, you get the incentive pay.
I don't think that's how it works.
And I'm not positive, but wasn't it for public safety people only?
Yeah, it says continuous.
Continuous operations employee or full-time person, I would say, who has successfully completed a degree.
That'd 100% be a question for HR and
Well, it'd be kinda hard to go get 2 to 3 years of active National Guard duty while you're working here, but
Well, maybe, but
however you interpret it, I'm just putting it out there.
if you hired somebody in the National Guard and they had to go do 2 weeks here and 2 weeks there, you'd have to give it to them.
Yeah, I took it. I think that was the intent of it, but.
And that 10,000 covers all of your employees that currently have these different,
It may not even be that much, I don't know, we had a study done up at one point and then, a couple of those people left. Those guy got recanvassed again.
Well, it doesn't indicate public safety only in the handbook, and it's not under some specific thing that I can see. So it just says any continuous operations employee.
That's
That's
public
public
safety.
safety.
yeah, so that's the jail, that's the.
Anybody that
That's
operates
defined in this book?
24/7.
I'd have to go back and look at the beginning. Good one. If I had the handbook in readable form.
Oh, you can't, it won't work.
No. Okay.
It's in the handbook.
I don't have any questions about that at this.
I'm just going by the handbook, it wasn't me that was coming up here by myself, and
You know, the other public safety, people scrambling.
I know the sheriff's
For their
department, I think 911 already do it.
We're the only public safety department that continuous other than like EMA,
Yeah.
we're the only one that doesn't do it.
Doesn't do it.
Hasn't done it.
Hasn't.
Yeah.
Been
Doing it, yeah.
I think they got theirs by union contract over the years.
Okay.
Just saying.
Do you have any other questions for EMS? All right, thank you.
Good, thanks.
All right, communications, first budget is on page 3. I have another one, yeah, that was a, I don't have a budget for that, to review, but you're right.
Tanya, isn't there another EMS, like at the capital budget or whatever for EMS?
Not in the budget.
Not
They,
in,
they have other grants and such, I guess you would say, but this is the only one in the budget, the one we just went over. Yes.
but they come to finance to get appropriations for that other fund, right?
There's a lot of other funds in the county that are not in.
Well, we have to formalize.
Kind of like we just did for the, drug-free or whatever, the drug coalition or whatever we just did
How
last.
she comes once a year.
Yeah,
Okay. On to the next topic.
Hi, Fred.
Hello?
Hey, is this officer in charge line item, not an employee, what is that? Line 129, officer in charge, what does that mean?
COIC when the supervisor's not there. We pay the person who's in charge extra.
Okay, so it's not, okay,
a stipend then.
I gotcha.
What's the discrepancy in the amount, 49, 53, 50, 51?
So every 5 years of service, the dispatchers are paid an extra $1,000 extra. So you'll see even the increases that are in here, some of them go up more than, so it was to bring them to midpoint of the salary range, which was my goal. As I said, before the salary study came out, I brought them up to the midpoint or just under. The ones that have a higher adjustment than that hit their 5-year or 10-year or whatever the case may be. So there's an extra $1,000 in there, in keeping with what we've been doing.
And that's just their personal, plan for addressing tenure. It's not anything set in stone.
Right. We started that like 2 years ago.
So, yeah.
So what do you have the communication technician midpoint at?
49,303 on the salary study.
Yeah, okay.
I did the 7,000 to bring them to 49,000. And the key thing to keep in mind is every salary that's in the salary study currently is 2024 numbers. So my guess is they'll probably increase 3% probably for 2025 at a low point. So we're still, even with this raise, we're still gonna be under the midpoint, for 2025 or 2024.
There
But
was a
it's-
handful that have the, I guess, the years of service.
That's
or-
correct. But we're a lot closer than we have been. Also in this budget, you guys all got a staffing report, that was done, by Ritter, that said based on industry standards and the amount of calls that we do, we needed 8 more people plus a full-time quality assurance person. Not focusing on a quality assurance person right now, we're gonna try to shift some duties, but that may be something that I look for next year. But I did put 3 of the 8 positions into this budget. And you'll see those on 137, 138, and 139. Along with those costs, for the health insurance, for the budget purposes, we figured a 10% increase. That's the number that I was given. So I went back and figured out what a 10% increase would be for 2024 if we had 3 more employees. And then added the 10% to get the health insurance number for 2025.
We're on page 3. It's at the bottom. 4 up on the bottom. Supplies went up 2,000.
Yeah, so price of office supplies have increased, and we've also, we actually have a water service now, so that it's gonna be about $10,000 to put a water filtration system into the building, so we actually have Culligan deliver 5-gallon buckets of water once a week.
Operating supplies, fuel, is that propane for the generator?
Yeah, I don't have any control of that. That's actually gas for the car, sorry, I'm thinking about the utilities thing.
Haven't got that far yet.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I just look at it, you had 7,000, you got 45, 47, 4,800 left, and I didn't know.
Yeah, we could probably cut that by $1,000. I'm pretty confident of that. So that 7,000 could be 6,000.
Professional services,
That's the cleaning.
okay.
I'm in the process right now of trying to find a different cleaning company, because we're not satisfied with the one that we have currently. But whoever we find is gonna have to fit into that $7,000 because that's what we paid this year. And that's what I budgeted for next year as well.
Repair and maintenance, that's just for your radio upkeep and replacement, correct?
That's for repairs of headsets or small things. The radios is under the big line, which is towards the bottom, 361, which is the 151,000. Those are the radio contracts and,
Yeah, that's where I was at.
151.
Oh, no, I was at 360, my fault.
We
Yeah,
changed,
it's at 361, which is 151,000 now.
that's just the small stuff that we have to repair. 151,000 is the 2 large radio contracts and
Yeah, Motorola's got a great lobby.
Motorola's gonna go up next year, so, because we added 2 new consoles, so that increases the cost, that's why the increase is there.
So I said, they've got a great lobby.
They do. They take care of our radios, our recorders, everything, so.
Then you got a new one, other capital outlays where that.
So that's, the other capital outlays, which is on the last page, is actually the chair lease.
Oh, okay.
It's a 3-year lease, which is up in 2025. And what they've agreed to let us do, rather than put the whole cost in, which is what they originally did, we're paying it over 3 years,
I remember that now.
so.
You own those chairs after 3 years?
No, we never own the chairs.
They wore out anyway.
And with this program, they replace the chairs every year so that we don't ever have problems with them, theoretically. Chairs cost on average $2,000 to $3,000 for the ones that we use. So it's more cost beneficial for us to lease them.
Remember when you came to this stuff?
Do they give you a massage, or what else do they do?
No, they're just made for 24/7 use. You know, they're in use constantly. And they're heavy duty and I would say they're comfortable compared to some of the other chairs, but they don't have massage or tilt. Those chairs are not comfortable.
Well, they keep you awake.
They do.
How many are there? How many chairs are there?
13, I think. Yes, 13. We did purchase a chair this year, what I call the big boy chair. We have a couple people that didn't fit really well in the other chairs, so we actually did purchase a chair, but they're typically the only 2 people that use it, so we're not that worried about it. When it comes time to replace that chair, we'll actually have to replace it, but not part of the lease.
You have standing desks now too, right?
We have desks, yes.
Adjust.
We have a treadmill that they can move around desk to desk and walk while they work, and
They get a break from the chair if they need to.
absolutely, they can stand their whole shift if they really want to.
Yeah.
Turf is up 70%.
Probably because he has those 3 additional employees he added in.
Yeah, there's 3 additional employees plus the raises, so that was my best guess.
Speaking of that, I know I had it in my budget from last year, but Tanya, what are the, or somebody, the rates for FICA and FERF? How do you calculate those?
7.65 and 11.2.
FICA's a 7 point what?
65,
Okay,
11.2.
thank you.
What was it?
FICA was 7.65. FERF was 11.2.
And we started doing uniform shirts last year, which is why the uniform line's in there. It's for replacements and for new employees and stuff like that.
You knew that much?
Are your staff required to wear the uniform or?
They're required to wear a uniform shirt.
Okay,
And you'll notice overtime and holidays, that's usually well over $100,000 a year for each one. We've been slowly trying to gradually increase that to get it more appropriate. I mean, I just put over 50,000 in there at the last council meeting, so I raised those to 100,000 to get us closer. But they'll both go over each year. It's not.
you have anything else for this communications budget? All right, let's move over to page 65 for statewide 911.
As I explained to some of you individually, these salary increases are smaller than the salaries for the dispatchers. The one thing that the study failed to do was compare the supervisors to other exempt supervisors throughout the coverage area that they looked at. Our supervisors are exempt, they're not eligible for overtime, holiday pay, or anything like that. So the salary study numbers that are listed are based on hourly supervisors, which are skewed. And that was a conversation that I had with the company that did this. They opted not to change it, but the earning potential on supervisors that are hourly is much greater even than what is budgeted for the supervisors for next year. And the only big difference in this, other than salaries, is trying to find it. The software, and I'm trying to remember where it is. Hold on, because they changed all this stuff. The repairs and maintenance software. You'll see that's up $20,000. That's the $20,000 per year cost for the auto dispatching software, which is set to go live October 1st. So we will not need to pay for it this year. We'll start paying for it next year.
Which one is that again? Sorry.
362.
That's why it went up $20,000.
That's, say it again. So what is it?
It's for the maintenance contract on the auto dispatch locution software.
You had a lot more conference training.
Yeah, so this is state funding. We try to pay for the majority of our conferences and training out of the state budget. We've incrementally increased the county side, like it's increased in this budget as well. So that, because we try to do as much training as we possibly can, but the cost of classes go up, the cost of conferences go up. So the county budget pays for only a small percentage of the actual training that we do every year. The majority of it comes out of statewide 911, or the state actually pays for it. So
Can we get a balance on the statewide 911?
guessing 1.5 to 1.6 million probably.
One more
That's
time,
close.
1 million. Yeah, 1 million.
The ultimate goal is to get that to 2 to 2.1 million for the list that I gave you for your request. If the radio system and the phone system have to be replaced probably in 5 years, the goal is to be able to pay for a percentage of it out of this fund. So that's why we're trying to get the fund up to about 2 to 2.1 million.
But what can that fund be used for?
It can only be used for personnel and stuff directly related to the delivery of 911. There's a whole state law on it I can send you. Biggest cost-wise out of there, other than salaries, is gonna be radio systems and phone systems.
So on 911, his total for the next, 3+ years is 4,556,000. 2.5 of that is a radio system, 2 million for a phone system and some salaries and the new dispatchers. Oh, wait a minute, that's not even right. I lied.
That's not out of the statewide 911.
That's 5. No, this is out of county general. 5,088,000. That includes new dispatchers plus those 2 big expenditures. Replacement estimated in 2029 or 20. It's more,
And the
more
life
than
of
a
the-
5-year plan, but whatever.
Yeah, the end of the life for the radio system is I think right about 5 years out. Now that doesn't mean that we have to stop using it. The problem is going to be maintaining it after that point. So we have to look at replacing it right around its end of life.
So I mean, I guess that, to me, in my mind, it's a question of allocation on. Because we didn't put it that way, we put it in county general, but we probably should have put it in the state. At least one of those big line items.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ever, you should never deplete your statewide 911 fund. That's why I said it's designed to pay for a portion of those things. That's why we save money in that account. Because if I come to you in 5 years and say that I need $4.5 million and we don't have anything in the savings account, then you have to come up with $4.5 million to replace equipment that has to be replaced. There's the state funding mechanism for the 911 fund is to help you offset costs like that. That's why Councilman Hughes asked last year if we could shift one of the new positions into the 911 fund, and I said, no, not really, because it's not sustaining. Because everything that we do, the auto dispatch or whatever the case may be, comes out of statewide 911. We spent $200,000 for the auto dispatching system that didn't cost the county anything because it came out of statewide 911. All of our computer equipment comes out of the statewide 911 fund, right? So the county doesn't pay anything for our computer equipment. They don't pay anything for the radio maintenance. That the radio systems. There's a lot of stuff that comes out of the 911 fund that the county doesn't have to fund.
But I mean, true. County general, a $3 million budget this year, request this year, $3 million. We get $1 million from the city. We're not collecting any money from any of the other county or any other towns that I'm aware of. They say it goes to edit. I don't believe that. If somebody shows it to me, great, I believe it, but otherwise, I don't believe we get anything. And it's not allocated to you where it should be. So right now we're paying for 2/3 of the 911 budget for the entire county, including all the towns and everybody that you cover. And we get reimbursed, a third of that. So I mean, and then we get the statewide 911 money, which helps, cover the capital costs, I'll call them.
And it covers 7 salaries.
All told, what's the
Actually,
statewide
7
number?
salaries, benefits, everything.
How do we,
What page is the statewide on?
Statewide's on 65.
so Brett?
Yeah.
Accumulation of funds, been going up. Assume on, state.
I actually thought we only had like 1.6 million, so Keita surprised me, but,
The word
usually
4
we
million
hover,
plus.
usually we hover around 1.5 to
Around that.
1.6 million. Anything that's funded in this line, like there are placeholders, like contractual services, you'll see, right?
Yeah.
That's a placeholder, so that if we, like the staffing report or whatever the case may be, we don't have to come and ask for an additional appropriation because we have money that we can use. Any of that money that's not used just stays in the 911 fund.
I was gonna say, and that was the next thing, and we can accrue money in this account, so.
Correct. Whatever money we don't spend every year, we accrue in that line.
So all in, we're at $4 million a year almost to cover 911.
That's actually a fake number because like I said, that's only 3 of the 8 positions that we truly need.
I know, I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent, I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah,
How do we know how much income we'll get in 2025 from 911?
we're not, it's the same. It's 678,000 and change. It's $56,075 a month, I think. There is an extra disbursement that comes in October and November, but nobody ever knows what that is because they take any excess funds they have in that account and they disperse it based on this formula to every single county in the state. That's what paid for the locution auto dispatch for this year, was that extra disbursement.
Budgeting more than the revenue.
We always budget more than the revenue because they're placeholders. We don't actually ever spend it, but the contractual services line is a perfect example. That's a placeholder in case we have stuff that we have to take out of that so that we don't need to come for an additional appropriation. It's always been designed that way.
What's that total for the year?
It's like 678.
678,
512.
852, which matches your 2025 revenue amount for this.
Yeah.
It's exact.
I just think, I mean, I'm a supporter, so don't take this
Yeah,
the
no,
wrong way,
that's fine.
but we have to balance the technology components, the need from our expense lines with 911 with the people portion. And we're expending a lot on the capital side we have in the last couple of years, it seems like. And not necessarily pivoted to the salary. We're not being asked to do the salaries, but we're not seeing anything but more increase in capital. So in my mind, there's gotta be a balance, like what is our total budget for 911 in the last 5 years? I just asked them via email to send that to me. Like how much has it increased year over year? Because I mean, it's getting more expensive, obviously, and we're not even, like you're saying, potentially where we need to be staffed. But
The good thing for the county.
it's costing a ton of
The
money.
good thing for the county is, you know, probably between the upgrades and the technology improvements that we've made in the last 2.5 years, the majority of that was paid for through ARP and everything else. So all of the
I know,
200,000.
but that doesn't, operating wise, we're still where we are. So like, and technology should theoretically help us from a staffing perspective, maybe. Again, I'm just trying to, you know, level set, like, what do we do long term? Because this isn't gonna get any better. Or if it isn't getting any better, it's because we need to look at figuring out how we can make it better. I don't know, but it's a lot. We don't currently have a 911 lit tax, correct?
Correct.
So there's just,
Which is a discussion that we've had, as you know, about lit taxes in general, and, you know, one of the funding mechanisms the state gives us is the ability to, I say us collectively, is the ability to raise the lit tax, and I think you saw the same numbers that I did, and, you know, Delaware County is on the extremely low side of what we charge percentage-wise on lit tax. You know, hate to say this on camera, because I'll probably get, you know, shafted, but, I've said this to Matt, and I've said this to the 911 board and to the mayor. I think that we are currently at about 1.5% on lit tax. And if you look at other counties of comparable size, one of the reasons that they can fund some of the stuff they need to fund is because they have raised their lit tax. You know, at the last 911 board meeting, I was pretty clear that I think that we should probably go, you know, meet somewhere in the middle of what some of these other counties are doing and go up to about 2.5%. Because I think that would solve some of the funding issues that you currently have. I think every year when we come in here, to Matt's point, we're arguing for technology, we're arguing for people. I can't keep people because other places are paying more money. It's really hard to hire people in, right? And there are ways to fund that, right? And one of them is the lit tax. I mean, it's, and I know the court will echo that because I've had that conversation too, but that's one of the funding mechanisms you have, and that's one of the reasons you can't go to the state and ask them for more money, because we're not tapping the resources that we currently have. Right? So your hands are tied, and eventually you get to the point where you've got to raise a tax somewhere in order to maintain the level of services that you currently have and to keep the people that you have. Right? I mean, and I think that's the position that we're in. You know, I have staff that I know will leave for other jobs if these raises, you know, don't come to fruition, because they're not paid competitively. Right? I don't even think, they're not even at the low point compared to the salary study. And those are 2024 numbers. I hate to see what 2025 looks like. You know, those are the things that scare me. We can get past the technology stuff because there are several avenues, you know, with grants and everything else, hopefully, you know, if the government continues to have them. But to Matt's point, people are your biggest thing. And if we don't have people, we can't do our jobs. I'm 8 people under right now where we need to be to do the job that we should be doing. Right? It's frustrating.
so your non-employee request out of county general is 1.469 million.
Okay.
That includes FICA, perf, health insurance. I mean,
And health insurance is another thing. I'm one of the few departments that actually has health insurance in my budget. I could drop my budget $400,000 if you shifted it somewhere else. but they put it there originally because they wanted to show the city the true cost of 911 when they were back arguing years ago about them splitting the cost of it. You know, so I'm stuck because I have to show $400,000 in my budget that I don't have any control over, right? Like,
Is that a number come out of statewide?
no, we already pay for insurance out of statewide for 7 people,
Just the people that are in it?
Mhm.
correct?
Okay, so you're actually 400 plus 100, so you're 500 grand.
The 400 number that you see right there, I figured out the employees that were paid for in 2024 out of county general. I added 3 employee benefits costs to this year's numbers and I increased it by 10% because they told us to increase the health insurance line by 10%. So I came up with a number based on whether, if we had 3 more people. Cause I didn't want to put a low number in there. I think that's gonna come down, but
I didn't really want to get on the tangent, I just want to level set. Thank you.
All right, do we have anything else? Fred? All right, thank
Thank
you.
you, Fred.
Already had lunch. Sheriff.
always me.
You're just the first, Fred, that,
All right, so we're gonna start off with the sheriff and the page 9.
Hi.
Hi.
All right, we good?
Great job.
Yeah, sounds great. You you send all of us packets, Sheriff?
did you send everybody a
You
packet?
Get everyone a packet?
did.
Okay,
All 7 of you. I didn't give one to Ben.
okay.
Sorry.
Our booklet.
We did increase your printing fee for this. All right, let's see.
There are increases, I'm kind of skipping all the employees right now. Increases in holiday and overtime pay, I'm assuming that's just to adjust to kind of what we've been seeing this year.
That, and I have to account for, if these raises will be accounted for, then I've got to adjust for that and that overtime too. Yes.
So the next big one is pension.
Which, as always, I put it all into here, and I know that you guys will take part of it out, but I just start out with it in county general, and then you can do with it how you want.
Yeah. Are we, I mean, this is a larger number than you put in last year, right?
Yes, I did it at the high range, which is also what I did last year.
How is the
We
pension
always put
doing?
in, they give 3 recommendations, 3 numbers, and
Right.
we always put in the high one.
What was the midpoint?
Hang on, I'll take it.
Okay. 1.473447, that's the middle number. 1.473447.
Yeah.
1.473447.
What's the third number?
Again,
Was the lowest.
What was the low number?
lowest is 1,345,080. The council's been really good the last couple of years about doing at least the middle number, and it's showed in where we're at with our,
How is the health of your pension?
we get 2 updates a year. We get one in May and one in November, and then obviously the year-end one. The one in May, I don't, it was up about 3%. And most of that was just because they've got a lot of money in cash right now because the interest rates are pretty good, so. But I don't know what it is as far as exact.
So it looks like for the 2024 year, we had $1 million from lit public safety on the council side, and then 460 essentially from your sheriff budget. So we're not too far off that middle number.
Correct.
Okay.
You send us that May report, Sheriff?
We didn't, I don't think we got a report in May. I'll check with Chris Calloway to see.
Should be doing better than 3%.
Operating supplies is just, 'cause it looks like it's been split out to fuel and uniform, so.
I got moved around.
I did have a conversation with, in reference to this pension, and it was about 45 minutes long, and they essentially said that we need to do at least what we did last year,
Okay.
do it for at least 10 years, and then we'll be caught up. That's all I mean. Because we went about 10 years, didn't make any payment
Yeah.
at all.
That was in the early to mid 2000s.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're all paying caught up now, but the rate interest rates going up, our costs are going up.
Yeah.
So anything we pay for just, the longer we're better off.
Your vehicle, if you haven't purchased anything, or what? Very last item. 537,
Yeah, there's no money in that line now.
It's all been spent.
and 52 enough, or
Oh, heck no.
Are you kidding?
that's exactly my point. You can't buy one vehicle, or 52,000 you don't state.
Let alone try to
I've
outbid it.
argued that for years, yes. Last year, we put in,
It's the same amount.
okay,
We can-
to add one more vehicle, and that got shot down, but no, for an agency as large as ours, I mean, we have 44 sworn merit deputies, and then we have transport vehicles and specialty vehicles, and I don't know, we've got 60-something vehicles total, and we get $52,000 a year. Yeah, it's quite laughable.
So the commissioners have given you money, right, for vehicles in the
Every 3
past,
years.
and- Okay,
And there's no guarantee for that.
right.
But we got it in 19, we got it in 22. In 19, I think we got 7 or 8 vehicles in 2019. We got 6 of them in 2022, and we haven't even began discussions about next year.
We're actually purchasing these, right?
Right.
Because I know
Yep, we don't have
many
any on
moons ago,
lease,
there was a lease. Okay.
Yeah.
By design.
by preference. But honestly, at the end of the day, the money's all the same. And we end up owning them afterwards anyway, so it doesn't change the warranty, it doesn't change anything. I just prefer to own them.
What's this communication line?
That's the new line. They say I have to pay the cell phones and Wi-Fi's and those things out of now rather than out of my contractual services.
And pull that out.
Yes.
So
Does
then-
everyone have that?
Those two.
if they have cell phones, yeah. I mean, if it's just an office phone, then that's gonna be under, utilities, phone. This, utilities, yeah. This is more like cell phones, radios,
Hotspots.
that kind of communication.
We should be buying.
Okay, so that was what used to be under contractual services. Why is there not a decrease with the 25 request?
Because unfortunately, the other contracts we have,
Oh,
which
why
is
not?
our, throwing in our leads online, our tax warrant system, Cellbrite, going Planet, our body cam contract is huge. So none of those things went down, they all went up, which just added to it.
Sure. Then there's a $25,000 increase on the repairs and maintenance for vehicles. And it looks like as of the end of June, you'd only used about 39% of that line.
I don't think your totals are very up to date.
That's not repairs and maintenance of vehicles, that's actually where our tires come from.
Okay.
That's where our car washes come from. I didn't increase that one at all. However, I will tell you that in the next month or two, when we start getting towards winter, we have cars, we've been making them wait to get tires,
Uh-huh.
so we're gonna get hammered. So
Okay.
that's the reason that one's still sitting there like it is. I will be honest with you, to get car washes, I wait till in November when they make the offer of buy one, get one free.
Uh-huh.
So I pay $1,000, I get $2,000 worth of car washes.
Right.
I'm trying to get as much out of our money as we can.
Sure.
We don't have a negotiation with anybody?
Yeah, no. We even looked at if we went to a competitor, that was actually gonna cost us about another $6,000 more than if I just do it the way I do it.
And we don't do unlimited car washes.
No.
We do a maximum of 2 per month.
Yeah.
And then if they want more than that, they can, obviously do them out of their own pocket or do
Sure.
it at their house, whatever. But, yeah, we're pretty stingy on that.
It's all stall out there at the Justice Center.
We have one in the Sallyport. Guys can go wash their cars in the Sallyport, yeah.
Okay, so that $25,000 increase for next year to cover that,
You're talking in the,
line 363.
right, and how much more the tires are costing us,
Okay.
and, I mean,
Okay.
car washes to me, yeah, it's a lot of money, but that's kinda minimal, but the tires is horrendous.
Yeah.
It's kinda like vehicle maintenance, if
I'm
you
just
look at my
asking-
numbers.
Yeah.
Only because we'd only used 39% of that as of the end of June, so.
We do our own maintenance?
No. We spread it out between
Yes, yes.
several different
I
places.
see it as that's the balance left. You have something different.
Oh, they have 39% remaining?
That's the way I see it.
Oh, we added a line, so on our spreadsheet, so we could track. Okay,
You have a different
Used
number.
40% of it, right?
that's how I was reading it. But
I just-
363 is where I pay for repairs.
Balance.
so they've used 60%.
It's actually way more than that.
Well, at the end of June.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's on the little tire line.
I need to rework that formula.
I just wanna make sure we're working with the same number you guys are.
Yeah, no, it is. We just had it a column so we could see like what percentage was used, or what's left, I guess. So we just need to rework the formula. That's all.
So you're looking at line 363. Okay, 363 is where we pay for all of our vehicle repairs. That's all of our oil changes, everything, anything that breaks on a vehicle. We are less than, I think if the exact number was known with what I have laying there and what's already in, we're probably less than $20,000 in that account to get us till the end of the year. For the number of vehicles that he told you we have.
Right. Old.
It's left in
Yep. It's pretty low. The park,
Balance.
I think you realize that that's a part of the cost of
remaining.
not getting more newer vehicles every year and making those vehicles last. We've got, I should have done the homework, but, you know, we've got numerous vehicles with over 120,000 miles that we're driving every day. And, you know, when we drive them like that, then they break down a lot quicker.
Well, it's partially the size of the county you're covering too.
Unless it's 100,000 for the drive. If you wanna use them like they. Yeah.
You fully staffed, Sheriff?
Again,
Are you fully staffed?
no, we're down, on the merit side, we're down, I think we're down one, but we have 4 people that are in training. We have 2 people that just graduated the police academy 2 weeks ago, and we have 2 people in the academy right now. So those people, they don't count against our numbers because they're in training, they can't work alone. But we have one more also, one opening.
and one going to the academy.
I mean, so right now, we're doing really well in the jail. We've got 2 openings. Yeah, and that honestly fluctuates week by week, but
By day.
seriously.
So this educational incentive pay, $39,000. You had $39,000 last year. Where are we?
That is all of that is what is given to everyone that's already here. There is $1,500 extra in there because, as you said, he has one opening. If that person would happen to come in and have 8 years of military experience or master's degree, anything, I have to account for that, otherwise I won't have the money and then I'd have to come back and appropriate money. So I keep it there. If we don't need it, it comes back to you at the end of the year. And I did it last year too. 39,000 was one extra person for $1,500.
I think I speak for every elected official that runs an office. It makes absolute sense. We'd much rather hire somebody that has a proven military record or that has, a college degree than somebody that doesn't.
Yeah,
It makes
absolutely.
absolute sense.
No, it does, but I mean, using it as a line item versus being able to just pay that person based on that commensurate experience or educational level. You know what I'm saying?
This is much easier. In my world, in my life, this is much easier. It's there, and then within the payroll line, it's dealt with.
They can just have it in off this line item. But it didn't figure it out in the payroll.
How much,
And it
what
is
was
done.
the 23, end of 23, you know how much was in there at the end of the year?
That we gave back?
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, I know there was one, for sure. Like I said, I planned for $1,500. I just can't remember if any of the guys that left would have had it and it came back to you.
And they get it year over year, right?
It doesn't, I mean, the
92,
only way that it would
136.
change, the amount would change is say, I have an associate's degree, and while I'm here, I'm going back to school and I get a bachelor's degree, then it would increase. Or from a bachelor's to a master's. Or in the military, National Guard, and I hit my 6-year mark.
We do have multiple people in our office right now that are currently serving, so that could happen. And a minute ago, I said we had 2 that just graduated the academy, 2 are in, and 1 opening. We also have 1 new hire from, August 22nd that still has to go to the academy. So it's basically 6 people against us that don't count because they're not ready to go out and work by themselves, so it's not 5, it's 6.
75, repeat that number, sorry. 2,075.
Are you using? I don't know.
You ever get any lateral transfers? We do. We had a great last couple of years with lateral transfers, yeah. Yeah, if, as a matter of fact, if it wouldn't have been for the lateral transfers, we'd probably have 10 openings right now.
Thank you.
So we've been fortunate with that, yeah.
Finding the receptionist in the,
Ready?
150, 101.
no, in the,
Salary.
Oh, and salary study.
Accommodate.
sorry, I didn't think there was anybody in comment.
These are filters.
I did get them, I did get them. You wanna talk anything about the salaries?
I'd love to talk about salaries. I didn't know. I mean, some people have today and some people haven't. I came in about 8 minutes late, so I didn't this morning, so I didn't know. I heard her say that we were doing something tomorrow. I mean, I'd be glad to talk about salaries.
No, I was just wanting to, well, I said I was going to get back to the salaries. I wanted to look at your other lines first, but
Okay.
yeah, we can talk about your salaries.
Well, I think across the board, we just put in for the external,
Point.
minimum, medium, the external middle number.
Yeah.
Across the board for starting salaries and for, our door guys, correctional, for everybody, the cooks, the civilian staff, we did it for everybody. And I think that's a fair number for us, considering the fact that we are, so underpaid compared to everybody else. I heard somebody talking about Henry County just a little bit ago. Henry County, they just gave their deputies, or starting next year, they're going from 49,000 to 61,000 for Henry County. When is it? Oh, okay, that's 3 days ago. I mean, think about the population difference between Delaware and Henry County. And, I don't know what the call volume is, but I can assure you that ours is, exponentially higher than theirs. Everywhere around us just makes so much more money than we do. A deputy, we're $2,000 almost below the external low. Corrections officers are, just less than no, it's not, there they are. They're, $1,200 below the external low. Our jail is generating so much money now and so much revenue that, to be quite honest, it would be a tremendous smack in the face if we don't get what we're asked for as far as salaries. In the packet that I sent you last week, those Facebook ads are in the face of our corrections officers and our merit deputies on a daily basis for those who are on social media, and they see it. When they go to the academy, literally within the first night, that's one thing that every new recruit at the academy is talking about. Where do you work? What kind of car do you drive? What kind of money do you make? It's not uncommon when we send a an instructor down to be a guest instructor at the police academy. That person might be a sergeant or a lieutenant, and they're training brand new recruits for departments that are making $12,000 to $15,000 more than they are as a lieutenant here. So I will gladly get on my soapbox about salaries, about how we've been disrespected over the decades by this, not this council, but by the Delaware County Council.
I had a personal experience with this, last week, Thursday and Friday. I was invited to participate in a training that, Andy Payne invited me to, and there was, sheriff department folks, and Indy Metro SWAT was there and what have you, and Hamilton County Sheriff Department was there. And there was a kid from Hartford City who was there, and I watched him in front of me, because he knew somebody on the Hamilton County Sheriff's Department, the kid did, and he said, well, we're starting to, you can start here at like $75,000, $80,000, why don't you come over? And I mean, I'm guessing that probably happens on a day-to-day basis.
It does. We're very fortunate that the overwhelming majority of the people that we work for us are loyal, but we have lost people to Hamilton County and some of the donut counties. Historically, I don't like to compare ourselves to Hamilton County because it's unfair, because they have so much more money than we do. But that doesn't change the reality that they're always hiring, that, Carmel's always hiring. That if you look at that packet, I mean, some small towns, like, for the love of God, Gas City, Montpelier, they're making $12,000, $15,000 a year more than our guys are. Some of those guys are making, there might be a 10-man department, and they're making $5,000 or $6,000 more than what we're asking for, what we want to go to. Not just cancel the idea of what we're making now, what we want to go to. And there again, based on the numbers of the money that we're generating from housing these inmates, the numbers that I actually gave you last week were a little low. We made, when I say we, I'm talking specifically about the jail and the work that the corrections officers are doing. We made $142,000 in the month of August alone. $142,000. You guys don't have to do anything to get that money. It automatically comes to the county general. Nobody gets taxed for that. That is free money for you. So, I mean, times that number by 12, comes out to about $1.7 million of free money that if we maintain that, and I don't think we're going to have any problem maintaining that. As a matter of fact, the federal marshals want us to house more inmates. They want to push us up to 60. So right now we're at 49. So my plan 3 years ago when we moved into this building was to house out-of-county inmates. And then the plan was to start housing federal inmates. And we've done all that. We've done it all. The vision has happened right in front of us. It wasn't your vision, it was my vision. And we've done everything. We've fulfilled every promise that we said we were going to make. So, I mean, I don't know what else to say, y'all. I don't know what else to say. The money's there. We're paying for our own pay raises, and plus giving you an extra, $800,000 or $900,000 a year to help all of these folks pay for their pay raises. I don't know what else we can do.
$381.
Is that for this year?
And just federal, correct?
So for this year, we've billed 564,000 and some change. So they're lagging a little bit, but that's what we've billed. Yeah. And that's for the first 8 months. And that's just for housing. That doesn't include the gas and the mileage.
What did we include on budget form 2?
Say that again?
I was asking,
Oh.
Tanya,
Oh,
what
I'm
we
sorry.
included on budget form 2 for revenue from the jail.
Hang on, let's check.
We
Yeah.
underreported.
We,
Check, because sometimes we could add the general.
I think for next year, we only did, about 830,000 as anticipated, so
We underreported it.
we grossly underreported our anticipated revenue.
Was that just inmates
Here,
though? They're
You
just
know what
asking
we're
about the
getting from
inmates.
other county in,
We only have about 4 out-of-county inmates. We pushed all those back out because we're making a lot more money on the feds.
I didn't know how much.
Yeah.
Space you,
And,
and I mean,
we house a lot of state inmates. So we house 2 different classifications of state inmates. One of them are people that are arrested on parole hold. So they've been to prison, they got paroled, they reoffended and got arrested. So we're housing parolees that are just waiting to go back to prison. And typically those are short term. Those are only 2 to 3 weeks. And then we're also holding, inmates that have been convicted of felonies and sentenced to prison as a new offense, not parolees, but new offenses. But the Department of Corrections is stuffed to the gills and we're housing them, so we're charging them. So far this year, we've made, just over $300,000 from the state with those 2 classifications of people. So you add that on top of the federal money.
As of
Gotcha.
On the Form 2s, the federal inmate is the R-119, which for the year is the 700,000.
oh, I see it, okay. So that's way low, 700,000, or is that
But
just federal inmates for next year?
what we anticipated,
Yes.
yeah, we know we underreported it.
By half, or what?
The number wasn't that much back in May when we had to turn this in, back in early June. Our numbers of federal inmates have greatly increased over the past 3 months, so, all combined, you know, like I said, I expect no less than 1.5 million. You know, and I think the number will be closer to 1.7,
Including the state,
including the state, correct?
about half the, more than half the state and the rest. Only talk 35,000, 34,000. Between what's been billed.
Can, lit be used for capital expense like cars?
I don't know.
I don't believe so, but I don't know.
I'd have to check on that. I don't know.
Look at the rules.
I'll write that down and see if I can research that by tomorrow.
Because again, back to my little, wish list, I'll call it, for the sheriff's department exclusively over the next 5 years, there's a big radio issue. State's moving to new technology that is gonna have to be addressed at some point next 5 years, probably. That's nearly $1 million by itself. Vehicles, ballistic vests have to be replaced at $100,000. Jail video recording system is already, was it new when you put it in at the Justice Center?
It was. And it's crap. I hate the company. They know I hate them. I despise them. We wanted the old company that we had at this jail. And in the build, we showed up one day and that system was there. And honestly, I've raised hell ever since. I hate it.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Way to go.
450, grand for that. So then, increases in salaries and such. So just at the sheriff, that's 2.7 million.
About a 3-year plan or 5 years?
That's 3 to 5 years there's not a number to it, but like the radios, it sounds like it's more of a 5-year. But I mean, he's got 6 vehicles in here and, you know, currently they allow for 1 replacement a year and 6 to 8 are needed. So,
You buy any out of commissary?
We did. We bought 6 this year.
That's where they've been paying for them.
Yeah, and we've got some on order that we'll be getting at the beginning, when did we talk about those?
Over November.
Oh, so before the end of the year, yeah. And we're getting ready to buy a transport van from, Community Corrections, but I'll see you guys at the end of the month about that. And speaking of transports, with all of our federal inmates and all of our local inmates, we do roughly about 10,000 miles a month just in inmate transport, taking people to court in Indianapolis. And if somebody who's got local charges in Delaware County, so say they've got a level 3 felony and they get arrested in South Bend, we have to go pick them up. They don't bring them to us. That's our responsibility to go get our inmate. So that's when I mean our local inmates. So we're doing about 10,000 miles every month just in transports. That's a lot, and that's a lot of wear and tear on cars.
Buy new vehicles.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know whether this is applicable or not. When my father-in-law worked for GM, the executives, after 5,000 miles, had to basically turn them in. And then the employees got to buy them at like a 25-30% discount.
Right.
Can you research that? I mean, is that a possibility to get your hands on something with 10,000 miles at a substantial discount?
No, so in the last 3 or 4 years, we have bought some vehicles off the lot, some new vehicles, specifically pickup truck. We're finding out that the vehicles made to be a police car, a pursuit rated vehicle, they last a lot longer, and they're better at the job for what we do. So I would never go out and buy a.
You don't buy them, I mean, you can't buy, like I'd go out and buy a vehicle, you wouldn't use it.
We have done that. We have done that, but we're learning that's not the best way to do it. It's better to buy a vehicle made to be a police car. And there's a lot of them out there, Dodge, Ford, Chevy, I mean, they all make a pursuit rated vehicle, that is much better at the job than just going out and buying a Silverado off the lot.
You get a government fleet discount.
You get what's called state bid, for certain vehicles, yeah. Yeah, we do. I wish that we could buy more of those local, but it seems like if we want to buy the vehicle at state bid price, we have to go to Fort Wayne or, somewhere else.
On this page.
Anyone else have any questions for the sheriff's budget there? All right.
But real quick, back to the salaries. I know you guys are gonna do what you wanna do at the end of the day, but, at the sheriff's office, everybody's a part of this money coming in one respect or another. And I would just ask that, even our receptionist, the office manager, the commissary, that everybody's included in wherever we land. We're a sheriff's office, and like I said, we're all a part of this, so I don't think it's fair that, some might get a bigger bite out of the apple than others. Thank you.
Happy to hear ya. So, okay, so next up is jail, which is on page 21.
extra overtime pay. That's not gonna be enough at this year's an example, correct?
If we stay fully staffed, it should be fine. If we start losing people again to where we are down 10 and 12 people, that's an entire shift work of forcing people overtime. And you're correct, that would not be enough. But if we can stay fully staffed, the salaries, then we should be okay. You'll notice I did increase part-time. Remember, part of that part-time money is the federal transport guys, but they also, that gets reimbursed, or can be reimbursed. Right now, it's general fund, it's not necessarily going into part-time. But we've also found that a lot of people don't wanna work full-time jobs, but they'll come and work for us for part-time. Good thing to that, obviously, it saves you guys on the benefits. It also, if we have people off on vacation or whatever, we're not forcing people over or having any of that, we've just got a part-time person that's trained and can just step right in.
Communications, you pulled out of something else.
Again, that would have originally been out of just regular, one of the contractual services. In this case, I don't think the jail has any Wi-Fi, maybe one. This is just the administrator's phones.
What is the matron? You remember that making the survey?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's on the same location as the chief.
It's right under the chief in the salary survey.
In
Directly
the
under-
jail or in sheriff?
It says jail, it's listed under department jail and head matron. Do these have pager numbers?
These aren't divided out. No, there's no.
No, I
pages.
see it in the book, sorry. We're looking on the salary study. to make-
Yeah, it
Right,
doesn't
if you
say.
see where the chief deputy is,
For sheriff,
Yeah,
job category,
Oh, okay.
special
special occupations.
I got you, thank you.
What was it? What's the title of it?
SO chief deputy, it's under the chief deputy.
Oh, it's under chief deputy? Oh, okay, that's why. Okay.
After your contractual service for the jail, what does that include?
The 749,000 for our current budget, you mean?
That's what I was.
That's all that one is. No, 808, 482, that is exactly what she told me my contract will be.
Oh.
So that is exact. I have a letter that I put in the exact amount.
That's not to be confused with medication.
Medication,
Yeah, that's just, their cost of doing this. Gotcha, right.
What medication come under?
Oh, I don't remember since it changed. Well, it's within the contractual services, but that is multiple things now.
Okay.
Next page.
Yeah, on page 24. But yes, contractual services there on 311, that is where the medications will come out of. And remember, every month, we collect money from inmates, a minimum amount for prescriptions or visits to the doctor or whatever. We can't deny an inmate if they don't have money, obviously, but we then turn around and bring that money up, or I do every month, and it gets deposited into a fund. I think we have 30,000 back in there again, in that fund right now.
None of the operating costs of the jail are included in your budget, right? The actual building. I think it might be it.
Well, that's the bond is an edit,
Bond isn't it?
but any like utilities come out of,
Right, they do maintenance also and utilities. Well,
any other questions? The jail?
Yeah, I got a question, office supplies versus operating supplies versus other supplies. You add all three of those together and you still have a significant balance. Can you differentiate between the three groups of supplies? Why there's balance?
211, 220, 223, or 222.
Right.
Office supplies, I did do a significant amount of bills out of that one just recently, so it's gone down quite a bit. With the change in title, I don't remember what that was before.
Oh, have these all
But
been?
between
split?
operating supplies though, and those kinds of things for the jail, you're talking about all the toilet paper, all the cleaning supplies, well, no, uniforms has its own line, but, all those types of things that she has to have to maintain bug sprays and all the specialty chemicals that she has to use or what have you, so, whether or not she's had to buy yet, I don't know. Honestly, the head matron runs that side of her items, so
What
I don't
falls
know.
into other supplies?
yeah, I'll have to find out and let you know tomorrow. I'll get with Dawn and find out what she uses those for.
211 versus
Right, yep. And then option supply, and that part, I literally not other, or like miscellaneous stuff that is it after survival, maybe not, but still need.
just seems like if the operating supplies are vital, that we would have used more than barely used $4,000 out of it. That's why I was trying to just figure out a definition and what's in there and then why one's being used.
okay, we don't have the sheet that says how much we've used and how much is remaining, so we'll ask her this evening and get back with you tomorrow. That's a valid question.
Thank
Obviously, we have. Maybe that's why we're looking at that, maybe we need to stop doing that.
Sheriff, do you have your annual income,
Say that again?
income from the jail?
I do.
What is that, please?
So far this year,
No, what do you anticipate?
we put down, we anticipate, total, what's 900,000?
I'm trying to get to your total overall expenses versus your, revenue.
Hang on.
Well, our total expenses are gonna be more than the revenue.
Sure.
Throw it away, since I was standing up here. Ask you, well, that's not it though. Oh, right here, nope. Got it.
So we've reported for next year that we anticipate revenue at $966,000. 966,200. That includes both classifications of state inmate, federal inmate, out of county, and, some money that comes in for the high-tech crime unit. That's 966,200. I feel safe to tell you that that number should be changed to about 1.5 million. And honestly, it's gonna be higher than that, but I don't feel comfortable in going any higher.
Okay, so, with your jail expenses, with your sheriff's expenses, and
When you say expenses, are you talking about, are you including salaries?
well, yeah,
Well, I mean, we're over $13 million total.
right.
Okay,
I got you at 10.5, 2024. I'm missing.
okay, well, we're over $10 million.
In expenses
And what it costs to run the sheriff's office, yes, and the jail.
in the jail. And so you're gonna
13.5 this
you're gonna have an additional $1 million, net after you pay all your expenses.
What?
Trying to follow along here with your revenue.
The revenue's just extra. I don't,
Okay, so you've got your jail expenses, you have your sheriff deputy expenses, and then there's another column here that's got whatever one you were talking about, Dan. At any rate, so your jail's gonna generate over $12 million in expenses, in revenue.
about $1.5 million, 1.5 million.
I'm totally lost, I'm sorry.
To keep it up, I'm
You're-
gonna be
the
lost.
$1.5 million is just the additional federal inmate,
State
additional
inmate,
state inmates
general,
that they're bringing in above what we bring in for lit and tax revenue.
correct.
They-
I'm not even talking about.
two
lit
separate
revenue.
things.
Right.
Cost us $10.5 million in 2024 to run the jail. And
To run
have-
the entire
and the
sheriff's office, everything under the sheriff's umbrella.
Right.
Yes,
which is that in essence is close to a third of our overall
county budget.
county budget.
Yeah.
Comes from what he's saying is that prior to these things, we didn't have that extra. So that million,
Like new.
right now it's in the bucket
Yeah.
for everybody. One of the,
That's revenue overall expense.
no, that's above, no, that's revenue above the revenue.
Unexpected revenue.
Yeah. Unallocated revenue prior to last year.
Unexpected revenue.
It's just extra money that we're bringing in. That currently goes into the county general budget, correct?
Say that again?
It currently goes into county general as a
All
whole.
of it goes into
Right.
county journals.
And one of the tasks of, one of the, ethics of county government is public safety. A third of our budget goes to that, or just sheriff's department and the jail. They're bringing in another million plus.
23.28%.
He's in essence asking us to allocate that money back to bringing people up to.
And my question was, does the jail generate $12 million?
No,
No.
no.
There's never a break-even point, if that's what you're looking for. No,
You
no,
have money left over when your expenses still exceed your revenue. I don't, I guess that's what I'm confused about.
I can't answer that, because it doesn't make sense.
The way to make sense. to me, So,
Why?
no, I'm asking if the jail and the sheriff's department exceed $11 million in expenses, and the jail's not bringing in $11 million in revenue, how do we get excess revenue over expenses?
We
I
don't,
think I think you're looking at it wrong. It's not revenue over expenses. It's
Additional.
it's like if you walk down the street and you found money. Yeah, I'm giving you this money. If there's a genie on the side of the road and you rubbed the base and the genie popped out and gave you $1.5 million a year, it still wouldn't cover what it costs for you to live, but that's extra money that you'd have to spend.
We could not have any of this anticipated revenue or income, and you'd still have that $10
Yeah.
million cost to run the jail that by statute that we have to do.
it costs us money to run the jail.
Yep.
We don't
To
make,
run
ever gonna
everything,
make
not
enough
just the
money.
jail,
Oh,
the
yeah.
courts
Never gonna make
and
enough money to cover the
maintenance
expenses
and
of the jail.
air conditioning in this room costs money.
But the 1.5 million is
Let's move on.
unexpected revenue. Do you know what your projected income was last year off inmate
So last year,
that you estimated?
oh,
I can't remember if you
I
estimated.
think it was 400,000.
You estimated last year on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was 400,000. Yeah, and we're gonna end up at 1.5-ish or so.
Well, I couldn't remember what you estimated.
Yeah, I think it was 400,000, yeah. You're welcome. No, because I did look that up a couple of months ago.
We're
Right. I think we're good on that. Let's move to lit public safety, page 50.
The only thing I increased there, obviously the FICA health or FICA and the other insurances all, I had to make those adjustments. And then of course the salary increase that we were requesting.
What's the balance on that lit right now? Oh, sorry, yeah. Lloyd Public Safety, 1170. That's right.
spending anything out of line 240.
The lit line, have we spent anything out of it?
240.
I will be very honest with you. I have always been asked since I've been in this position to spend the lit money last. So I will leave out the regular budget lines before I try to use this,
Why is that?
because that's just what the council had always asked me to do.
Well, we've over
And- or leave-
budgeted and lit, so by doing these types of things is why we don't get into a pickle with our lit fund, right?
What's our expected revenue in 1170 for lit? Do you have that
It is on your page,
on the
50.
spreadsheet
page 53.
or book?
That's what Elizabeth went over
Look
saying
at
this
that.
morning. That amount there that received is based on last year's totals. Total. It also does not include supplemental because they do not suggest counting on stuff.
So in 2024, it was 2,331,000. Expected in 2025, 3.6.
No, that's requested amount. of
Requested
all
amount. Oh,
four.
okay. So the 1,328, Tanya.
That's how much, like, budgeted more than what came in. That's all that's saying, is the budget request for
Okay.
all four equals a 3.6. The amount we received last year, not including supplemental, was 2.3. So then that shows you how much more is requested than received.
Okay.
You know, based on last year's received amount.
And last year's supplemental was,
I think Mr. Hughes said it, I don't remember what it
I
was.
have it here, I think.
Last year's supplement.
265, 820.
It's over a million, right?
No, just for public safety, it
Public
was
safety.
265, 820, I think.
Just for, like,
Okay, 683. Oh, that was for
I'm looking at the sheet, it says 265, 820. So not a lot, I mean, not a ton.
Yeah.
Okay, but if you say that as a rough number, 250 or whatever, we're probably about a million something over.
Yeah.
And our balance is 1.5 million.
public safety supplemental was 2,477,630.
2 million? For lit?
It's like,
That's the total, without the supplemental.
I have the, May 1st supplemental sheet. Yeah, that's the 265, 820. So,
The estimated 2025. Public safety is 2,477,
what was it?
2,477,630.
Okay, so that's a little bit, if that's right, that's a little bit more than last. About 130. I guess, what's your take on the public safety? I mean, what's the traditional? I mean, we sit on $1.5 million, we gotta keep $1.5 million. Like, what's the
what do you
What's the
mean?
balance?
So we need to keep in
If
there.
we're,
If we keep overspending in it, we're gonna get,
but we haven't overspent.
over budget. We've over budgeted for years.
Last
I
year we
mean-
did a lot better.
Yeah, we did because because Donna brought it to our attention last spring. 'Cause she was doing some research for us to try to figure out how to help the prosecutor's office, and that's when she brought it up at a finance committee meeting. So, because we were unaware, because we never got to a point where it actually became an issue, but we don't want it to become an issue. So
Further have action.
that fine line of trying to, about attention, and the council lit.
But it's in our book too. But it's not on this.
Yeah, under council lit.
guess I'm not clear why we over budget. And then under,
Well, I think we have a lot of, like, those are the employees, I think, turn over, like, they're like the employees that turn over the most are there, and so you just have that extra money, we don't use it. Well, it can be appropriated within that lit budget, so then it doesn't get spent.
I put in there as if all the lit positions were filled, but I am honest in that that is where our newest employees are always hired. So obviously with all that turnaround, most of it is in that lit budget. So if I don't have people to fill the spots, then that gets to sit there and that money comes back to you. That's
Yep.
just how they've always asked me to do it. And that's what I've done.
Right, because once the lit is gone, you can't pay that employee, right? Like, there's no fund to pay them.
and we have one deputy in there.
I only have one deputy. When you go to the jail, I have 13. And again, you're talking the health insurance and all those things. In both cases, I have to anticipate that these people will take
The family.
family plan. Most of them don't, but if I don't anticipate that and the money's gone, then I don't know how I'm supposed to give them to cover their insurance. So you always get money back in the lit from us on either side,
Yeah.
for the most part, with the exception of the sheriff. That might be the one you wouldn't, but in this case, his health insurance hadn't been used, so all that money's
Sit there,
gonna come back.
right.
And in this case also, the person wasn't here a year, so didn't even get any clothing allowance, so there's another 1,500 that'll come back. So,
No different than the $6 million operating balance, so what is the right number that we should get?
I don't get paid that kind of
Question,
number.
because if
for
someone
sure.
says, well, we wanna raise the lit, 0.5% for public safety specifically.
Yeah.
What are we gonna then put into that, pay for, and what are we paying against versus what haven't we spent versus, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So when somebody asks me or anybody, how you calculate that, that's part of that equation. So we know there's county general expense, we know that there's jail expense, we know that there's a lit public safety component, most of which helps cover the jail pieces. But I couldn't really articulate, like, we're sitting on $1.5 million, maybe, but we're not, because we really need that for X, Y, and Z, we need to have it for this, to cover that. We're bringing in, obviously, a certain amount of lit every year. So what is that number, I guess is what and I'm not asking to answer this, just playing it out in my head, that is, we're calculating 5 years from now, you're gonna have to spend $4 million to replace radios and do this other capital expenses. Those gonna have to come out of lit, I'm gonna try to charge people for that, like, you see what I'm saying? That's where I'm trying to go with the conversation. That was a theoretical question, but that's the challenge. And when we're talking about how we allocate revenues, where we allocate our revenues. Just because we've allocated revenues the exact same way in this book for the last 10 years doesn't make it the right allocation, right? So lit is a perfect example, because at least we can point to those numbers. We're taxing people for that, and we gotta tell them where it goes, how it's used. So that's the exercise we're trying to take on.
Really, our lit doesn't go all that far, with the exception of the pension, right? That's like our biggest out of all of our, 4 lit accounts?
I suppose in the future, if that lit got increased, the pension would be a good place to put it.
Yeah.
Because,
Because it costs us $1 million a year, basically.
But we're already doing the million, yeah, out of the
Yeah.
lit. So like, council lit, we're $1 million, jail lit, 838, prosecutor, 726, right? Like, so the sheriff's lit is the smallest at just a little over 80,000. Well, now going up to 91, but the biggest chunk of our lit is spent in the pension out of the council budget. So I mean, what are you trying to get at?
Nothing. I mean, I can't calculate that right now without further help, but I
Yeah.
was just playing it out loud. There's some, I don't know, somebody is complaining the audio is on the simulcast.
Yeah, sure. Be great. I was just opinion, but
I got a question on the single employee in the sheriff lit public safety, there's no perf there?
No, because that's the pension plan.
Okay, but in the jail, they're there.
They're per.
On the FICA number though, we heard it was 76.65%. If you base it off of that salary, how did you come up with the 68.44?
I don't think it's just FICA there. FICA's not 7. What's FICA?
Oh, and you said it was 7.65%.
Is it 7.65?
So that number's a little high in the book.
Are you wanting that officially reduced?
I just wonder how it was calculated and then
I mean, that's
if
fine.
that,
Reduce it.
I'm gonna put it at 46.75 for a reduction of 2,069.
What line are we on?
171.
Page 50, line 171.
The 68.44 goes to what?
4,675. That makes the requested amount 89,444.
46.
Reduce it.
Tanya, what was that number again?
Which one?
The, the
Like-
total,
The amount that it's coming down to
the
is
the new total for sheriff lit.
89,444.
Okay, we match. Thank you.
Okay. So the adjusted was 46, 75. Thank you.
Councilman White, we're doing the same thing in the jail. If she calculated on the same number, so we're doing the math on that right now.
now, them, follow-up questions will be on the perf, why it went down if salaries went up. I'm not trying to get ahead, but if we switch
Oh, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I don't have perp in the sheriff.
in the
Okay.
jail, Sheriff Skinner was just talking about jail.
And Tanya, what are you saying the perf amount is now?
11.2.
Yeah, but that's listed for. Okay, so the amount that I have listed there, where it's been written in as for FICA, is actually the perf amount.
Alright, so we need to,
No, because,
Down from that. So it should have went up from that to that.
right. So that 66,730 should be listed for perf.
Those two numbers should be switched.
No, 17,874 isn't even right for FICA.
Page 52,
Right
correct?
there. Should be 45,579.
Yeah, for this one.
are we still in sheriff lit
71,172.
No, he's at the jail now.
or the jail lit? Okay.
FICA should be perf, is that what you said?
No, don't scratch that.
No, what's listed for perf is not the 17,874. It should be the 66,730. That should be the amount that's there. So perf did go up. I don't know where that 17,874 is at. And then FICA should be 45,579. 52.
Alright, so to confirm, perf is the,
66,730.
okay,
It's actually 66,729 and change, so rounded up to
okay,
66,730.
and then the FICA is the 45,579,
Correct.
okay.
That's an increase of 27,705.
Mm-hmm. That we'll have to find
Right.
and lit.
What was that number, Tanya, 27 what?
27,705.
I can tell you that health insurance will not be that high, but again, I had to plan for
And we have
more than we
someone
spent.
coming in, right, at
Jail lit public safety.
more?
I didn't change the code 45 one. Am I missing something?
What'd you do? What are you looking at?
Look at pivoted.
Refresh it.
I did. Yeah. It says 127,034, increase for 25.
You, budget.
Yeah, which is what this one. This is,
Right. That's from,
this is the FICA appropriate
right,
exchange.
this is what we're looking for, yeah, cause
This is like a-
we're looking at the adjusted, that's not gonna change what's here and here.
Oh, there it is, that's the difference. So we don't have a difference line. Okay.
Yeah,
I see.
correct. We could add it, I just keep adding columns, that's just like this, my spreadsheet has grown significantly already today.
Almost 20 grand sitting right there.
From 965 to 993.
Well, it's got 33,000.
Which means we have to find that 27 to cut somewhere else.
When you calculated the FICA and the perf, did you include the holiday pay and the overtime? That's why my numbers don't match. Okay. Thank you. That number's still too low.
Still too low.
It'll be too low on both of them.
It- It's low, but only if it's fully staffed.
Right.
And it's,
Right.
same thing with the health insurance, you know, we're looking at 92,635 is what was requested for 24. We still have 59,000 of that sitting there because I have to anticipate,
Right.
so.
So the 127,891 is fully staffed request for health insurance.
Correct. Which understand, a lot of these are younger kids still on their parents' insurance, so they don't take your insurance,
Yeah.
which is huge.
They can stay on to what, 26?
Yes.
Yep.
What happened?
He's not even here to defend himself.
Dang it.
Anything else we got to say?
Are we feeling, are we okay?
Could use those numbers as
I mean, well, it's so lit, it'll, I mean, we'll have to reduce somewhere in lit. It doesn't have to be like their lit, it has to be in
Yeah.
1170 somewhere. So. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna call, let's take like a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
We also are supposed to have the insurance guy here at 10.
Yeah.
To the prosecutor,
I'm also a prosecutor, so
Jane was gracious enough to let him hop in front of her real quick to, get his budget looked at, so.
Thank you,
Start.
Jane.
Prosecutor, let's see. I guess we start in 34. Title 4D support.
That's the family support budget. The first $111,975 is 100% reimbursed by the federal government, and the remainder is 66% reimbursed by the federal government.
I'm sorry, Eric, I was behind the times, please repeat.
Oh, that's all right. This budget, the Title 4D, family support budget, the first $111,975 is reimbursed 100% by the feds. And then any remaining, the remainder is reimbursed 66% by the feds. Child support collections.
Do you have any questions on this one?
First 11,975. 66% after that.
Page 34. And the first 111, you want to write this down? First 111,975 is reimbursed at 100%. The remainder is 66%. I'm good with this one. Anyone else? Any questions? Okay. To page 59.
This is the prosecutor's high-tech crime unit that is funded exclusively by the state General Assembly.
This is 100% correct.
Correct. Yeah, it's all funded by the state, plus Chuck has been very good at getting grants from Ball Brothers. They've been very generous to us, as well as other organizations, but no county general, no tax money is in this budget.
Good with this one, you guys?
does the amount you can get from the state vary, or you could go for?
No, they have a set amount, currently it's $3 million and they divide it by 10. And keep a small processing portion, IPAC does, they administer the grant. And every year so far, they've kicked back that to the unit, so we're pretty much netting the full 300,000.
So we get about 300 per year.
Yes.
Is there a balance on this one?
If we don't use it, does it go back to the state? Or do you get it's non-reverting, so it rolls over. Okay. Thank you. Then I would just appropriate that into a line and use it.
So what's the balance in there now? At the end of 23, it was 24,488. That's, is he right about the 300K?
I'm good, anyone? Page 15.
On the August 21st, I had sent each council member a letter outlining or explaining the prosecutor's office budget request as it relates to the pay study, as well as two other studies regarding prosecutors' offices across the state and the nation. One thing I forgot to add in that packet, and I put at the break for each one of you, is a spreadsheet similar to what Wagner put together. But I added in just more information, so you had it, like how many years of service, so on and so forth. So there's just more information on this spreadsheet than there is in the pay study.
You have once again, I'm on the soapbox, a plan to replace computers on an ongoing basis.
We do. We have one. We replaced last year, we put together a
Rotating basis.
and we're starting to implement that this year. Started, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've only done the council 1 year and all the computer costs. Holy smokes,
Yeah.
I need to figure out a way to,
Stagger.
still gonna be a lot of money every year, but
Sure.
it's gonna be. Your two deputy prosecutors, those are, excuse me, investigator, deputy prosecutor, those are roles that just aren't filled right now, or they're new? The,
So-
101 and 118 and 120, excuse me. 120 and 121. About halfway down the sheet, it's got 0 for the 24 budget.
Means it's a new employee.
Oh, yeah. So I've asked in the budget, if you'll recall, Delaware County is the 11th most understaffed prosecutor's office in the state. I should have 16 more attorneys. So I'm asking for, in the budget, I asked for one new one and one investigator. So that's what those are. And then there is one, I don't think it's in this budget though, that is open. I've been unable to fill so far. Again, back to retention issues because of pay inequities.
Into the second one.
And a potential second one.
So really, all your increases are simply in salaries or new hires.
Is that right, Lisa? Yeah. And what the pay matrix that Addie Roker, I think that's her name, Roker, from Wagner, what she put together, it's really fascinating, in all honesty. She accomplished what I've tried to do for 6 years. If you'll recall, when I came before you, we talked about stipends instead of, then the question was, well, how do you award this person this amount and this, but how do you document it, how do you justify it, and we ran into those problems. So she's worked with prosecutors' offices, at least that I know of, 60 counties throughout the state with this kind of metrics, where you have a base salary based upon your years of service, and then you have a tiered percentage that goes up 2 or 3%, I think, based upon your duties, your work duties. And that's what we tried to accomplish, or I've tried to accomplish for a number of years and was not mathematically inclined like she is, and I'm very impressed with what she came up with. I think with, just assuming best case scenario, I've been talking about retention and recruiting problems for a while, but in my opinion, best case scenario, if the pay matrix for deputy prosecutors is adopted as written by the pay study and as I've tendered in the budget, I believe that will cure retention and recruiting issues for the prosecutor's office once and for all.
So the challenge, in my opinion, with this maybe is assigning a base salary to each one of the roles. So let's say your 25-year prosecutor leaves and they're at the pay scale you have on here, and you replace them with a 1-year or a 2-year person, that has to go back, right? Yeah. So we'd be adopting that matrix
We can't adopt
exclusively.
a matrix.
Hmm?
We can't adopt a matrix because we can't make financial decisions for future councils. We can agree to try to adhere to.
Yeah, my budget reflects the matrix, so,
Right.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that Fred does and Tony does, but we can't adopt it.
right.
If we have the means to do it, then we'll do our best, but we,
Sure, yeah, I
adopt
use
it.
that as a blueprint to put
Right.
the budget together.
I guess the point being, if mid-year there was a replacement, you guarantee that the prosecutor's coming, that sound bad, but you see what I'm saying, like,
well, with that
he's
PI
not
form,
hiring somebody at 100,000 versus 85 or whatever. the
I
number
believe,
is.
because the job description would be you would have to maybe add that it starts at a base salary.
That'll be a question. I guess I'm just saying out loud, so we'll have to figure it out, but,
I do want to call out.
because I'm
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead, finish
Sorry.
your thought.
Because in reality, the scoring system, so to speak, I would think would be pertinent in other areas, not just yours, obviously. So like years of experience, responsibility level, potentially there are other positions that would warrant that or, would be required for that. So it's just a point of conversation that we need to probably tackle as part of the,
And it could be. I think where she got this from is working with 60 prosecutors throughout the state, 60 of the 90, to come up with something like this. So it's working across the state. And I'm not saying it just because I say it, but I was, again, extremely impressed with the work that she did on that particular matrix. It solves all the problems that I have been up here talking to you and other previous council members about.
Current salaries are obviously very flat, almost no recognition for years of experience other than your stipends. Does this skew a little bit in the opposite direction? There's a pretty big spread reflected in these new salaries. And
Sure, I understand.
50% jump from base to the highest salary.
I'm not sure I understand the exact.
Does that seem extreme to you?
No,
No?
no. I mean, we're talking about, let's 25 plus years experience as an attorney, who's on call 24 hours a day, versus, you go down a attorney with 6 years of no, I really don't. I don't think it's as extreme. Following that chart that she laid out, because if you recall, the problem we had, and I agreed with you, was that whole stipend issue. Was how do you do that? What are the guidelines? I think, Counselor Whitehead and I talked about that, but this solves all of that. I mean, it puts it all down on paper. There's a point system. It's there. I mean, she found Tony's genie and rubbed it, and this came out, and it was perfect. So,
Yeah, that was one of the problems of the council we had. We didn't doubt you and your ability. We don't know who the next prosecutor. And we all get it. So,
yeah, I agree. And this is a much better structured, way to do it.
If there comes a determination that we can't do the leveling as it's outlined in the chart, I'm trying to look at this spreadsheet, there's some calculations associated with this.
About a
I mean, we have a couple, I
28%
mean,
increase,
Say again?
about a 28% increase, really, which is lower than what I thought it was gonna be,
28% of what?
of what it is now.
of all
So I know, but if you're, based on current salaries today, times years of experience, times tier leveling, equals how much? And so if we come back and say, for the max ones that are at the 139 number today, come back and say, well, we can't do that, we can do this, we gotta go back and backwards create that calculation for everybody.
so Matt, to clarify, he's got on here the, 284, 257 is the cost, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, but the
Extra
increases,
The increases?
yes, so,
So let's say we can't do 284, we can back it down? Is that what you're asking him?
But changing the scale, right? So there's he's using a chart essentially to figure out based on how many years of service and caseload and such. And then that figures into this number that he put
Change the
here.
numbers that the scale equates to.
Yes.
Okay.
If
goes
we
up
have
by
to,
a
because I mean,
percent.
there are two salaries here that have increased more than some people even make in the county. I mean, there's two that are an increase of $54,452, which is pretty significant. I'm not discounting that attorneys go to law school. There's a lot of, I support trying to do something for you, okay?
but
Like, I'm trying to, I just wanna make sure that, like, those are pretty big, right? That's pretty steep.
we're also talking about attorneys
I
who
understand.
who have passed the bar, who have 25 plus years experience, not to pick on Mr. Hughes, but he's a lawyer. We have people two or three of those in the prosecutor's office that are dedicated to public service. They can go and leave and make more money elsewhere.
Right.
And I agree with Tony, not this council, but previous council, it's been a slap in in public safety's face. And the issue of the day, and I'll echo what Tony said, is lit, and I'll say it, I'm not afraid to say it. We have a public safety funding problem, okay? If I go to the state, if I go to a state legislator, the first question out of their mouth is, what's your lit percentage? And as soon as I tell them, stop. You have a solution at the county level, raise your lit. You have a public safety issue, raise your lit. So, me, I'm with Tony. I mean, how long are we going to treat public safety like the redheaded stepchild of Delaware County? I have problems filling my staff. I've had an open position for 4 months. Okay? We all have families. We work 12 hours a day, get called in at night, no overtime. We like the job, but we want to be compensated for it. And this study, this matrix, has been put together not by me, but by a person hired by you who did an excellent job and has worked with 60 other elected prosecutors in the state to do so. And so when you look at the prosecutor's funding statute that says the county council shall fund prosecuting attorney's office an amount that is reasonable, I think a court would find that 60 counties out of the state who use a similar formula, that is reasonable. Now's the time to do it. Deputy prosecutor salaries have not really been addressed since the time of Rick Reed. So we're talking 20 or more years ago.
So this is the average, is that correct, of the other counties? Is that your interpretation?
I don't know that it's the average. I would say it's close to the average. I didn't ask her that direct question, but
Reminds me of the statistician that drowned in the river because the average depth 3 foot.
I mean, the other thing, you know, I don't mean to, I do not like talking, you know, relating other things to other departments, but when you compare, I mean, you gotta make a fair comparison. So when you talk about a part-time public defender that makes $60,000 a year, okay, they get 5,000 extra for doing a murder trial. I don't get 5,000 for doing a murder trial. Then the appeal, then if the trial goes into a third day, they get thousands more. They're almost up to making the baseline of 85,000 full-time deputy prosecutor. I mean, that's a slap in the face to the deputy prosecutor who is full-time, has chosen public service. They cannot maintain a lucrative private practice. They have to only practice criminal law for the state of Indiana. Who get called at all hours of the night, leave their families on Christmas to go to a murder scene. Been there, done that. It's the right thing to do. And if you like, when I get called out at 2:30 in the morning for a triple homicide on Thanksgiving Eve, come with me. I doubt I'll get any volunteers.
Do we have anything outside? No, there are no other changes except for the salary portion on this. Let's hop to 51. Your public safety, lit public safety.
Yeah, so sort of the same thing here, with the exception, there are several, 2 attorneys, I think 2 investigators, and a victim advocate that are reimbursed because it's a grant from the federal government. 75%, so.
Is the deputy prosecutor and investigator in here the same as the other budget, your county general budget, or are these 2 additional for a total of 4?
I put them, not 2 additional, I did.
Okay, so it's
Donna
in both
Patterson rule.
places.
Just,
Okay,
assuming
gotcha.
best case scenario, you can pick.
Okay,
I'm not asking for 4.
okay, just wanted to clarify.
Oh, the Donna Patterson rule. That's what she always said.
I'm sorry, remind me about your salary.
My salary is paid by the state, and I get $5,000 from the county a year. I can't, by law, I can't get paid more than 5,000. That's why it's always,
Always been that way, right? Always been 5.
unless the statute were to change, but yeah, it's always been 5. Yeah, so none of the pay increases, or none of this, tiered system does not affect me. This is not my pay. I get paid by the state. These are all for the deputies and chief deputy.
This grant administrator position,
Yes.
why is there 2 of them?
Because it takes 2 people, talking about the federal government, you know, you have to, unbeknownst to me, I didn't know this till 2 weeks ago, you have to have two people on the federal stop grant. You have to have a financial administrator and a fiscal agent and a director. Otherwise, you can't get the money. So you have to have two people. So these are investigators who work in addition to the regular investigating duties as granted manager and financial whatever. But that's what they do,
This is a stipend for that work.
for them doing all of the stuff that the federal government requires them to do. Yeah. Reports and paperwork.
I'm good here. Anyone else have questions on this one?
And you've also approved 135 stipends, those are the same stipends that we approved last year.
Right, so I'm glad you brought that up. So that would be, let's assume best case scenario, you guys agree with what I've been saying, those stipends go away. Stipend in the lit fund and in the general fund would go away because we're now paying the attorneys based on the matrix. That'd be 30, what is that? I think there's is there 15 in each? Is that $30,000? Which is
10 and 15, or no,
15.5 in the general.
30,500.
Those would go away because they're not needed anymore.
And then you also indicated that the deputy prosecutor, 104, and the investigator 108 shows up in both places.
Where we,
Okay, if we were able to do it.
It'd be one or the other.
right, either, you mean general fund or lit, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, so total, just to be clear, I'm asking for one deputy prosecutor and one investigator, not two of each.
Your health insurance, that's just a guess, subject to what we find out.
Right.
Gone from 102 to 174. Is that also reflective of 2 additional people?
Yes.
Do we have anything else on this one? Cool. All right. And then page 69.
Pretrial diversion fund. Users fees.
Revenue is user fees.
Right. Yeah.
What's the balance in this? That of today. And what's the revenue? What was,
Thus far, well,
we took in 128 and 123. At the end of 23, there was 68,000. We're up to 132. Budget's 91.
as of the end of July, we brought in 106,900.
So midway part through the year, you've covered the budget.
Yeah.
And this can only be used for, I mean, is there
There's a limit to
a
use.
statute
There
on
is,
this?
there's statutory and there's, Supreme Court ethical guidelines as to what a prosecutor can use diversion money for. Use it for staff, supplies, crime prevention. I don't have the list in front of me, but those kinds of things.
Specific to the diversion program, though? Like the staffing has to be specific to,
Not necessarily.
not necessarily.
There'd be room to put a new investigator in under this budget.
I'd have, I can run the numbers, Lisa and I can look at it. I'm not all that great at math, that's why I went to law school, but it would be close.
You guys help.
I've helped, I have very good helpers back there, they're great mathematicians.
You have anything else? No? All right.
There are 40,
That's everything for Eric.
I want to thank the council for letting me go. Thank you to Jane to go skip over her kids and to Pam and I don't, Mr. Sylvester, the insurance man. Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
We'll have him come up next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good
I'm
afternoon.
Bill Sylvester with Apex Benefits.
I guess I don't have.
I have some questions here as I'm looking at how you are funding things. And Ed, you may know more about this than I do. So your health insurance fund, 4701, it should be a non-reverting fund, correct? You know does anybody know anything about that? You're gonna have to ask, right?
ask that again, sorry.
Huh?
Ask that question again.
Is your health insurance fund a non-reverting fund?
It should be, because we changed it last year. The non-reverting. That's exactly right. That's right.
It does not go to zero at the end of the year.
No, it stays in that fund.
Yes.
Okay, so then my next question, or my next comment is, what goes into that fund, what goes into that health fund should be employee contributions, employer contributions, or from the departments, right? The budgeted amount. Stop loss reimbursements, and prescription or RX rebates, correct? So all of that goes in. Out of that comes Imagine 360, admin costs, anything associated with that. Out of that comes prescription claims that are paid weekly, probably, right? Prescription claims that are paid monthly. Delameds. Okay. And then the clinic.
Who pays the clinic? That's out of that account too.
The clinic comes out of there. How long has that been a non-reverting fund?
This will be the first year.
Okay.
Also, DSP. Well, the eye, dental, and, yeah.
So Delta
Revenue.
comes out of there.
Mhm.
It's Delta voluntary,
Yeah, no.
contributory.
Yeah,
Delta,
Delta
VSP,
Dental and, VSP.
Delta, VSP, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. One America.
Oh, One America.
Yeah.
So not an alarming thing, but as we go into this, and I want to be very brief, but one of the things that if this was a non-reverting account going back historically, then there would be money left over there in there year after year. But at some point,
you were taking money out of that account because there's money sitting in there that wasn't in a non-reverting account, and you see a large sum in there, and somebody has taken some out of that, so that thing is well below where it should be. Here's where that comes into play. So you're a self-funded plan, you're the insurance company, and you don't fund to the maximum claims liability, right? You're never gonna hit the maximum claims liability. You're gonna hit somewhere between the expected claims and either below that. You've historically been below that. Sometimes you've been above that. So we budget somewhere between your expected claims and your maximum claims. Okay. So the reason we do that is because if it's a bad year, you are able to take the money out of that non-reverting account to help cover the more than expected cost or more than the midpoint cost, so that it doesn't have to come from, so you don't have to raid some other account to take money from that. Are you with me? Does that make sense? So what you've done, I think, is deleted that, or depleted, thank you. Depleted that account to where it's less than we think it is, and it's I'm gonna have to take another look at this about what that budgeted amount should be. If that makes sense, because I want to make sure that you have enough to cover your health costs and all those other things that come out of there. I want to make sure you have enough to cover that. But, so I know your budget last year for health insurance was $3,169,650. And we're projecting this year a 10% increase in your costs. So add 10% to that, and I think I'm gonna have to revisit this because you're a lot lower in the health fund than I thought you were, and I wanna make sure you'll be able to cover that without having to take it from somewhere else. So we're projecting a 10% increase. You're running well as a health plan, you're in the, not everyone likes it, but you're in a plan that pays as little as you possibly can in a fair way for healthcare. But even if you're paying bottom level, sometimes that rises up. So quick background. When you put this plan in, I think 2015 to 2016, your health insurance costs for just health insurance, $6 million. Your renewal for the coming year, if you stayed put, was $6.6 million. You put this plan in that's a tough plan, and you cut your cost to $4.8 million. The following year, $4 million. The following year, $4 million. And somewhere in there, it fluctuates between $4 million and $4.8, $4.95, or $5 million. So you're in something that saves you a lot of money, but I think historically, because somebody has seen money in that at that point, non-reverting account, right? We've depleted it so that your cushion for being able to fund under your max claims liability, the cushion is no longer there, and we've got to build it back up again. A good start is the non-reverting health fund category, and then we got to make sure that we can cover that we're able to cover your maximum liability if you should have that, and we need to be able to build that up again now that it's non-reverting. That said, preliminarily, I think a 10% increase in that is warranted and more than warranted, or more than, I got to look and make sure that that's even enough. But I've got to ask our actuarial team that. So as of today, I think you need to look at a 10% increase in that fund.
Let me ask some questions. So 3.169 million was in the commissioner's budget in 24. If you count all of the health insurance line items in 24, it's 5.796 million.
What else is included in that?
It's just the 173 health insurance line item for all the other departments, public defenders, Cambridge, Board of Health.
Oh,
Okay, so
There
you're
you go.
looking at the departments.
okay.
They put in the same account that we're talking about here. Each department that pays their insurance goes into this 4701, correct? Tanya? Ida?
Yeah, Eva
Okay.
answered you. She
I'm
said
sorry. So am
So,
I right? Okay, so we did not add that.
So add 5.7 to the 3,
No.
5.7
Total.
is the total.
That's total.
What was that number again, Matt?
5,700,000, this is not 2024, 5,796,080.
Okay, that's helpful. My next question is, with that being the number, has all of that been collected and put into the account, or are you still on a monthly basis collecting money from the departments?
Monthly basis. Well, we just switched it to bi-weekly, but yes, every month.
Okay, that,
Make a big difference.
that makes a big difference, but I'll give you an example. So here's where we're at. I'm not even sure if that's all in now. All in with where we project you to be at the midpoint. And this is before you take out employee contributions, which historically are about $250,000 on average, right? So we project you to end up with the clinic and Delameds included at about $6.3 million and some change. So if you're budgeting to 5.7 for all of that, and then $6.3 million is where we, at the midpoint, so not the maximum claims liability, but at the midpoint of the claims, that's where we think. Where we think that, where the stop loss carriers will think, and these are just estimates, we don't have firm numbers, where we think your expected land will be, or where we expect you to land, it's at $5,852,000. So that's pretty close to your 5.7 that you've collected this year. Are you with me? Like I'm not, I got C's and D's in accounting. so bear with me.
That number 5.8 is what?
5.8 is where, at the expected claims liability, where the stop loss carrier thinks, so with all the claims added in, with the admin costs added in, Delameds and the clinic, the stop loss carrier and our actuaries think you will be at $5,852,889
In 2024,
in 2025.
2025. Okay,
Yes.
we're talking about 2024 numbers as we see them, but okay,
Yes.
because right now, if you look at 25 requested,
It's
6.229, 467.
And I think, if that's what it is all in, I think that's a pretty safe number. Is that an increase from last year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you, I think that's a pretty accurate number.
Again,
6,229,467.
Say that number again. 6 million.
229,467 compared to last year, which was 5,796.
I think that's about as accurate of numbers you can get.
And that's an increase of $433,387 over last year.
It doesn't include an increase in the commissioner's budget because there was zero increase for health insurance in the commissioner's budget.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, say that again.
There was no the
no
commissioner-
requested increase from the commissioners for health insurance.
That's right, no.
Why not? The known factor. Okay.
That's not, yeah. So that has been left out by mistake, but no, that was not put in the commissioner's budget this year.
that would be about a 7.5% increase. Right.
Which if you take out the commissioners not having included their increase, that probably it would have balanced it at 10.
I think this is extremely concerning. This conversation had been had with our offices with you 2 or 3 months ago. But you were asking questions earlier that are raising other questions about how good these numbers are. You're still asking us for the numbers.
No,
Yeah.
I know what the numbers,
These are estimates.
I know what the numbers are. I just have no control over how you fund them. So for years, we've been saying you need a
Exactly my
non-reverting.
point.
Huh?
These should have been confirmed before the meeting.
I still don't know, like, I don't know how you fund things. I wouldn't, I have 20 county clients and they all fund them a little differently. And for years, we've been asking for a non-reverting fund. I don't know how much money has come out of that fund.
That was the point. If you didn't know, we
Well-
should have had that conversation.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Well, I make assumptions based on, we make assumptions based on our last budget hearings, what we say you should have, and whether or not you keep that money in that account. For example, we, from year to year, we have an idea of what should be in that
But how do we know what those assumptions are?
based on several years in a row of how are we funding it? This is how we're funding it. So every month we have a financial page that we give to you, right? And we give it to you and it says, based on where we ended up with last year, this is what you should budget for. This is what you're collecting from the employees. This is what you're collecting from the departments. This is the money going out. This is the money that should be coming in.
I guess my point is that we don't like to operate off assumptions.
Well, I guess my point is too, Ed, I did not have the numbers. I don't do the numbers.
I'm not asking for the numbers.
Well, apparently you are, but I
I
don't
guess
wanna
I miscommunicated. That's all I'm saying.
okay, but I don't have the numbers. I don't do numbers. I do the insurance plan. I work with people to do the insurance plan, and then we get the numbers. I do not come up with these, I don't do it. And I know that I probably should, but I don't.
So
I don't
when
do
you say
numbers.
we don't work on assumptions, I don't control your bank accounts, right? We don't control your bank accounts. When there is money kept in the insurance fund,
I guess all I'm saying is that we should have communications about what you think there should be, or what should be paying in and out of that particular fund.
oh, we do, unless somebody takes money out of that fund for something else.
Can we talk
Now,
later?
they have though,
In
Tina.
the past,
In the past, they have.
In the
This year, they
past,
did not because it
they've,
was
out of
non-reverting.
the commissioners,
Yes.
they've moved that
That's
health
right, they
insurance
moved it
money to
around. You know
pay
that, Jeff. You have, so.
institutional care or
Right.
like other
Exactly.
stuff. That happened a lot.
A lot. That's why we moved it
Actually,
non-reverting.
matter of fact, to the point where, it started becoming an issue because insurance was going up and
And I didn't have funds to pay.
I don't
Last year.
think anyone in the room understood the ramifications of that. And to your point, not having a non-reverting fund and like all these other things, like it was like a use it or lose it vibe
Right,
going on with
right.
that. And it was very commonplace. And Bill might remember this as our attorney for counsel during that time. It was very commonplace for,
How long have we been self-insured?
That's 15.
15, 16, 15, maybe.
We didn't have that figured out before that.
I'm talking about just the health insurance line out of the commissioner's budget. It was getting cut all the time. Okay. So who else can take money out of there,
No one now.
right? So,
And that's why now it's a non-reverting fund. So nobody can.
mhm,
So my thing is, you gotta build that
agreed.
that fund back up to where it should be, take the volatility out of the plan, take the increases out of that. The claims are variable, right? So you can't, we can predict to a degree what they are, our actuaries can, the stop loss carrier can. But at the end of the day, we don't know what it is. You are capped at a maximum liability. You don't need to fund to that. You don't need to fund to that. You just need to get it from somewhere if you have a really bad year. So we worked hard to try to build up this
fund, say the commissioner's fund, but whatever all of these things are being paid out of, right? We've worked hard to build that up by funding it to the maximum, and building a little bit of cushion in there. And over the years, it's kind of slipped away. So the last couple of years, we've talked about that needs to be in a non-reverting fund so people can't take it. We can't, Apex can't control who comes in and takes money out of it.
Right.
And now that it's non-reverting, we can, and we have to build it up. So without breaking the budget, I'm trying to make sure that you have enough to cover your cost and hopefully start building that up again. And I think at the number at the budget, the 2025 budget number you put out, the 6.2 million, I think you're probably in that realm right now, but I want to go ask our actuarial team
Yeah.
exactly what they think.
So let me understand how this works. So each 172 or 173 health insurance line item is part of the same fund? It's part of the same non-reverting fund, like as in Department X.
It's not the same thing.
Well, there's a 173 in,
Yeah, I know a lot of them.
Yeah.
That's where we get
okay,
well, the employees.
right, okay.
Imagine 360.
So, point being that, let's just say that for, MVH, the motor vehicle fund, they've got $581,000 in health insurance. They don't spend $581,000 towards the end of the year. We're not encumbering that money anywhere. We're not moving it. That 581 is set. It's now building up, right?
What's
Okay.
left over goes into the.
Yeah. I just want to be clear because there's, variations in how much,
No, 173 does not go back to 4701, it goes back to county general. Whatever is not spent goes back. County general, it does not go into 4701. If you're looking at commissioners, whatever is not spent out of 173 reverts back into county. So what you have budgeted for 6 million, that will not all revert back to the 4701 unless you put something in place saying whatever's not spent out of 173s will go back to 4701.
Might not be a bad idea.
which is what
That's not how.
you're saying should happen.
I'm saying that in an ideal county, which there aren't many, in an ideal world, you have a health fund, 4701, non-reverting. What goes in there?
Everything.
Stays there,
Yeah.
right?
But we also have a 170
173,
that doesn't stay in there according to what I just learned.
The departmental reimbursement.
Yeah, that's the department's payback.
Plan. Go into, he does the departmental reimbursement. You might have like 2 people that have families, you might have 2 people that are just single on their own. It can change month to month, because we, but
Sure.
there's a lot of.
Yeah. But the complete total,
That does not, that's not.
So are you funding two different accounts, or are you funding, are you funding two different accounts?
No.
No, 4701 is where we pay our.
That's where the money goes in.
Claims come out of
Each
47.
department has to budget for it, or you'll see that the departments budget for it, and
Right.
that's your 173 line, so that's like an expense line, so it's pulled from the expense line per
Pulled
se,
from the other.
in order to put it into the 4701 fund, which is where everything's paid out of. So when they say that the money, goes back to general, what they're saying is there's nothing locked in place to say whatever's left over in this 173 line needs to go to 4701. Instead, it's going into
county in general,
county general.
Could we do an ordinance?
our
and
operating
have it?
balance, make it,
There's caveats to that, like hers,
So,
public defender, user fees,
Yeah,
they
I
can't go
believe we
back to
have,
county
like-
general.
Right.
I feel like we have 4.
Matt, you made the
example of MVH and the 581.
I just picked it out of the.
Yeah, I know, but I came up here to talk about that. So that's not gonna be the total that we're gonna pay for insurance. We only, whatever isn't used stays in the MVA. It does not go to the 4701 to build up.
Okay, so maybe county general,
County general is gonna stay.
so county general health insurance lines
Yes,
would go, well, but if you was like an ordinance, that we did something that said it went to the health fund, then we could start to build that up. Yeah, just the county general
yes.
health insurance lines. Can we do that?
See why not?
If we need to build it up, at least,
Seems like essentially what you'd be doing.
We did everything in the budget,
yeah,
how you fund it.
Seems like essentially what you'd be doing, instead of doing all of the calculations to see what actually needs to be transferred because of the specific needs of the specific individuals, you just allocate. I guess the way it's being calculated now is it's the maximum possible payment per person claiming health insurance, because you don't know what
That's not
plan they're
true.
gonna be on.
because
Okay.
they plan it on the people they have in place. If
Okay.
there's an opening,
so
they'll
for,
do it.
for new
mainly,
lines,
yeah.
they do it on the maximum, but using that as an example, I guess you would just say in that year, you're just gonna allocate the maximum to the non-reverting fund regardless of whether or not it's needed. If it's not needed, then it just helps to build up the fund.
Matt, in the olden days, not olden days, but long ago, it hasn't happened for years, but any money that was left in the budget at the end of the year not spent was put back into the insurance fund, 4701, to build up the operating balance. And that's not been done for years. A long time ago.
So the balance in end of 2023 for the 4701 was 456,851. I guess that was end of year, so getting the total today probably is not even worth asking, but in essence, we started the year with $456,000 in there. Beginning balance in 2023 was 202,891. So it grew in 2023, a couple $100,000.
How much money should be in that account? 4701.
Well, throughout the year,
In my opinion,
Yeah,
at the end of the year, again, you're a larger county, but my rule of thumb is equal to 1 year's budget. So if your budget is $6 million, it's not out of hand for you to have $6 million sitting in that account. Are you okay? But it's millions, not hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you have $3 or $4 million in there, you're probably in pretty good shape. As we're sitting in the back of the room, we think maybe there should be $3-4 million in that thing, and there's not. But ideally, there should be, rule of thumb, a year's
How many
worth.
employees are taking health insurance total?
120.
420.
Some of those are out of.
Yeah, they're all over. I got it.
Total employees, we probably have 568, something, yeah.
Pam, do you happen to recall what the, employee cost is for the three different, the types of
The
insurance?
employee single is 38, give me a few cents, like 38.71.
Okay.
Employee, that's their portion. The employee spouse is 48 something. I don't have it all right here. in
That's
front
all
of me.
right, we'll just kind of.
Okay, something like that, and then, yeah.
The family?
And family is, 200, there's employee children, and then. I
Okay.
can't think what family is. And see, we have retirees on this insurance, that's what we need. Sam, you saved it. Okay, it's in single employee only is 3188. Employee spouse is 6377. Employee child is 5747, and family is 8933.
This is paid out bi-weekly.
Yes, biweekly. 25 pays, isn't it? 25, 26? 26 pays. And then we do have retirees, probably 20, 25 retirees that pay out, and theirs is normally retiree only, and it's $251.85 a month. Yes.
That's true, it'll be 24.
Oh, I thought it was 20.
24, because we have 2 pays. And then our county portion that comes out of budget goes into that 4701 as well.
Yes,
Our county portion.
right.
Okay.
The county, mhm.
So I have a really quick question, as we were just discussing. If you guys were putting something in place where any excess monies in 173 out of county general lines reverts back, goes into.
Could, I mean, just, yeah,
I know
hypothetically
what
speaking,
you're
yeah.
hypothetically speaking. Will that come back and bite us in the butt when there's less operating balance?
Could.
I'm just throwing it out there.
But it could
because
bite us in the butt if we don't have the money for
I know.
insurance, so.
I just didn't know if how much of that would bite into the operating balance.
Fine.
And I don't know what kind of figure that is. I just wanted to. That would make a difference for the auditor's office operating balance. The first.
Usually the commissioners would let the auditor's office put $200,000 in the insurance fund to get us started for the year. I don't know where they got it or whatever, because yeah, and I'm not doing numbers. I'm not going to start doing numbers.
You guys do it out every year.
Right, and so they'd always give them 200,000 in that account, so I'd have something to start with.
Did we make any increase?
We don't get to.
Who dictates how much they pay for insurance?
How much, who's they?
Employees.
What we're gonna do is we'll figure out what the pay rate, if we have to raise our prices or raise our cost, and who's gonna pay for, we'll have to divide it up, I guess, and we'll see whether you guys will help us with the money, or if we're gonna turn it over to the employees pay it. Because the commissioners have paid it for the last 6 years. They've paid any difference so we can keep our rates the same. And this year, they don't have the money to do it. So we're either gonna have to get help from you on the insurance or pass it on to the employees.
You want raises?
What, I'm just telling you what I know. I mean, I've wanted
You're
raises for the
telling us
last
the
2
difference
years.
between, tell me again, was it the $3,000 and the $4,000 deductible? Is that?
It's a $5,000 deduct, you wanna explain
No.
that?
I don't have it.
Oh, you don't have, okay. It's a $5,000 deductible. You pay up to the first 4,000 though. You pay your 5,000 and then the commissioners pay back $1,000. It's a reverse payment. They pay back $1,000. So the employee is really only paying $4,000. But they have to pay the $5,000. If you go to surgery, you're gonna pay a $5,000 deductible. And within 30 days, you're gonna get $1,000 back. That's how the commissioners did that last year.
What's the out-of-pocket max?
Pardon?
What's the out-of-pocket max?
250,000?
No. For the employee,
Oh, per employee. Oh, gosh, what is that?
7,500, 10 grand? I think it's 10.
Oh,
I think it was 10 when I saw it last year.
it might,
Anybody remember?
you know what, it is. Yeah. So our deductibles, good, I mean, but, I don't know.
So it's $5
Are all
grand,
those things adjustable?
is it $5 per occurrence or is it $5 per
Per-
year?
Per year.
Per year?
Mhm.
So they can have 2 or 3.
You can have a I mean, God forbid an automobile accident, January 2nd, get your $5,000 spent in the rest of the year. Your insurance is
Additional
100%,
surgeries would be
would be 100%.
You're 10 grand out of pocket, then,
Why would it be 10 grand?
if you're out of pocket max total,
But I can't think what our out of pocket is. I cannot think, and I don't want to say it wrong.
been down that road. Well, that you have to calculate it in just as the overall total. So if somebody's paying $2,400 a year insurance plus another $4,000 deductible, plus the balance of that being another $6 potentially, like it adds up. But nonetheless, to Jessica's point, I think, we have to bear that in mind as we're deciding on salaries.
high deductible.
Ed, I'm still confused as to what we're trying to bring up, but we don't have to get into it, I guess, now, but I was confused
What
what
is
you were
it?
trying to ask
Family.
We're trying to solve a problem that should have been resolved 2 months ago.
in terms of
So we should be,
what our projection is.
yeah, because right now we're trying to figure out how to operate. Not-
We knew what our projection was in June.
Did they know?
No, because we were having insurance meetings. We were talking, the brokers and Shannon and myself.
We got a communication issue, it sounds like. All right. I don't know. I don't have anything else for him. I mean, it is where we are, so.
Well, I appreciate you making the trip up here I know, I'm sure you were just so delightful to work with, but we do appreciate it.
Sam.
I promise. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Good?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Jade. You've been a good sport. So Jane starts on page 37. There. How has project income been? I miss my DCCC days. I don't have any project income updates.
We are pleased to announce, as of today, it's 410,000.
Okay. Eugene gets to enjoy all the DCCC fun now.
You got a new peer recovery?
What are we on?
We just built that in because we will not know for a month or so if we got that grant. So that will not be spent as long as we get the same grant we've gotten every year.
It's in your 311 account. Contractual services.
So our contractual services is our total court services. That's the monitoring for the GPS. We had to put all of our contractual services in that line this year since the lines were changed. So that's why, like, the one that's directly above it, it says negative 34,000. So we had to budget in that new line, and then we added just an increase in case our clients go up or they would change their fees for next year. We just gave a padding for it. If we don't need it, we don't spend it.
Just a friendly reminder, this is outside of county general. What was that?
And a reminder to me.
Do you have anything else on this? Any questions on this one?
I'm sorry, I missed the revenue thing. I don't see it on my phone here. I don't know why it's not on this. 1122, right? Sorry, what was the revenue again
Today, it's approximately 410,000.
for the year?
That's what the balance is today in there.
Matt, your question was revenue for the year, is that correct?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was just the balance as of today.
That's the balance today.
yes. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Yeah, cause I don't see that on here. It's not that important, I just,
I mean, the revenue typically, it's around $100,000 a month just for project income. And that's typically what it fluctuates, give or take, depending on what we take in, but that's
it's about one
generally
point two
what it
million
is.
or thereabouts your budget.
Mhm.
But you think you'll take in the 1.3?
This is our fictional budget that we have no way of knowing what we bring in next year. And we put money on a line based on what we think we might need. And we only pay out what we need. And
A lot of our lines that we have as far as supplies, things like that, we don't spend all that money every single year. I mean, we don't,
Gotcha.
typically we just spend health insurance per FICA, salaries. Those usually go down to what they're supposed to be, but as far as everything else, it is just a fictitious number.
Okay,
So-
thank you. No more questions, I promise.
Anyone else have any questions on project income? All right, let's move on to page 38. CTP.
And that again is just money we get from the state if we have certain clients, that goes into that fund. So if we have money left over at the end of the year, it doesn't go anywhere, it just stays in that fund.
CTP is community transition. It is individuals that come out of prison that are typically on our programming anywhere from 30 to 90 days, and the DOC pays for them to be out on home detention.
Was this case manager paid half somewhere or paid out of another line somewhere else?
Yes, she's
Okay.
paid in another grant.
It's community,
Community transition program. It's through the Department of Corrections.
All right, and then page 68.
So this is just a drug court that we had to make from the DOC. This is a grant that we get. Down at the bottom, the $10,000, we've already got that awarded to us for this year.
This is the first year that the DOC has split our user fee quote income into 3 separate funds. Typically, everything went into one user fee fund. This year's the first year. There's a drug court user fee fund, a veterans court user fee fund, and then a community corrections user fee fund. So this is cash that would be collected from those individuals that are in drug court, any miscellaneous grants, things like that. So this is the first year for these 2 funds.
This says there's, as of end of 2023, there's 132,000 in there.
And which
Well,
one?
okay, so that's when all of our numbers changed for the DOC. So our 2501 used to be project income. But
Yes.
it's not project income anymore. They changed our number. So it's now our drug court.
Yeah.
Ask Keita how confusing
It's
this
so
is.
confusing. It is.
So that could be why you're seeing that, because
there
it
was
did used to be
900
project
some
income,
thousand.
but it's not anymore. All that money's been taken out and put in the 1122.
That's why we don't have the 1122 in this.
Yes.
Okay,
We went from 2 funds to 6
10-4.
in 1 year.
That's easy.
It's so much simpler.
Sounds like it.
All right,
All right, cool. Let's move on then. Next is page 71.
So 2510 is pretty much the same thing. It's just our veterans court grant. So the 8,500 is what we've already been awarded.
How do they determine that grant? Do you have any ideas, or just a wish they have it, they just
So this particular grant and this one is smaller grants that the Indiana Office of Court Services gives out. We apply for those in May, and we just now got it awarded in August. Those are small grants that typically help pay treatment costs, drug screen costs. It pays for incentives. It's paid for anything that someone in Veterans Court or drug court might need based on that grant.
they just put a thing on the wall, start that and send that to them?
I don't know how they do it at the state, but we're appreciative of the money.
We don't care. Just give us the money.
However you want to give it.
All right, we good with that? On to page 78.
So this is our community corrections grant. We did not get any additional funds this year, so it has remained the same. The total
Is
stayed
this
the
the
same.
one where we didn't end up spending like 40,000 and then the state was like, you don't get it back?
Yes,
Okay,
I spent it to 0 last
good.
year.
Keep doing that.
Yes. But all it is just salary and health insurance, birth and FICA. That's all we use these grants for.
Right, and page 70.
That's not paid out of the project income.
No.
I mean, in it, whatever's left over,
No.
so what?
So this money, this is another crazy thing they did. We have rotating funds. So you have a certain set of funds for even number years, so then that money stays. So what money is not spent stays in that fund for 2 years down the road.
You have to be an accountant to work there?
It's horrible. It's,
Yep.
yeah.
Like and perf can't be the same. Probably because it's,
What you said.
So that's too close with percentages.
Are you meaning on the bottom?
So
Bottom
that
two.
amount, we pay partial out of the grant. And then we pay the rest out of project income. So it really doesn't matter what those numbers are there. We just pay it till it's gone and then we start paying the rest of it out of project income.
So this gets used first.
Yes.
Yes.
Every penny.
Every last one.
All right. 79.
So this one is drug court and they did give us a $2,000 increase.
Ooh, thank you. All right, page 80.
That's our last one. That's vet court. They gave us a $1,000 increase this year.
Oh, so generous. All right. We good, fellas? Hear nothing, so yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, page 28.
No actual commissioners today?
Just me.
Oh, Shannon's sick.
173 was an oversight, the health insurance.
Yeah. I think that's the only one.
Mostly everything was a 10%, and that's just what the commissioners requested. There's a few that have more.
And the 313 institutional care, double plus.
Yep, so that's where the jail release program comes out of. I've come back and asked for appropriations in that account.
That was the big appropriation, the 375,000 we did back in May.
And what is that for again?
The jail release program, and there's a few other things that come out of there as well. That's the main one.
Jail release program.
Yeah.
What are we paying?
Between like,
Monitoring and stuff.
It's monitoring through DCCC rather than keeping them in jail, which costs more money.
yeah, it's like between like 50 and 55,000 a month sometimes.
Saves us a lot
It
more.
just depends.
On the back end.
Yeah.
I guess that's not really my question. Is it just because it's a jail expense that the commissioners are paying it?
So the commissioners picked up that expense for the program. I don't know where it started, but they called the jail release program because they're coming from jail into DCCC monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say, 187?
So Matt, to give you a little history lesson, when they were having a lot of problems with jail overcrowding, we've trying to put in programming, jail release program. We added pretrial probation officers to get them out of the jail, to take that burden off the jail. And those programs have continued and need to continue, because as you can see, he had 180 people there. 200 people that would be in jail, if it wasn't for the programming. So when that happened, I think commissioners just had it in their budget to cover that, which then gets paid over to DCCC. You get the claims from DCCC.
Yeah, they send me a claim.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
What happened with the gap in this year, though? Was it just under budgeted or missed last year?
Yeah,
Did
well,
it
just in
increase
previous
dramatically?
years, it had always been 300,000, so that's what I budgeted for last year, so. But it's went up significantly.
Have the amount of people gone up significantly? And then is that cost, or is it the same GPS as whatever's coming out of the DCC budget? She leave?
Yeah.
I think, could be wrong, but I think that monitoring service is what they pay the monitoring service contract. They have to pay a service contract.
They being DCCC.
DC has to pay a contract for those monitoring services.
And this cost is not so much for the monitoring services, but for what?
You would have to ask Jane that information. I don't, what are they, on your claims,
Just
what are they?
wondering if it's a
charged for?
negotiable.
I don't think
Number.
so. I think it just depends on how many people that they have in the
Per
program.
person. Yeah.
So we
Because
price the
like
cost-
some weeks it could, or some months it could be like 40, and then the next it could be 50.
Yeah, but we're talking about like a physical bracelet or whatever,
Yeah, I don't.
I
I
would
wouldn't
not
know
a
that.
person who's monitoring them also and
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
coming out of this line item.
No. No, she's getting a claim of how many people they've got on GPS. So it's the number of individuals, correct?
Mhm.
So I don't know
It's like
how
a whole
DCC
spreadsheet of
I don't
stuff.
know how DCCC is claiming that to them. I don't know how they're
All right,
doing
we
it.
can go over to next, we can come back, okay.
Excuse me. I do, want to bring back your attention to the Meridian services. The max levy on that is actually only 700, but with the allowable adjustment is 723,494, and the requested amount is 772,594, so that needs to go down.
What was that number again? I'm sorry. 7.
The DLGF will only approve the 723,494.
So a $50,000 fine. Which covers, what did we just say?
Well, that was in lit at 25.
this is that money that is mandated to be paid.
Yeah.
That we get nothing for.
Yeah, I won't get anybody started on that topic right now, but I'm still in the institutional care.
I can like send you a copy of what, like the claim that they send me, and it'll go through everything that's
Yeah,
on there.
I'm just curious, I guess. Cause I mean, it's a huge number for you guys. Okay. Let's see. So the utilities
Yeah, so it's been split up.
is split up. What is the been split up, and it goes from 787,500 to 1,013,212.
That's me estimating.
That's for,
Gas, water, sewage, cable, internet, phone.
how many, is that for both buildings or
All,
all three buildings? How many buildings do we have?
So it's here, the Justice Center.
yeah, EMA,
Board of Health. Flickering. Let's see here. Repairs and maintenance.
Yeah, so that's the maintenance for both of the buildings, which I don't know if we'll ever have enough money for all that, so.
So we've spent, or we've got,
We went like about,
for this building, we've only spent a third of it. Well, that was as of June 30th, I guess, so. No, what
here I
I,
have like a ending balance of 65 and for here, but the jail is pretty low, so I'll probably transfer back and forth to those.
what I'd like to see, Keita, and maybe we could do this afterwards, is the end of 23 balances on a good chunk of these, but I'm not gonna ask you to do it right now, okay?
can we go back to utilities? I mean, do we really think it's going to be that large of a jump? That's like a $226,000 increase. Now that you have to like break all of these out, are you just kind of trying to do an estimate based on like an average?
Yeah,
Like at home, I know I'm on like a payment plan for like, so it's always the same thing
Right.
every month. Are we on something like that for the county, or does it just fluctuate all over the place?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it's like called a budget or,
Yeah.
yeah, whatever. Yeah. All right. So yeah, okay.
That's right, we pay almost $1,000 a month for cable, TV.
probably, yeah.
We get every channel.
No.
I think Comcast Business is a ripoff, is what I think. Yeah.
Didn't even miss it.
Internet, phone is to whom?
So like, so the phones are our, like, landlines.
Yeah, I would say that.
And shop that around. Okay.
I mean, do we have to be on a landline? I mean,
Probably for our internet.
No, we pay for internet on
they're
top
not
of that.
separate, yeah.
We pay for fiber. I would assume, is that under the internet cost? Our fiber lines? That, or are those out of IT? Those might be out of IT. Like, when we're talking about the utility cost, this is the breakdown of analysis that has to be done. I mean, we're paying 230 grand a year for phones. That's the money.
And this is why we changed the chart of council, get out this broken out,
Yeah,
but that didn't get
Good
done.
start,
this
yeah.
year.
Sure, yeah.
We won't have any historical data for another couple of years.
yeah.
True, but we go back to invoices on our phones. Theoretically, right?
Have fun with that.
You can dredge those out of the archive for sure.
Yeah,
We don't have to do that right now, but that's just a negotiation tactic that somebody's gonna have to do. Okay,
I could see having to have landlines for like emergency purposes, right? Like the offices could be on voice.
paying them $86 grand.
Who's the other? Your
What,
internet's
internet?
coming in hardline?
Well, I guess it would depend, right? Like 911 would probably want to be on a,
Yeah, well,
It has its
Landline.
own fiber.
yeah.
The fiber that comes in out of these buildings is interconnected. But I don't think that's this, so let's find that out too.
All right.
What else?
What's the rental lease?
Copiers,
And who does that cover?
everyone. Well, not everyone, but
Everyone but?
Probably general.
No, because we've had some departments come buy their own printer or copiers. Yeah,
Including county building?
Covered mine. I
Rick,
bought
yes or
whatever
no?
Covers it. It's underneath their
like
lease
their maintenance, yeah.
you bought it under their lease.
or whatever, and they said it would continue to be under their lease.
Okay,
I'll give you some history. So years ago, all the departments had their own printers, and it was all over the place. And the commissioners actually consolidated those and offered to pay for all of them, and did a lease with whoever, I believe. And essentially made the offer to all the departments to have copiers, if they wanted to use them. They would pay for the black and white copies, if you wanted, all the department paid for it. So they offered those to all the departments, and that's pretty much what's in place. Some departments have purchased some additional copiers, but for the most part, that's what that lease is for. It's for all the, kind of centralizing the type of printer and one maintenance company. They come and do all the maintenance, take care of all the toner. That's part of the agreement. There's just one flat cost.
Anybody know how many copiers is under this 55 grand?
I can let you know though.
And then the other services and charges, that's going down.
So that's combined now, our soil and water, our returning fugitive line, and examination of records.
Say that one more time.
You said it was the other services and charges?
Yeah, 390.
So that's soil and water, returning fugitives, and examination of records.
What's examination of records? Sure.
Do we have any other questions on?
I did add, there's a employee and the overtime line. So those are ones that I have requested to add in there.
Oh, yes, the building maintenance technician float. So they're, I guess they're going, but floater going between.
Jessica, this is the position, I think I've talked to a couple of you about. Steve Foster, we really need another employee to help Steve out between the two buildings, and a floater would, pardon? 3 buildings, okay. I was just thinking the Justice Center and the downtown here, but that they can float back and forth and work in different buildings. And I have a list, Matt had asked me to put a list together of all the people that had comp hours.
Yeah.
And this is really the only department that we were concerned about was the commissioners, because the clerks and the treasurers and the planning commission, they don't have enough comp time. They can use it as vacation. I mean, they have 2 hours here and 2 hours there, that type of thing. But like Steve, this is calculated from 1/1/24 to current. And this is yesterday. This was yesterday that I counted these up. And we owe him 220 hours, and that's $7,810. And then his other 2 guys, one of them we owe 170 hours to. That's $4,129.30. And then the last one is 133 hours, and that's $3,230.57. And so that's a total of $13,169.87 that we owe in comp time, overtime, or whatever. But we can't, Steve, there's not enough days in the month for these guys to use their time that they build up, because then they're called back in the next day at 2:00 in the morning because something at the jail has broke down, or they've stuck sheets in the toilets, or, they're there all night working, and it's like they cannot get there. So we need to get this paid up. We need to get this paid up and then put them on, take away their comp and put them on overtime. Pay them overtime, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I mean, the comp time is just, but I do have a list of the breakdown. I made a copy for each of you if you guys would want it, but.
Sure.
So is this a part-time position?
No, it would be a full-time position.
141, 101,
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
141? Yeah. Well.
And I can answer that. And on top of what Pam told you, I just checked with the guys today. Skip, I think, has 200 some PDO hours. Larry has equivalent to that. Jimmy has 200 some hours. Obviously, I can't get these guys to take off a week, because at the Justice Center, if one guy takes off, you got one guy taking care of that whole Justice Center. You got one guy taking care of here. Not to say if we have to take care of 911, there's just, and what future's gonna go on with the county building. You had a building that was 1990, 1970s here. We moved out to a building that's 2019. It's very high-tech, very, just like they said, we're 24/7, 365 days a year. No bathrooms, it doesn't matter. One of us has to go in there and take care of it.
So there's there's building maintenance superintendent,
And 3 employees.
county building maintenance technician, county building custodian supervisor.
And we're supervisors. There's 2 supervisors. There's a supervisor over this building in the evening. There's a supervisor over the building out there. You should have So to break it down, Skip and Larry are out at the Justice Center, Jimmy's here. You have one maintenance person here, you have two out at the Justice Center. Custodians, everything are night shift, other night
I
shift.
see 3 Justice Center technicians, 2 county building, labeled county building, and 1 building maintenance superintendent. So 6 people.
No,
You got
Oh, right here,
custodian
right
and then, okay.
here's your custodian. We have,
Since it's different than custodian.
county building maintenance technician, county building custodian, supervisor, justice center maintenance technician, justice center maintenance technician, 2 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 6 positions, and you see.
I have 6 positions, 4 maintenance people and 2 custodians.
Okay, because you said 2 and
And
2.
then I
Okay.
actually have about 5,
But it only shows 1 custodian based on title. I'm just going off the title. Am I wrong? Because there's 3 JC maintenance technicians listed.
Yeah, I see 3 JC maintenance technicians.
Yeah, one of those is wrong.
yeah, the
One of those are wrong. I don't know which one. It's probably, this one right here is one. This one right here should be.
yeah. The one for 33 is wrong, that's a,
So 116 should be a CO, not a JC.
Right.
yeah,
No, it should be a
yeah,
custodian.
custodian supervisor,
Custodian supervisor.
yeah.
Okay.
Got one for here, one for there.
Okay.
So basically that says, so I got a custodian supervisor here and I got a custodian supervisor out there, so that, that sounds,
That's the county.
but that
And that's
custodian supervisor, whether he's got 2 helpers or he's got 5 helpers, if nobody shows up, that's his responsibility. Same one out the Justice Center. So, that's why they're both supervisors, or no matter what has to be, they will always be there. Like I
my
said,
opinion, I think it's going to be hard to, and I don't know if you care about my opinion or not, but I think it's going to be hard to find a floater for $30,000, but that's a start. That's a start. I don't,
By title, he's a
that is very
supervisor.
low. I think Steve's been very gracious with this, but
Currently, how many years have we had 6?
well, we had, what year was it? What year was it that they cut everything, that we made all the cuts? 2008, we lost all of our part-time and full-time, about all of our part-time and full-time maintenance, because they cut them all and made them all part-time. They trimmed the whole thing, the whole
That was
budget.
all like property tax cap.
Yes,
time
yes, and so we lost them all, and then they never,
Health insurance benefit, I mean, that all
Right.
kind of happened at that same time.
Okay, so you have $162,000 in part-time.
we got the mailman that does the mail over there, Mike Jones, that he planted flowers this year because the maintenance guys couldn't even plant the flowers. There's just not time for him to do anything. I know that sounds silly, but it doesn't to me.
I mean, Sherry'd be out there doing it if it wasn't
I
Mike,
know,
so
I know.
mean, somebody,
But just stuff like that they don't have the
I'll
time to
be
do.
more glad to get you, I could send each one of you a daily list that the guys about the justice, the sheriff could probably have some compiled vouch for you.
Yeah.
Things that are, it's just, I can give you one off my phone every day. If it's a minimum of 25 things that have to be done, some things are repetitive, it's the same thing they done, the night before. I mean, it's not, yeah. I mean, and I know you keep saying 6, and I understand what you're saying.
Well,
But we're talking about 2 different things here. We're
It's
talking
6
about.
plus $162,000 additional for part-time.
well, that part-time also would include
That includes any
vet
other part-time.
office,
Throughout custodial, or throughout.
the commissioner's
That's
budget.
not me.
But that's not you.
No,
Not only me, that's
No.
any other part-time person under the commissioner, so we'd have to break that all down. I have 5 employees that are part-time. But again, like I said, when we talk about 6, we talk about, we have, even mine, we got 6, we got 2 custodian supervisors, we got 4 maintenance people that take care of 3 buildings. I don't know,
So how many people does your supervisor supervise?
each one of them supervise two. And then every Wednesday, this supervisor sometimes will go out there and do the extras out there, like cleaning carpets and stuff like that don't always get done. And what we double, I mean, square footage between that building and this building.
Steve, can you make sure you go to the microphone? Somebody just said that they can't hear you. Thanks. Okay, that was that.
Plus, I don't know about you guys, but just like they said, $7,810 right now at this point that I have built up in overtime. I mean, and that goes up daily. That's just me. I'm not too many people in this building that would like to know that $7,000 is owed to them. But we show up every day.
You're considered the county superintendent, which is an exempt position or should be an exempt position. Did we miss that?
No, I'm not, that's been talked, there's no way, I'm a continuous employee. An exempt employee would be able at 4 o'clock to go home and shut his phone off and never have to deal with it.
According to the salary study, it's an exempt position.
If you're not a continuous employee, I think I'd have to get all that out.
I think it's meant because you supervise other people.
That's
That's what
the
exempt,
exempt comes in, but you.
at a root level, that's what it means. But that is not one we really tackled. Anybody else?
So so we're trading currently $13,000 worth of overtime for $30,000 position plus benefits, right?
Plus benefits, but just because we pay this, Jim, doesn't mean it's not gonna start over again. So if we could get someone in here that we could pay a salary rate, we wouldn't have to be paying them comp time or overtime. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, but I totally disagree with the concept.
Okay.
Seems like the more employees you have, the more somebody calls in sick, and you're paying this person who's calling in sick, and then you're paying this person overtime.
Well, we hope that doesn't happen, but it happens every day in a
Sure, it
business.
does
so,
happen every day.
I mean, we can only hope for the best.
Can we go to the part-time line item? What is that covering?
I'm sorry.
The part-time line item?
So, that's part-time employees, and then.
Sorry, fix that microphone, Sarah, please.
The VA office, they have part-time, and they are wanting to increase her pay.
VA, building, what else?
Steve, got part-time people?
No, I think that's about it. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Which would be like
So,
your cleaning.
I mean, to Jim's point, we are spending or gonna be asked for 162 grand in part-time help. With, broken down however it gets broken down a little, probably be nice to see that.
Can you get that one?
Because then to your point, Jim, because the overtime pay is new
Yes.
and is meant to cover what?
That, the dates is to cover, is that what you're asking?
Uh-huh.
Is from June 1 to current. or not June 1, January 1 until current. For 3 guys,
The $15,000 that's in
Mm-hmm.
there.
not 15, 13, but
And therefore, because we, obviously,
Oh, to pay out their,
we need to get them paid out.
we'll just
pay out the comp time.
being, instead of being one time, they would get paid on their check, just like sheriff's highway, anybody that comes and works over, or snow, or whatever they do.
Right, gotcha. Okay. This is gonna all require some discussion.
Yeah.
What else we got?
I think does anyone else have questions for the commissioners?
The,
Here from the veterans officer.
yeah, they're requesting a pay increase, so I'm gonna let them.
Where are they?
124.
Oh, I see it.
How y'all doing today? I know you've had a long day, I'll be short. Really in a perfect world, I would love to see my part-time go to full-time. And, well, my workers not have to file for federal benefits to feed their children. I only make 36, he makes less than me. We love our job, there's nothing I'd rather do more than help veterans of this community. But we need a little support on your guys' end.
124 up here at the top. Page 28. Right below the
So you got
uh,
the veteran officer, veteran assistant, and then a part-time?
Roger that. Last year, I think our expenditures for our office came under $70,000, and we brought in $64.8 million to this community.
Oh, say that again?
Page 137.
When you say to the community, I'm assuming that's getting aid for the veterans, for them.
Yeah, and that goes with aid and attendance, all the federal dollars that the VA spent in our community. That involved everything entailed. Disability, aid and attendance, the nursing homes. I shared
For them.
a letter of support with all you guys. I don't know if you got it from the district VSO
That letter that was,
to outline a little bit. I kind of put it in there when you guys was taking a break, so I
yeah, I
don't want to
saw it
interrupt
come through
anything.
that right here. Yeah, there, I mean, both of these positions were under what the internal leveling and the midpoint.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit. I know the study came in that was going to say what I thought it was.
You know,
gonna say,
it
and
said
did,
what almost
so.
everyone thought it was going to say, so, I mean, obviously, what you do is very important, and serving those folks that served us is important, you know?
Where was the veterans assistant?
It is, so you have to actually look, it's not, the department's called Veterans, which is, it should say Commissioners, but the assistant is under Comet A.
Gotcha.
You're welcome. So I'm gonna update my spreadsheet. And then the service officer was in Cat A.
Right.
All right. We're not getting too much into like salaries today, but
Yes,
we will
ma'am. I
definitely
just wanted
keep
to
that
put a little bird
noted.
in your ear.
Yep, well, you're appreciated, for sure.
Thank you guys for your time.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Jane's back to answer your questions.
Hi, Jane, you're back.
Already forgot.
Tell us about institutional care and exactly what that's covering. Is it the actual like payment for the bracelets, or what is it exactly?
So this program has been in existence probably over 20 years. The jail release program has. That figure has not changed. It has been $14 for as long as I can remember. That is the same amount that anyone on home detention pays, whether it's the jail release program or they're paying it themselves. That cost, $5 of that is what is actually charged by the monitoring company. And then $9 is for case management and surveillance. So that pays our vehicles, cars. There's case managers that meet with them every week, do a schedule. They have to check their alerts every day, make sure they're following that schedule. So that $9 is just to help cover that. Because there is an individual that's actually monitoring them out in the community.
So the commissioners are paying institutional care. Of that breakdown, all of that, the $9 plus the $5 monitoring,
So what it's $14 a day that is charged per individual for the entire
why
month.
has it never been raised?
We have never raised that fee. I was actually at a conference where there is a lot of community corrections that have raised that. We're one of the lowest. $15 is about the standard and it goes up from there. We've just never raised that. I know that there's always talk every year about that cost, so to have us raise it would just create more problems. So it's never been raised.
What do you mean it'll cause more problems?
Well, I mean, it would cause more problems in her budget if we increase that, because then you're looking at $15, $16, $17, $18 per person per day versus 14. So then she'd actually be asking for more money,
Wait, I thought you said that the user is paying that.
not on the commissioner's program. It's paid for because that cost is to offset in the jail. So it was created to pay $14 a day
Right.
versus 37.
The person on home detention is not paying.
Do what?
The person on home detention is not paying.
No. Because otherwise they would be in jail. So these are individuals that the court has.
Sorry, I misunderstood that. Okay, sorry. Okay. For some reason I thought.
There are individuals that have a direct commitment sentence or a condition of probation that pay that same fee themselves. That is separate from the commissioners.
We already covered those fees.
Yes, they cover those.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, we good?
So it's a cost savings.
Every month we do an invoice to the commissioners, the number of individuals on, how many days, and then what that cost would be if they were still incarcerated. And it's the names of everybody, what their cases are.
Additional, in essence, it's an additional 700,000 overhead cost for running the jail. I mean, in essence,
Just to let
it's
you
just
guys,
reallocated in a different, I get it.
to let you guys know though, the max that's allowed, DLGF allows 1.6 million.
What is it?
You're under budgeting that. They allow up to 1.6 million. That's part of the allowable adjustments for the DLGF. You know how the mental health adjustment, she let you know that the
Yeah.
max was
So
723.
we had to reduce it, yeah.
The max on the developmental disability goes up to 1,006,000.
Cause that's on this sheet, right?
Yes. 1,626,413.
But why would we do that?
That charter note.
We would only do that if we needed to spend 1.6 million, right?
So when she was here in June or July, I think, and asked for more money, it was asked of her to increase it for the budget next year because she's never increased it from the
Yeah,
300,000.
Yeah, cause I mean, that was our biggest appropriation of the whole year. If we didn't have that, we've been doing really good until that came along. So. All right.
Oh, so our monitoring bill is from 25 to 10,000.
All right, we have any additional questions? Cool. All right, let's move on to
For me,
Yes, thanks.
Commissioner Highway. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yes, sir.
We're now about 2 hours behind schedule. Are we intending to try to finish the whole schedule? If not, are there people that we could say, we'll see you in the morning?
Well, I was gonna actually told Matt I'd bring it up around 6, so we are around 6. What's the pleasure of council? I mean, we can keep going, we can pick a budget to end the night with. I know we have airport here, so I'd hate for Tim to have to come back. We're talking about you, we're just trying to figure out where we wanna to go with the budget. His is really quick.
Finish that, this page? Idea?
Yeah, we can finish this page and then we can just pick up in the morning.
You just wanna let him go real quick? Where's Jamie here?
Well, we still have commissioner, so, yeah, we can, I mean,
Oh, we're
I,
still-
are you, is that good with the council to end with, this page and pick back up tomorrow?
That,
You're fine with that? Okay, you gentlemen?
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
And I can stay here all night because I just love you all so much, but let's do that then. So you guys are on that last page. Emily, that gives you your answer.
Better late than never.
Let's have Tim hop in real quick. With his is the additional page we have that's not in the book.
Hey, guys, I see you for my yearly visit. Our budget's pretty much simple. It's less than last year. I know you guys really don't look at the whole thing, I don't believe, so. Most of our expenses is, again, this year is gonna be out of the airport improvement program. It's a matching grant. We have a few projects this year, and that's why we're a little bit.
Page are we on?
It's a supplemental.
It's just on the supplemental thing that I'm.
You guys do see the numbers,
It's not
so
in the
yeah,
book,
I
it's
mean,
this.
your overall budget from last year is only, I think less than $100,000 more than last year. Less than that.
No, it's not.
We're almost $200,000 less from last year.
There it is, okay.
And why is it down?
We still had, we had the, hangar grant, or the hangar we built last year. So that was a big portion that we took out of our cumulative fund. The grants we have coming up are still, the Bill grant, which is 100% funded, so we don't have to have a match for that. You'll see in the next few weeks, we're starting a big fence project around the airport, similar to what Chesterfield had. So it's basically half the matches we've had the last few years, so we'll have about $100,000 match on that project, this phase one, and then following year, we'll do another phase.
Took out your rainy day money?
That's what we used for the hangar last year.
The purpose of a new fence.
If you're not familiar, the airport here is a commercial airport by certification. So the FAA is requiring us to put the 10-foot, if you've seen Chesterfield's fence around Anderson, the huge fence, the wildlife security fence to keep animals and people out. It's been in the works since 2011, so they finally granted it, so.
All right, I'm good. Gentlemen? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Next week?
We'll see him next year.
No, I'll see you
Oh,
next
you'll see
week.
him next week. All right, highway and engineering.
Good evening.
Hi. And we are on page 40.
You just want me to highlight my changes compared to last year?
And memento. Engineer. You said you already have adjustments?
No, I just didn't know if you want me to kind of give you a highlight of
Oh,
what
yeah.
changed
Yeah,
from
that'd be great.
since last year, or currently this year, I should
Sure.
say. So the commissioners directed me to put a 10% increase on all my line items.
All right.
They have requested I put a new line item for an engineer. That pretty much sums it up.
You have equipment 0 and you put 5,000 in.
That's for computers.
Computers.
I'd like to replace 2 next year.
Which one was that?
536.
2 you said, Andy?
3 if I can squeeze it out.
Vehicles isn't much. We're in good shape with them.
So this one does not play into our max levy, right?
Correct.
Okay, Thank you.
How does this get funded?
Cambridge funds.
Cambridge funds.
7 point something cents, 7.3 cents,
And we're not at our max levy. It would be nice.
high as 10.
Say that again, Bill.
It goes high as 10 cents. And you're at 7 point,
Yeah, we're not at our full max.
they raised it, I think, a penny about
A few years ago.
5 years ago,
Just a couple.
Couple.
a
Yeah,
couple years ago.
yeah. 'Cause Scott was still here and Ron.
2 years ago. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm ignorant about this. So what is that? What's raised?
We changed the rate. We increased the rate.
This is a separate rate. It goes on top of your property tax rate. It goes to the Kimberly Bridge Fund.
Say we're at 7.5, Bill?
7.2 or something.
It's an odd percentage. It's not an even. 7 something though.
They could go up to 10.
When we brought in the additional penny, I brought around 330,000. So, which appreciate every penny we can get, but we're still struggling.
Yeah.
Half a cent would pay for a county engineer.
Good.
At least.
Would this be a county, would they be limited only to bridge work, or they could work on any county project?
An engineer, depends on how the job description's written.
But as far as the Kimberly Bridge
The
funding,
Cambridge funds can only go towards bridge projects. It can't go to do structural engineering to the Justice Center. Go to the fairgrounds and do a structural analysis. That's different funding. This is only towards bridge. Bridge projects, drainage structures.
that's why I'm concerned about this engineer, do we need a $70,000 engineer just for bridge projects?
I've just been directed by my commissioners.
I understand that.
Sorry, I can't.
That's a totally valid point. We need a county engineer. We need a county engineer overall, not just for bridge. Am I wrong? Who?
Probably need a different
Tommy?
engineer for
Tommy's
roads.
county engineer, where's he at?
Probably need a different type of engineer for roads and bridges
That's a
than you do.
civil, I
maybe.
mean,
It's a civil engineer. I'm not a licensed engineer.
Right.
So, yeah, they need to be a licensed engineer.
And,
And who dictates that rate?
what was that?
Who determines that rate?
We do.
We do.
Now, when we adjusted that rate, that changed our max levy, and then that adjusted what we could appropriate for the county general fund.
Correct.
It reduces, so like you're increasing that rate, which increases that fund, but then reduces what we have available then to spend. Correct. And with a county engineer, isn't there a reimbursement from the state, like 40,000 or
It's
something?
20 or 25,000.
But if we partner with like another county, then it would, some
I don't know
counties are
how they
doing that
they
now.
probably split it.
Yeah,
is
some
my
counties
guess.
are doing that. Cause Matt and I talked to, was it Randolph County who did that?
I'm sorry, would you?
Who shared a county engineer?
Yeah, and that's an idea that's been thrown out by somebody in the audience, and, in my mind, we can't just slap a $70,000 engineer in here and call it a day. I think it needs to be a much broader discussion, in my opinion. And it's not my area of expertise by any stretch of the imagination, so,
Just keep in mind, all the federal aid projects that I do take several different classifications, not one consulting firm can you handle all the different categories.
Sure.
So you're still hiring sub work.
Mm-hmm.
You've saved a lot of money, haven't you? Just being straight up honest. A lot.
I'm not sure I was following what you said,
That's when we've had engineers before, the work still gets hired out
because they don't cover everything.
or choose not to design. But locally, they don't have to go through the red tape as federal, but federal, there is a lot of categories. They're not all surveyors, they're not all environmentalists. I mean, they're just many hydrologists. I mean, they're just a lot of categories that take multiple different people to help to get to the construction of the project. That makes sense, I guess. A lot of layers, a lot of layers.
And so if you have an engineer, you avoid all that, is that what you're saying?
No,
No.
you don't.
You still have to hire out.
You'll have to hire out.
Ryan says 80% of our bridges are structurally deficient. We need as much money going towards bridges replacement as possible.
Structural deficient does not mean it's gonna fail. It's not current standards. It may be an old guardrail. Just different things. It's not just a one,
How would a county engineer impact you?
I'm sorry,
How would hiring another engineer impact you?
I'm not sure. It depends on their job description. But the previous engineer I worked under, I did all the grant work for him. Handled the federal side too.
Under contractual services, there was no budget, but we spent $76,000.
I'm sorry.
Under contractual services, line 311,
Oh, that's for bridge inspections. We are required by Federal Highway Administration to, at a minimum, inspect every bridge 20 foot in span or longer every 2 years. But some bridges require a more frequent review, such as an old metal truss bridge, because they have critical features. So, and they're over 100 years old. They might have a 6-month cycle inspection or a 12-month, but at a minimum, it's every 2 years.
my point, in both professional, 310 and 311, we've spent more than,
The professionals, when I hire someone to do like evaluate a drainage application, or if something emergency pops up and we need a quick review or design, that's when I would use those line items.
You come before us this year to appropriate extra money into those lines? Because I think what Bill's asking is, it says that we budgeted $0.
where's the money
It's
coming
because of the new account numbers, I think, is why
Oh,
you're seeing
okay.
it that way.
Okay,
Because I haven't been in front of the council except for the help on the CCMG funding.
yeah.
So where's that money being pulled from? These infrastructure bridge accounts?
If it's a bridge project. But if we apply for a road project, that would come out of MVH. Match.
Yeah, I guess the answer is Cume Bridge is non-reverting.
Correct.
Build up.
What I don't spend rolls back into Cume Bridge the next year, unless I encumber if I have an open contract. And keep in mind too, a lot of these things are like 4-year contracts. So I try to manage what I need for each fiscal year to continue on with the project.
What's your balance? Oh, 18.
I think I brought that report.
We can come back, yeah, that's
At
fine.
the end of 2023, it was 1.5 million. At the end of 2022, it was 1.4, so probably roughly in that ballpark, I would guess.
I'm getting closer. One more page. So ending,
And
the balance right now for 11/35/190 is $400,980.07. And the 11/35/400 has a balance of 1.6 million, basically.
What was the other fund you just said? Sorry.
11/35/400.
Next page. What'd you say it was?
It's 1,594,253.46 if you want the exact penny. And we receive reimbursements throughout the year on my federal projects.
Do you have any more questions on page 40? Sorry?
35, 11, 30. Is that new, the 1135 being split?
No, if you think of anything, just let me know. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sorry, I did have one more. Was the health insurance, life insurance, everything, all those increases based on that new person?
For the engineer, yes, I planned it out a family plan, so, you know, worst case scenario. Didn't say worst case, most expensive scenario.
Or
I love my family, but.
That's a $70,000 a year job. I think we get reimbursed like 25,000, so it's really a $45,000 cost.
I'd be concerned 70K is not gonna get us, county.
You have the ability to increase that.
Yeah,
And I don't know what the plans are with that engineer, I don't know.
I know Commissioner Reagan has wanted one for like as long as I've been on council.
but it's a
so-
huge, and I'm gonna say this, that it's a huge ask, first of all. And secondly, somebody here should be able to come back and describe that for you, not being you, because you, it sounds like you'd be reporting to that person. So a commissioner, somebody should be here advocating for that, not you. No offense to you.
No,
See
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
take it that way. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Because this doesn't add up in my mind at this point. So
And just,
if they want this, I think somebody should be available for us tomorrow or whenever to
Okay.
discuss it.
I'll let them know that. You know, along with everything that goes along with the salary, we're looking about basically $110,400 increase to the budget. Just for that one person.
That 25K you just mentioned, that's regardless of what we're paying them, right?
I don't know what all the stipulations are. I assume it.
It's 20,000 or 25,000 goes towards the salary. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a flat rate.
You typically hire, again, this might be more, I don't know who would answer this, but you typically actually hire an employee or are you like contracting with a firm?
Right now,
Well, like in general, like what, I mean, do other counties actually have like an actual person? Or are they
we,
contracting with a firm and they have multiple people who could hop on projects? Like
for like a federal project, for example,
well, I mean, just like instead of doing like this engineer, like
okay,
as a person,
uh-huh,
you hire a firm.
they can. We currently have a general service agreement
Do.
with 2 firms.
Okay,
So really, we've got that, yeah.
okay.
What's those cost? What's the agreements?
We have a $30,000 contract with one, and the other one, I think it's 30 as well. We've always been able to stay within that budget, and we don't necessarily spend the full 30,000 every year.
Yeah, so that's 60, and then we're looking at 70 with 20 or 25 of that being reimbursable. Plus benefits, which is probably that 25. It's probably that what you get back is probably covering benefits, right? Part of it at
Right.
least.
And both of them are extremely responsive, and they have their own specialties, you know, one more bridge, the other stormwater drainage, that kind of thing. So it's worked out, I thought, pretty well.
Throw in a combined city conversation and, you know, we'd be raising that, we could double that and find somebody with higher discipline potentially too. In my,
But now I
Fair
kind of question,
explanation.
is it not better to be diversified, right? You have the 2 different firms versus having one person who may be,
But does the city really need,
Yeah, the city doesn't own any bridges.
they, county takes care of all the bridges.
Only
yeah,
If they're
well, you're
one.
talking about just the bridges, I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
Anything
Other-
20 foot or in span or longer, even in the towns, they belong to the county.
Mhm.
Anything underneath that is their small structures.
I got you. I do want to ask about the vehicles. How many vehicles overall are in this mix here? Between the Cume Bridge of $30,000 and what was previously 250 down to 185 for overall Cume Bridge.
I have 4 for my department. I've been trying to rotate them these last 4 years with a new vehicle. My oldest vehicle is, what year is yours? Got the same year? 18.
an Equinox that we'd like to rotate in our inventory and purchase a new one for my inspector.
But I think, Matt, what you're talking about, Angie has your 33,000 or 30,000. Is that what you're seeing?
No, I'm seeing 30,000 in Cume Bridge
Okay,
engineer, and
so
I'm
the
seeing,
30,000 is Angie's. And
for
then
what, 4 vehicles?
One.
for one,
1 vehicle.
one new vehicle for Angie's department.
Per year?
This is the 4th year I've done this.
How many cars are there total?
For my department, 4.
She rotates.
But like, the vehicle, the oldest one we have, we would rotate it into the highway department's fleet.
Okay. And then the vehicles, did you already hopped over to 41?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I haven't.
Oh,
So the vehicles under 400 are,
Our highways. Well, they're the bridge departments, but it's for dump trucks, things like that that's used out in the field. Like service trucks, anything like that, that Tommy and his crew would use out in the field.
approximately how many of those?
Well, a new dump truck is like 210,000, so you're gonna get
So
a
these are
portion of it.
one-time, these aren't lease payments,
No.
this is, we're going after this money every year over year,
Well, this,
typically.
this year, combined with last year and this year, we are on a 5-year lease. And so this will help make the lease payment.
The 185K.
Yes,
Continue this program.
yes. Cause we have some dump trucks that are 1980, and yes, they still run in that, but we need to start cycling those out and bringing new inventory in. I know there was a few years where we went and we didn't get any new trucks or equipment. The last couple of years, the commissioners have put in the budget to, cycle those out.
Not even your expense.
No.
All right, we ready to hop on to page 41? Matt,
Oh,
kinda
I was
looked
just
at the
on
page.
41.
Yeah.
I've been on 41.
You never know.
Because 41, this is the one that actually does play into our max levy, correct? Tanya,
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
is this the fund that actually ties into our max levy? Or is it both of them combined?
Well, it'd be both together
Okay,
at the state level. The 190 and the 400, you mean?
yeah, okay, so it's both of them.
It's still, if you still look at the first 4 numbers, they're still all 1135.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so both of these funds play into the max levy.
I thought they did not play into the max levy. I thought that was a discussion we had last year, Tanya.
It's county general, reassessment, cumulative bridge, and board of health.
Okay, all right,
Parking Bridge is a tax fund, I
Okay.
should say. You know what I'm saying? That's a better way of wording.
okay.
All right, 41. Looks like everything for them.
So we did the same as like Angie said, per the commissioner's request, a 10% on just about everything. There was a few fluctuations here and there depending on, lines being combined with the new auditor's office, changing some things.
What about this new position?
So the new position, this is gonna play in with, the highway. So it's kind of like Tommy. Tommy currently is
Is this the position,
Yeah.
the
you were
O1 on the highway.
depending on what happens with you?
Yes, and he's also over the bridge crew. So if you guys stay with a supervisor or go with a supervisor on the bridge crew and have a supervisor on the highway and add the superintendent, that would be 3 positions. But if you just keep Tommy the way he is, the supervisor on the bridge would go away.
Basically, that will not be filled, Matt. That's the one we talked about in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
And I'm confident that we're gonna get, I'm confident on everything working out. So that will actually be a line item that will not be filled.
But there is a bridge supervisor in 105.
Right, and that's the one I'm talking about right there.
Yes.
What's 10, what's 10?
The 101 would be Tommy's, superintendent salary. He would be paid out of half out of bridge and half out of highway. If you went with the 84.
That's how I'm paid, half and half.
Not currently, you're not, but you would.
Okay.
You see on the thing? Looking at supervisor one and then bridge supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
That would be
confused.
like highway supervisor, bridge supervisor.
Okay.
And then there'd be a superintendent.
But is there a bridge supervisor in that line item today?
Uh,
57,200.
Yes, that is Tommy's current salary, base salary.
Oh,
And then a highway would have the other one. Troy. Right?
yeah, it's just labeled weird. Right, okay. I see. Oh, okay. Okay, all right,
But you're talking about combining, 103 and 105, correct?
yeah, well, no, so supervisor one would be a line, split, potentially. If we adjust Tommy's salary, that line item would go away, supervisor one. Currently, bridge supervisor listed there is Tommy.
Yes.
What we've been calling superintendent.
Yeah. Or I had called it highway supervisor, even though it's listed as bridge supervisor. Because if I was told we didn't have a bridge supervisor, that's Tommy. It is, he just didn't put it in here. Yeah, I'm assuming. He put it in there under this supervisor one. Well,
But
we-
on the
we-
highway,
on the highway one,
highway,
there'll be another 42,000.
yeah, we're
There'll
just
be
on the
another
bridge.
42. So, okay. We'll tackle that later. That's fine.
What about your longevity, went to 0? 199, 176?
No, it stayed the same.
It's
Oh,
27,
that's
it
right,
stayed the
stayed
same. Yeah, Dan, don't be doing that.
Well, the
Yep, I did.
zero for the,
Yeah, it didn't change.
you actually have a decrease on your vehicles. Pretty
Um,
significant.
yes, because we don't, the 250 was added in when we were purchasing, like we purchased a vehicle every year.
Yeah.
But last year the commissioners went on a lease, so a 5-year lease instead of just buying one vehicle. We are getting, I think, three.
Oh,
this time.
okay.
So that's why.
Where does that show up?
The lease price.
Right here, the 185, the last line.
Very last line.
You're saying the decrease is the lease payment.
Correct.
For 3 vehicles.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Where are the rest of your vehicles?
In the highway.
We tackling all theirs, yeah.
Okay, well, then let's see. Page 49. Road and street.
So this is where you would see where the vehicles, we had 250 and we put in for 0. The reason for that is, our revenue
what is expected for next year, is gonna go down, and I got that from Tanya. So with that, we are waiting to see, where we're at the end of the year. And we'll have to come back and anticipate some revenue, what's left over.
Where's this revenue come from?
Estimations from the DLGF when we're preparing the budget. So they, even though, local road and street is not a tax fund, they still oversee it. The DLGF still like oversees it and approves it per se.
Where's the money come from though?
Not out tax levy.
It's not the
It's not a
wheel
tax
tax, it's
fund,
not the
so-
It comes from the state.
state, just, you know, okay, that's fine.
It does come monthly.
What's that yearly intake?
I wanna say it's around 80,000 a month, but I could be wrong on that.
The estimated revenue for the rest of this year is 434, 394. It's on your R113. And for next year is 868, 788.
Say it again?
On your revenue sheet,
Uh-huh,
R113,
I don't know. I don't have it in there in front of me.
page 2. Next year's amount is 868, 788. And that's like automatically loaded for us. Okay? Like there's certain, ones.
Trying to
that the
budget
DLGF
989,
can
you're gonna budget
upload.
989, even though it's may only be
Well, we turned in a budget before I knew what DLGF was gonna come back and tell us.
revenue.
Well, and it still works off of our, remaining balance
Yeah,
that they
so you
have left as well. So, I mean, they're still in the positive at the end of the day, even though,
Kinda like us with lit,
yeah.
like,
Okay, cause they've already spent for 2024 all but 300,000. But that's all that's in there.
Well, I can tell you that there's not much more to spend out of there for the year. We paid for lease payments out of that right off the bat. There's some asphalt, some paving that's paid right off the bat before we get into the wheel tax, so there's really not a lot left that's already budgeted to pay out for this year.
So you think maybe you'll have 300K to start next year?
Oh, I definitely think so.
Thank you.
move on to wheel tax. No, MPH,
Page 54.
54.
So on this one, again, it's the 10%. You will see the 112, 101, that is the 42,000. That would be added to the bridge, 42,000.
Sorry, what line was that?
The 112, 101, 3 lines down.
Did all of your overtime get paid out of bridge or cumulative?
No, the only overtime that's paid out of there is the bridge employees.
Where did Tommy's overtime pay get?
It came out of, on the bridge side. So if you went with splitting, 6 months out of the year, he would be paid out of the bridge side, and 6 months out of the year, he'll be paid out of the highway side. So
The way you'd wanna do it if we did it?
that would be great. That's how currently myself, the payroll clerk, our garage supervisor, and our purchasing agent, we're paid half out of each one.
What's this transportation? 323?
Transportation covers any kind of travel. I mean, whether they're paying mileage, buying a plane ticket, taking the bus, any kind of transportation.
That overtime under Hume Bridge might go down, actually.
Yes, it would go down.
You asked for an $8,700 increase, but that could possibly,
Yes, it could go down, absolutely.
you have a number in mind?
At least
Right now, I
30-some grand.
don't, but,
And how much it would go down.
What's 30
Well,
grand?
think about it. Let us
well,
know.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to answer that.
Yeah, I can let you know tomorrow.
That'd be good, thank you.
Communication went down.
So the communication went down because before we had what was a line called telephones. And so it was the landlines plus cell phones, our two-way radios, anything like that. So we split that up. So the communications are, the cell phones, radios.
So you have it, well, you have okay. Cell phones and radios?
Yes.
And landlines will be under the utility?
Yes.
Line 358 is for landline.
But then what's utility services wireless?
Is that the Internet 2000?
Yeah, that's gonna be internet.
Did it read internet, not wireless?
Well,
Because others read internet.
but I believe it also ties in, I can't remember for sure, but I'm thinking the cards are in with the wireless line as well, which that's not really internet, say.
What are you, I'm
I
sorry.
mean, you guys don't have,
357, utilities wireless.
what is things called?
Air
What-
cards?
Huh?
Like air cards?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't
So, like,
have air
but
cards.
people that do, you know what I
Right.
mean? I believe that's the same line they use for that, so instead of just putting internet, it's just wireless, any kind of wireless.
So you've not spent any money on that this year.
Okay, so that $2,000, that, Angie, the $2,000, that's Jim Fluke. That's MapleNet Wireless, and that's through Jim Fluke, and it's been $2,000 since I've been out there, so since
What is it?
it's Jim Fluke. Honestly, I don't know.
Like it's
MapleNet,
It's a phone, it's an internet access?
it's part of the internet service for us.
MapleNet.
Is that because you're not connected to the network?
We are connected to the network, but I think it's part of being maybe
An
connected.
internet provider.
Right, but they're not like wired to the building or to the servers, I would
Right,
guess.
no.
$536 equipment, is that computers?
Yes, it is. Our computers have not been replaced since, I think, 2017. So we're gonna do, obviously, the ones that are used the most first, and get those cycled out.
I mean, you have,
7, 8?
7, 8,
Yeah,
7 to 8.
8. I thought I was gonna have to start counting on my Opposed?
Operating supplies. What's that cover? 220.
220,
3,220.
did you say 2,220 or 3,000?
3,000.
I would assume that operating supplies probably means whatever's for the building.
So
And such.
janitorial stuff.
Toilet paper got more expensive.
I'm sorry?
The toilet paper got more expensive.
Yeah. If you're going on down the line, 230, the repairs and maintenance. Those are some combined lines that the auditor's office did. So that is tires, garage and motor, building and roadway preservation.
What does that mean? Like,
So anything like to maintain a road is part of that. Any of those are maintenance.
Maintain a road.
Like,
asphalt?
we could use it for asphalt. It's just a small portion in there. It's always been in there.
Why would it be in? I don't understand why it would be in there.
Well, because it's, a maintenance part, like chip and
I'm
seal,
thinking
that's a maintenance.
I'm thinking maintenance like tires, oil change, new blades for the snow plows, things like that. I don't understand why you got asphalt in there.
Well, it's just it's a blanket like roadway preservation. When the auditor's office redid their numbering, they included that together.
And
Well,
just
it's
to
a
let you
maintenance.
know, there is a separate line for repair and maintenance vehicle, which is what you're talking
And
about.
where's that, please?
And that would be, if people have that, then that would be where am I here?
361.
363. Repair and maintenance vehicle. 361 is equipment machinery, which they have a lot of that out there.
Right.
What's the difference between the 1,000, 2,000, 3,000?
If you look at the first page,
Right, just that.
page 54, look at the very top. I have it on each page. I don't know.
So the 100 is, admin and maintenance.
Yeah.
Oh no, admin is the 10,000s. The 20,000s is the repair and maintenance, and the 30,000 is general.
Oh,
See that?
yeah.
Okay, so admin goes with the 10,000.
Oh, look at that.
What's the 20,000?
Maintenance repair.
Oh,
General non-distributed.
look at you.
Look at that.
And the difference.
I didn't
needed
pick up
a
on that
glossary.
either.
Oh, what?
Wait.
Hey, listen,
Oh.
I didn't, I drank from the fire
It
hose last year
is.
ago. Yeah. Well, yeah, I didn't remember what I had for breakfast. General and undistributed.
Yeah, well, that's helpful.
So next on the 20,000s, the 311, $30,000, that's for our GPS. And then the other contracts in the garage that I just came to council, I think a couple months ago, about the maintenance software in the garage that keeps track of everything. That's where that would be paid out of.
And so going back to, 3,000, dash 230, you asked for almost an additional $40,000. That's just because the commissioner said bump it up 10%.
I'm sorry, on what line?
3,000, I'm sorry, 202, 220, I'm sorry, it was, 202, 230. Page
The
55.
Yeah, the 10% is because that's what the commissioners asked us to put in. They recommended for us to do 10%.
There's another huge one, key to that. I'd like to get these 23 balances on them. I'm gonna do probably most of these, if possible.
Again, you did this budget before, you had the DLGF estimated of 4,745,497. I'm right.
That is correct. And I believe, Tanya, did you have that our estimated, revenue was, 7 million?
Motor vehicle highway? Yeah, where we're at. Well, for next year is 4,745,497.
I'm not sure where I got the 7 from.
Sorry, say that one more time. Tony.
4,745,497.
Estimated.
That's the estimation for 2025. Located on R16, page 2.
And end of year 2023 balance was 837. 837,000.
Are you asking me,
I was just saying it out loud
where did you get end of 2023 balance?
off the cash.
So you have to do, it's the 1176 and the 1173. You have to add those two numbers together.
On the county level, we separate them for restricted and non-restricted, but on the state level, they don't do that, they combine them.
That was 1176. In the spreadsheet. Or 1173. No, like, again, we don't have a 173 in this book, right?
That is correct. Because at the state level, they have it as
1176.
all under 1176. And so we are required to do a budget for just 1176, but it includes money from 1173 and 1176.
So your 4.966 million budget for 2025 requested, right?
Yeah.
But and then, so if you combine 1173, that ending balance was 4,700,000 plus 1176, which was 830,000. So you're at 586 or 7. Right?
Yes.
to start. And that restricted budget. Been a long day, so I'm trying to.
No, I know.
Brain's like a
I'm right
mush
there with
ball
you.
at this point. I guess my question is, between the two, you spend probably about 5 million. But you're sitting on money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. They're estimated to end next year with 4.3 million
Between both of them.
for both.
And the restricted money can be used where?
So anything that you can allocate out for a road project. So a lot of it we use for our community crossing, part of our match money, or any road that's being paved, chip and seal. We can use materials for that. We can also use employee costs for that. It does not include, we can't use any of that money for snow removal, anything like that. It has to be something to maintain the road.
Good here? All right, let's move on to wheel tax. Page 73.
Oh, good. I gotta think about.
And it's just $1 million. It's been $1 million since the wheel tax fund was set up. We do receive more than $1 million. We just keep the appropriation at $1 million. And since I've been here since 16, we've never come back and asked for anything to be added to it.
Easy enough.
What are we doing with that money?
It's 90% of it goes to your paving, and what's left over will be used for your chip and sealing. So basically, chip and sealing and paving. It's no salaries, nothing like that. It's strictly materials. That's the only thing it can be spent on.
How many miles do you get for $1 million?
Well, we are anticipating 65 miles of chip and seal and roughly 25 miles of being paved. So
What was that last
We're not gonna get that for $1 million though.
we're not going to get that for $1 million because we also have the community crossing that's in there with that.
What was that number though?
Mile wise, so 65 chip and seal and 25 being paved. I think a paved mile is around $70,000.
Paved miles, 70,000.
Wheeling looks
And,
real
and you
nice, by
just
the
have to
way.
think, that's just material.
Yeah,
That's no,
Right.
cost
Labor.
for labor, equipment, fuel, none of that. That is just strictly materials that's being put down.
What's the balance there?
One more time. 5.
You're getting $1 million, but we're also sitting on 600K.
Right, we will spend all of that too.
That'll all be spent.
That'll all be
We-
spent.
We're not finished for the year yet.
No, but you started with a balance of 652 at the beginning of 2023. Ending balance in 2023 was 695.
Right.
You're at 556 today. So you've spent more this year, it sounds like.
So far, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question,
Uh,
when you pull, not budget related, when you pull the old asphalt up, grind it up all the way, where does it go?
We actually pay E&B to do our milling for us, and I don't know what they do with it. It must be in the bid that they take it, so I think a lot of it goes back to the plant, they recycle it for different things, but we do not grind anything ourselves. We have to contract that out. We don't have a big miller like that. I think where was it, on 32? I don't even think it was our project, but E&B gave us some millings ourselves for our back lot, you know, but, I mean, we don't do anything with them. We pay to get it done.
And does that come out of your maintenance and repair part of that as well?
That would come out of contracts because it would be contractual
Contractual.
work.
Got it. So that's not part of the 70,000 per mile, that's just to put it down. Taking it up is.
Yeah, that's expensive. Yeah, that's,
Right.
I'm trying to remember what it was for that little stretch from
So on,
until
Tillotson,
some between Hoyt and 26th Street,
I want to say that was 25,000.
for that little small section right there. You know, that's not very far.
all right, Jamie,
Thank you.
Thank you.
page 43. We're ready.
No, but here you are.
Trust you guys have had a long day.
You can say that.
Where you been? 33.
I was texting him, I was like, you're up next. He's like, I'm in the hallway. And I was like, oh, I haven't seen you, so I was nervous.
Are we covering the, yeah, but are we covering the general piece too?
Well, we have Board of Health, his local public health services, his local health maintenance. Those are his 3 accounts. Yeah, they're all out on their own,
I'm sorry, yes.
but no,
I
they
meant
have,
the- Yeah.
you're talking about the part with the max levy? Because the Board of Health is max levy.
Okay, let me just. 1159, 1161. What was the other one? 68, okay. All right, I got
Good?
it. Right.
All supplies went up, and matter of fact, the next 3 are all.
Clearly define
Budget's the exact
for my
same.
mush brain. The new money's in what fund?
The new money is 1161.
Thank you.
1159 is what
Current?
we're required to appropriate that budget in order to get to the state funds. Is that correct?
1159 is our standard budget that we've always operated under.
It has to stay at that figure, 840, 862.
To get that state
Technically-
funding?
Technically, no.
Technically, for 2025, it can drop to 5. And I got the number here. I say it can, not without a fight though. I'm sorry, I have it written here somewhere. Let me find it.
This was the discussion of woulda, coulda, shoulda. We're getting the public health money this year, allocated again for next year. If the state decides to disappear, we have to revert back to the requirement, which currently is at the 840. In my mind, the state's never gonna take that money away, at least not to the degree of which we'd have to go back and, back to zero. But Jamie and I have differing opinions on that.
So the required match for 2025 is 545,527, which is a potential cut of $295,335. And I know you guys all are probably wringing your hands up there at a potential $300,000 cut that you can take. But there's a few points I need to make. First one, right off the bat, based on what Matt had to say there, is there anyone
on this council that does not have concerns over HFI money going away? Like you're all confident it will stay?
No.
Silence I expected. The concerns that were brought to my attention prior to this funding was that it could go away. Everyone was so concerned that that money could go away, that we were going to become reliant on the state, and then it would go away. The quickest way to make us reliant on the state is to take away the local money, because unless someone up here can give me an example of how you would do it, I don't know how you'd make up a $300,000 cut, giving us that money back in the future. I don't know who you'd steal it from, other than raising taxes to make a $300,000 gain, or you'd hand us over to the state and make us reliant on them to operate under a regional team or a state team, which is another concern that everyone brought to the attention of myself and our board. The other point, Health First Indiana money is not an investment to fund local health departments. This money was not intended to fund local health departments. It's not to offset county money. It's not intended to take over that responsibility for the county. This money is intended to fund local partnerships and program and service expansion. So health departments in Indiana have operated, we are the 47th, I think was the latest ranking I saw in the nation in public health funding. Delaware County is at the bottom of the state consistently on so many public health rankings. Intention.
Did you write into that?
What's that?
Did you write into this pitch?
I was gonna give you all that anyways. The state health department's goal is to bring public health funding in Indiana to roughly $55 per capita. This year, our local council funds us at $7.50 per capita. I'm asking you for $7.50 per capita again next year. You have the ability to cut it to $4.87 per capita, basically. Recognizing that the nation's average is $91 a person. I'm going to ask everyone on this council to realize that this is a moment, the state is looking. This is not in writing, this has been explained to me though. Legislators are basically looking to, it's a put up or shut up moment across the state of Indiana for everyone to determine how important public health is. The weight is on our shoulders to do the work, to come up with the ways to improve things, to come up with new programs, to come up with these partnerships, to apply the money properly. But can you imagine what the appearance is if every county council looks at it and says, oh, well, if the state's going to fund it, then it's not our job anymore. That's not right. If I likened it to the fact that I'm responsible for my children. If someone comes along and they hand my son some money, I'm not going to look at my son and say, oh, give me that $10 I gave you back because you don't need it now that you have that person's money. It's a silly example, but that's the easiest thing that comes to mind. We're looking for locals to fund us at least next year at the $840,000. That will give time for next year to determine what the state is going to do with our 2026 funding and each year thereafter. I'll still be coming back and asking for the same 840 next year regardless in 2026. But at least then we can remove the fear that HFI money may get cut or reallocated. Those are valid fears despite what the state tells us.
I'm confused. I thought this was gonna be a state program. Additional funding.
Okay, well, let me make sure we're all on the same page. So 1159, the initial budget that we're going to discuss here is the county funding. This is the health department's budget from the dawn of health department existence. 1159 is our county money. The tax fund. Okay.
It's one of your 4 tax.
The 1161 is the new state funding that we received starting this year. That's what I'm referring to as HFI. That's Health First Indiana. So it's a separate budget that you're looking at there.
Okay.
But for decision making here, both have to be considered at the same time, I believe.
So can we, what's the revenue generation from 1159?
You asking me?
Well, I'm asking Tanya.
I was making a note on something. What'd you say?
1159, the revenue.
It's one of your tax funds, so it's on this map.
I keep forgetting. Holy rip. Here we go. Adoptability, proposed budget. Where do I find it?
For the house at the top by your,
Oh, there it is.
literally at your thumb.
Listen.
We're estimating 70,739.
They have it at 300,000 for 2025. As far as the tax coming in.
We only expect to generate 300K on an 840 budget, correct?
We generate over 400,
Then he
talking
has
about our
revenue.
permit fees and
So there's some other miscellaneous things.
Yeah.
Roughly about 400, half.
from our birth certificates, death certificates, and permits, it's over 400, I believe.
475, 458.
It's pretty typical. Like the 475 year over year is about,
I think it's a little higher than what we did in previous years.
So far, you generated 354,000.
The bulk of our food permits will come in before December 31st, so that's where, which I can't even tell you the amount of that, but that'll be a significant amount.
and ending balance of 2023 was 564,880. Where are they at now?
This says 362,421. Well, that's the end of this year. It should be 362,421.
If you look on your page 2 of your revenue at the very bottom, that gives you your breakdown of how much is coming in on that from different various things such as FIT and excise and CVET and then Health Department services. So just his services is like 458.
You gave this for a reason. I've only looked at it one time, so apologies in advance.
The very bottom.
Oh, there it is, okay.
And that is 1159.
I guess my point is, are we sitting on $300,000 on top of the 840 that's gonna be, shouldn't say that. On top of the 458, are we sitting on anything today?
We brought in over 350 already this year. Look at the balance and
The
see
balance
where,
currently is 392.
392? Yeah, that's what you told me, that's right. So when we're trying to make this deal with the devil kind of scenario, like the 840, the 300, what's your operating balance need to be, kind of thing. Trying to determine if there's whatever, 100 grand, 50 grand. 50 grand pays salaries for somebody potentially, so I, of course, agree with your argument wholeheartedly. I just want to know if there's a way to carve out anything to say that we could pull that and use it. That's where I'm coming from.
It's still gonna remain in the Board of Health fund.
It does, yeah.
Not going to fund it generally.
I wish I could provide a historical argument for the rules on this, but they've changed it on me numerous times over the years. My first year up, I offered to give a large cut out of that year's budget to offset a potential cut the next year, and I was told that's not allowed. 2 years later, I was told if I was willing to give up money out of that year's budget, they wouldn't take a cut out of the next year's budget. So it's on you guys to figure out, not me. We will have money to turn back this year. I don't know the amount. As Matt pointed out, we do have a balance in the health fund. My main concern is that we continue to be budgeted going forward at the 840,000 for fear of that, because once it's, as it's been explained to me numerous times, once it's cut and you guys allocate money elsewhere, it doesn't come back to us.
Well, if the money can't go back to general, then what's it matter what we're budgeting?
It doesn't go to general, but it frees up the monies in the max levy, which impacts general.
I think the room's spinning at this.
Well, we can sleep on this one.
Let's talk about the big one.
Unless anyone has additional questions. All right, page 46.
Sorry, I do have one final question on the 1159. You didn't make any salary increases on 1159.
No.
Are they captured in this other one, or are they not? There isn't none to be.
Correct. The
had in
salaries that exist in 1159 are the salaries of all the staff that we had under 1159 prior to the HFI money, and they've been left at that same amount. Raises that were given to all of those employees are in the 1161 budget. So those employees have their salaries split between the two funds.
Wouldn't it just be easier to put them all in this account? Did not like that idea.
We can't fit all of our, I actually went through and tried to fit everyone into 1159 thinking it would be cleaner to just put all the people there, everything else in the other, and
Yeah.
it's gonna have to be split one way or another.
So in this one, in addition to everything that was added last year, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, four new ones.
Yes, 4 new positions for 2025.
Has your planning materially changed since you came before us, whenever it was, January or whatever, to kind of outline what your thinking was at that time?
When it comes to the spend of this, yeah, it has changed and it continues to change. We've spent the better part of the year so far trying to determine where the money could best be allocated in the community. So, same thing I've told everybody. We could take the money and we can try to create the programs ourselves. We could try to hire in people to launch new programs, but as you guys are fully aware, that's a waste of money. That's benefits for every one of those new individuals. That's building stuff that's already exists in our community and in the public health realm here. So what we're looking to do is determine what all is happening, where there are gaps, and trying to fund ways to intervene. So I made a list here of some of the partnerships so far that we've applied some. So we have either applied some funding or we're take one quick step back. Before we can spend any partnership funds, we have to have an agreement that has to be posted with the state for 30 days. So a lot of these are kind of in that middle limbo. Recovery Cafe is an organization here in town that deals with peer recovery. We have a partnership with them. With YMCA, we funded some swim lessons and lifeguard certifications. Tobacco Free Coalition, we're helping fund Mitzbus Advertising, their Voice program, which is a student-led program in the schools, and a alternative to suspension program in the schools centered around vaping. Muncie Police Department and the Sheriff's Office, we're working with them on the creation of a firearms safety course for the public. Currently working with Open Door Health Services, IUBMH, Meridian, and Ball State to try to come up with what's going to be one of our larger spends on something related to chronic illness. Purdue Extension is going to be doing a number of health education related things for us with funding. We're bringing in, once we can secure a location to host, we're going to be bringing in the MCOR Foundation, which is a nonprofit from Ohio that does cardiac screenings on student athletes. We are working with, or looking to partner with Muncie Mission once we can determine where we want to allocate the funds on their programming. Muncie Mission, not the homeless side, but the homeless shelter side, but they actually operate a clinic there as well. They're doing great things with an all-volunteer staff. We think that we can make an impact there by helping them grow what they're doing among a population that continues to grow in our community. And we're working with Delaware County EMA. We've been in discussion with them. They brought to our attention an issue in the county where a lot of our volunteer fire departments or just outlying fire departments are lacking in AEDs. So naturally, if you live outside of the city, away from any of the Delaware County EMS stations, your most likely first responder is going to be a volunteer firefighter or someone from one of these fire departments. And we want to ensure that they are equipped to provide that life-saving care immediately rather than waiting on a better equipped service to arrive. That's what we have so far. That's going to be my assignment in the next couple of days, is to pinpoint the exact dollar amounts that we're going to be putting in for transfers so we can get it all pulled to contractual, so we can get these contracts finished up and get that money out the door to these agencies and potentially more. I have a list of people that I still need to meet with that I haven't been able to meet with to even start discussions. Thank you.
So does your board have oversight to this budget as well?
Yes.
So they've given all of these a favorable recommendation before you submitted them?
Yep. I will point out one thing that complicates, depending on when you guys adopt like job descriptions. I don't know where that process is, but we have a position that we created there called Vital Records Clerk. That was not one of the job descriptions that was in your final report that you guys would have received.
What number is that?
133, 101.
Green.
Is in general their job.
So, yeah, our Vital Records Division handles the birth and death records, paternity affidavits, name changes. We are needing to add, we've operated with 2 staff members in that role since at least 2002 or 3. One of the assignments that came with this Health First Indiana funding is to increase the accessibility to the public. So we're trying to improve what's being offered to the public. And as you guys are all aware, also the hours of any government is not conducive to the normal citizen conducting business. That's when everyone is working. So we're looking to, the addition of staff will allow us to create some modified schedules where we'll have some people that are working till 6 in the evening. Still the same number of hours, but we're just going to move their shift later. That requires more people. We're going to start out doing like one evening a couple times a month and one weekend a day a month, and just try to assess like what the demand is on those days before we determine whether we invest more in weekends or more in evenings or more in early mornings.
Why does it require more people?
Well,
You talk about alternating shifts.
If I had my two people and I had one early and one late, that would give me one person for a significant portion of the day. And we already tend to have a wait time. We're looking to get people in the door and out the door. A lot of people are coming on their lunch breaks. A lot of people are coming in hauling 2 or 3 small children. We're not trying to increase wait times.
And the 1161 series is all state funded, is that correct?
That's correct.
We also don't have to give that money back.
What was that?
We don't have to give that money back.
That's correct.
And what's the balance of that? Because you really haven't been able to spend all of it this year, obviously. Or you won't be able
The
to.
majority will be. The mission right now with the discussion with Ball Hospital, Open Door, Meridian, and now Ball State is to come up with a way to spend at least $450,000 on our chronic disease prevention.
This year at 450.
Mhm. We are looking to have probably over $1 million of that spent easily by the end of this year.
Hard to spend money.
It is when you're used to pinching every penny.
Any more questions for this account? All right, let's move on to page 48.
How was this funded? Remind me.
This is 1168. This is the state's calling it legacy funding. This is the local health maintenance fund. This was the state money that was coming to us in years prior to Health First Indiana. So they took the same stream, they basically beefed it up with the new funding, and they've renamed it. It has a new number. 1168 remains our money. It's still treated as a grant. We apply to the state for the ability to spend it, to get their approval.
Will we be getting it again?
We no longer receive any of this money.
You're slowly trying to move everything out of it.
Well, not necessarily. There was talk that there could be rules that would change on the use and management of this money. So just this morning, listening to Mr. Polk speak, I'm very interested in learning more about the potential for health department to have their own bank accounts to gain their own interest. You look at the HFI money, if we put $1 million in for 6 months, that's $46,000 of interest income. We're sitting at 100,000 there. We have another account called Local Health Department Trust that I believe is at 230,000. If the state allows it, right there between the two, we'd have $333,000 that we could invest to draw interest off of. That was all state money, not ours. It didn't come from locals.
What was that other fund?
We didn't budget anything in it for 2025.
I know, but what's the number?
9101, I think is what it is.
I haven't been able to keep up, but eventually I'm gonna ask about funds like that, so.
I was expecting you to do it like all day. I
I
knew today
mean,
was gonna
look
be
at this
slowed down
list, for
because
God's
you
sakes.
had numbers you wanted, but.
I'm gonna try to do that tomorrow. I can see.
Don't you basically have two fading out? 1168 and 9101?
Those have both been discontinued, but they remain our money under the same rules with the state.
So that balance at the end of the year was 236.99, and then the other one was
The other one was 258.
58 something, right? So you said 600 or something, right? Yeah.
What's that end up being? 488,000. And on one hand, I can fully see, I'm sure every council member would like to see the money spent rather than held. But the way I see it, 4.6% interest for a 6-month CD, You're looking at 20-some $1,000.
We do with that money? Where could we put it?
Where could we put the interest income?
Yeah.
I'm not sure yet. That's one question I didn't ask other counties on what they did with their interest income. Something I will ask.
Are these funds, since they're discontinued, could that money be put back somewhere else? And if so, where? And if you're earning interest on top of that, where does that go?
It's a state health department and attorney question.
That till tomorrow. Kidding.
See what I can do.
But not really. But if you get, I mean, obviously if you can get some answers, that'd be great.
And that's a smaller chunk compared to the HFI money is where I'm looking at the potential for the interest to be something
Sure.
beneficial. If we're gonna bring in 2.6 million,
Right.
I think it's relatively safe to say we could put 1 million away for the first 6 months of the year, gain interest off of it, knowing that that's gonna be the second half of the year's money.
But you're budgeting 840 in your traditional budget, you're sitting on 400K roughly, whatever the number is. Again, where can that be applied, if anywhere? That's the question.
Well, I think
Because currently you're gonna still budget some funds out of that. That's local health maintenance, you got health insurance in here, so you're paying some employee stuff or just that one clinic coordinator?
local health maintenance only has operating supplies,
Took all that out.
uniforms, and contractual services in it.
Okay.
In this year, we had budgeted a number of other things as a insurance policy in case HFI didn't go through. Those were things that we traditionally had in local health maintenance.
But that clinic coordinator's been moved somewhere else.
She's moved completely over to HFI.
Do we have anything else for Jamie? All right, thank you.
Thank you. And one other point I'd like to make as you guys consider, I know we didn't talk about salaries. I've mentioned this before and I'm gonna say it again. The numbers in the salary study, I believe, are highly flawed, especially when it comes to the health department. Every salary listed in that salary study for our department is wrong. So, to me, if our county paid them for a report and they got all of ours wrong, it makes me question what data they were pulling from other counties to create a comparison to see if it was accurate. For the sake of those other counties, I hope they're asking questions because their salaries may be based on our wrong salaries as they factored things in. I don't know the calculations behind the scenes, but I know that it's plain as day, the salaries they have listed for us are all wrong.
You're talking about current salary.
They have listed what's the equivalent of our 2023 salaries, which are all lower than what everyone is making this year. And that further draws into question whether they pulled 2024 data for every health department, because every health department probably saw an increase in salaries for 2024 with the HFI money. So if they pulled wrong data from other counties, that's gonna affect ours as well. Just throwing that wrench in for you guys to make it a little more difficult.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sam. We're on page 18.
Evening.
Good evening. Welcome to your first budget.
Thrilled to be here.
I can tell.
Apparently Shelley lied to you.
What's that?
Apparently she lied to you.
She and I are gonna have words.
I may be fired, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I told her as soon as it gets to be 2035, we're gonna cut her loose. But not a day before. So, I don't know if there are questions off the top, or if you'd like me to kind of explain.
18.
Sorry, Sam.
You're fine.
Let's take a look. All right, do we think we have all the insurance FICA perf numbers right this time?
Yes, I do.
Had to confirm.
I appreciate that.
173, health insurance was,
It actually went down. We've had some people leave our employee who had insurance. We've had a lot of people drop off our insurance. So I kind of reevaluated where we should be with it and then, hiked it up 10%. So I feel like that's a pretty realistic number.
so that includes the 10% increase.
Yes, sir.
Are you fully staffed at this point with public defenders?
We are. Yes, we're fully staffed with public defenders, and we've recently hired our new investigator for the office. So far, that seems to be working out famously. We got a really, we lucked out with the hire that we got. I mean, he brings a lot to the table. Some former military experience, some contractor experience, very organized, but just really good investigator skills. I will say, I want to kind of emphasize a couple different items here. One, on the investigator front, everybody that, the person that we got, I think we got because I mentioned he had had some contractor work in his past that I think enabled him to bank some money. I think we got him.
Government contractor work. It's not like construction contract.
Right, no, I'm sorry, yeah,
Government
this is, yeah. That, put him in a position to accept the position, hoping that there would be, a raise associated with that job that comes, close to what's being proposed in the salary study, which is what we based our numbers off of. But the applicants that we got came from positions, which would not be considered lateral moves at all. They would, this would be supposed to be considered a step up in terms of the responsibilities, and the skills required to do the job, but would have been taking a pay cut. So that's an important one for us. We want to be able to retain the person that we have. I didn't make any promises, that I can't keep, but I did, mention at the time that was going to be an important position, important issue for us this time around. And then Shelley, earmuffs. So with respect to Shelley's position, I do want to say that what's being asked for there, I feel strongly about. She's listed as Con D. This is the position that she's is where her salary study position was rated. I think that she's actually more Pat D, PATD, which is where the CASA administrator is. The Con D folks are in that same grouping are court reporters who simply don't have the administrative responsibilities that Shelley has. As you're aware, our office participates in the Indiana Supreme Court reimbursement program, which means that we have got to be, auditing our case allocations, our attorney qualifications, and making sure that we're in step with their guidelines and meeting those requirements. It also means that we're constantly working to get our attorneys moved further and further up the ladder of qualifications in terms of what they can take on caseload wise. And obviously you know Shelley well. She reports to you. She appears here and explains what's going on in our offices on a regular basis. She handles our reimbursement requests from the state. Court reporters don't have to do any of that, but other CASA director, they're in the prosecutor's office, their office administrator.
I strongly believe that Shelley should be treated, on that level because of what she does for our office, in addition to being the top legal assistant in the office who helps the other two legal assistants and our office assistant, get the job done right on a daily basis.
If Shelley left and you were hiring somebody else, would you want to be hiring another person of that capability?
Absolutely. We would be at sea without someone with Shelley's capabilities.
So, should there have been, or should there be a title change to go with that job description?
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense. When we posted the position for the investigator, I revised the job description on that, and think that it would be appropriate, to consider something comparable with Shelley's position, to make sure that she's being properly categorized in terms of what she
Shelley,
has
does
to do.
the job description as submitted cover everything for you,
I thought it did.
regardless of title?
Yes, yes, I thought it did. I haven't reviewed it in a while, but, when I came back as a COM-D, or COM.D, or whatever it is, I was a little bit surprised. And last year, you all said that you kind of compared my position to that of the CASA director. And she came in as the Pat D, and I stayed COM. So, I mean, which, I know nobody had any control over how these came back,
Right.
but that's kind of how it all shook out.
And are you overseeing anybody?
I oversee our staff.
But,
Three,
like somebody reports to you?
our three, the two legal assistants and our one office assistant.
Okay.
But I keep track of everybody. I mean, I do payroll for everybody. I keep track of their, work service things, so I kind of, direct all of those day-to-day things for them too.
Okay. I
Are
don't,
you actually supervising them?
I mean, they ask me for days off.
you know what I mean?
I don't ask for days off. I mean, I will tell Sam if I'm gonna be going on vacation, but I don't tell Sam, nor did I tell Kelly when I was sick or anything like that.
Does report to everybody report, who does everybody report to in the public defender's office?
Mr. Beasley,
Okay. All right. So you're like a chief deputy in the public defender's office, kind of.
if you want to pay me that, yes, I am.
Well, I do think, I don't know, Bill, if you remember, I don't remember really having this discussion about Shelley's title.
Not with,
I don't know, I don't recall that.
Did we,
We did talk at length about the role she plays.
we did, okay.
Made it
I didn't have it in
significant
that way.
salary move last year.
Okay. I just didn't have her highlighted, I maybe missed that, I don't. We will take that into account, Sam.
Thank you. Any other questions or?
Let's see.
1,000 raises for
Yes,
all the public defenders, and I know that was a big thing for us to get to that 50,
Right.
right.
just
That
fairly
was-
recently.
Right. I agree with that. I understand that. The jump proposed here, again, is based upon the salary study. This puts us a little bit below the average for those counties that we were compared to. The range there was 39.5 up to 103.4 with an average of 61.7. So this puts us a little bit below that average.
But, this is, in college football, they say that the way to win is to get old and stay old. And, for us, we want to get competitive and stay competitive. There's a young attorney here in Muncie who is currently trying to decide between public defender positions in Anderson and Marion. We don't have any openings right now, otherwise I would be competing for that person. But, then when you also factor in that Blackford County just, formed a public defender's office, so they're gonna have a central office they're gonna be filling positions for. And he doesn't know where he's gonna go. He's calling me for options. And these problems aren't gonna get easier. The Indiana Supreme Court right now is sending out questionnaires saying, hey, we've got a attorney shortage. There aren't people who want to do this job. And the further you get mileage-wise from Indianapolis, the harder it's going to be. Thankfully, we have something of, a larger community here relative to the state of Indiana. But, Kelly had to go out of county to fill the roles that he filled before I took the position. And so I've been fortunate to not need to do that. But we want to keep the people we have. We did lose a PD to Anderson just based upon money before. And,
It says Madison County only pays $45,871. Is that old?
Right, that's before the 50.
Yes.
I didn't mean during my tenure.
Oh, you're talking about, okay.
Oh,
Yeah, before, so, I'm just saying that local PDs will
Historically,
move
yeah.
Yeah, we were at 37,000 before we got to 50.
based upon money. So, we want to, that's why that's being proposed. If I'm just being completely blunt with you, kind of putting my cards on the table, the raises that are contemplated and anticipated with respect to our office staff are more important to keeping the office stable, moving in the right direction, and retaining the talent that we have. Okay, it's just because of the raise that we got with the 50. That's just being completely honest. But I don't think it's not a fabrication to say that we're still a little bit below what's kind of considered average in the industry for the position. Yeah, and so as far as what's being contemplated here, it's a change of 248,000. 40% of that's covered by the state, right? So that obviously helps. And, if you were to take the attorney request down to say 55, that saves you another 100,000. It's not much of a change, year on year, when you consider the salary study differences and the very important increases to compensation that I think would be addressed by what's set out here. So. Anything else?
And I think I'm good on that one, and then you've got page 60.
Okay. Page 60 is what comes out of our supplemental fund. So these are funds that are statutorily mandated public defender fees. These are, anytime that somebody applies for indigent counsel, this gets assessed. The courts order it as part of the appointment of the office, and we use it to pay for these items here. Not sure if you have any particular questions about.
You can pay FICA perf health insurance, but you can't pay a body out of here.
Correct. Like I said,
Because that was the one that got grandfathered in.
Right, we were one of
position.
we were one of the first counties to participate in the Public Defender Commission program. And so at that point, they would let us pay one employee's FICA per insurance out of the supplemental account. We do get some of that back. The majority of our reimbursements go back to county general. I mean, it depends on how many pays there were, that quarter. but it averages around 200. I had one in the last, I've got it written down over there, one in the last 4 quarters, it was 225. I think I kind of estimated the revenue, for 2025 to be about 440 a half,
140 what? 440
440,000 a half.
per half,
Yes.
880 total?
Yes, but that was based on this projected budget.
We're at 1,200, right? So,
No, but that's what would go back to county general. I'm sorry, I kind of went backwards. I was talking about what would go back to county general, so I'm sorry. I digressed.
so let me put it in my own words, cause I'm dumb. So for 1,200, there's 157, what's in there? 150, at the end of the year, there's 157,968.
Projected income is 53.5.
53.5 for the year?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And you're only allocating 29,342 for your budget.
Correct.
So that will continue to grow, theoretically.
Correct.
And tell me again what other use cases there are for the money?
So, was it 2020? We bought the computers.
Oh, the Surface Pros.
Yeah, so, we did, purchase laptops for all of our, attorneys.
Instant.
They're getting old at this point, but that was a huge
It
expenditure.
was about 100,000.
Yeah, so we did that. I think that that to the extent that these funds are still available for us to do that, that's something that periodically we're going to continue to do. That was the first time that we had done that.
So like the biggest thing you may actually look to spend for?
Single expenditure,
That's the
probably.
biggest thing ever since I've started. We did buy some furniture when we moved out to the new building, from our closet in the Justice Center to our suite. In the new Justice Center, we bought some furniture, like one more desk and a couple armchairs, and not much. Some people brought stuff from home and hung on the walls, and we bought a conference room table, and some chairs for that. We did spend, a nice amount, furnishing our offices out there.
Back to money going back to the general fund, what were we?
40% reimbursement for the expenses on the previous budget is what he was referring to.
Oh, on the previous budget, I got you, not this 1,200. Correct. Okay, what is rental lease building?
That is, let me see.
Your storage pod?
Yes, that's our storage unit, that we have filled with files, and it's a scary spot that we pay rent for every month, $140 every month.
Where's Rick? Can he get one of those,
Train cars or something?
semi-trailer things?
Well, we're coming dangerously close because everything has been digitized by the clerk's office, and we're getting dangerously close to where we could dispose of these files. How? I don't know. Haven't looked into it.
Bonfire.
But we are, I mean, a lot of them were getting dangerously close to being
Okay,
able.
it's not a big deal, I was just making sure you weren't you didn't have to rent a building or something.
Called shredded.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's Iron Mountain, there's something called Iron Mountain.
Yeah,
Same one.
Page was that on again?
Essentially 18. Which that does, I meant to ask you this when we were actually on page 18, but I know you recently came back, for an appropriation, for that 70,000 for the attorney fees, county employee, and you only increased it like 3,400. Are we
Well,
Honest,
gonna see a repeat of this year?
I would hope not.
Okay.
Like I've said, it is very arbitrary as to
Sure.
how many trials and everything we will have. I did, just increase both of those a little because that's what they used to be at. And then we had to, carve them out just a little bit
Yeah.
on some other funds. But I mean, I always hope that's gonna be enough. You know,
I think this, I don't know when it's going to kind of leaven out, but I am expecting that within the next probably 6 to 12 months, things are going to slow down. I have personally, in the next 50 days, 2 murders and an attempted murder trial that are PD cases that, you know, they have age on them. They're like or COVID era or just after the kind of COVID era. This backlog of things. It's amazing. It kind of sounds crazy to say that you're going to try a case that's 4 years old, but there's a lot of that happening. The attorneys are ready to get them off their dockets. We're ready to get them tried. The courts are ready to get them tried. So I do expect that that's going to slow down and kind of get back to normal levels soon. But there is just a bit of kind of a backlog that we're still working
So
through.
we didn't raise that attorney fee after 2023 was the same number, 106,589.
and then I put it back to 110.
Put it into 110, put it in for 110.
Yeah.
But I guess to the point about the 70K, that delta's huge. So, that dramatic of a drop? Like,
Well, I think did we put 70 or 50 back in it? I know I put 20 in the transcript fee line.
Oh, maybe you're right.
No.
Maybe, it was,
show that.
yep, you're right. So it was 20 to transcription. You're right. So the attorney fees was 50 and the transcription fees was 20 for a total of 70. So,
Okay.
and transcription fees, you added just a little bit too. So the same question. we think that's going to be okay-ish maybe. We'll find out. Okay.
Again, it's really hard to say.
Sure.
It's really hard to say. But it's not going to be like it was this
What were
year.
the, can you just give me the, on the 113 and 138, the end of 2023 totals? Like, how much did they spend in the end of 2023? Yes, 1,000, yeah, 113 attorney fees and the 138 transcription. Not that I don't believe you, I'm just trying to.
Sure.
While she's looking that up, just to let you know, on when you see rental lease, like we have several different lines. So we have rental lease, we have rental lease equipment, we have rental lease vehicle, and we have rental lease building. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're renting some big old building, but it's just falls under that category.
Gotcha.
You're wanting to know how much.
Yeah, what was the total spend in 2023?
The 125?
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Chew on that and we should talk about it tomorrow.
I'm just up here talking about trials. I think they need to put more on their transcripts and their fees.
Yeah, we don't have to do that right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing
Yeah.
kind
I
of
just
now.
don't know where you're gonna find it.
Well, so,
I mean, I don't know how you're gonna find it in that budget.
well, it's county general,
I know.
so,
I was just saying, I went around to all the courts, and from now until the end of the year, they said, for sure, pretty sure, and for sure trials, that 45 trials are scheduled. That are like pretty sure or for sure. So I could, 60% of those go, that's 27 trials from now to the end of the year. That's just this year.
We'll be busy.
So that's why I'm like, I don't think it's slowing down. I don't think it's gonna slow down. I'm worried that that's not gonna cover that.
yeah.
The health insurance line item went down 38K.
Yeah, that's what she said that earlier.
Oh,
was-
sorry.
Yeah,
What was that for?
just a more accurate, and that was including a 10% increase in the
You had
insurance
the
too.
10%
Yeah.
increase, but somebody went off or something.
We've had a couple of attorneys go off. I think, well, our office is getting older. Some of them have gone on Social Security and.
Wiser.
They're more tenured.
Yes, yes. Exactly. They're more experienced, but yeah.
New opportunities for insurance.
We've had a couple of attorneys go off onto their wives' insurance. So I just did an evaluation of where we were, compared. I mean, I really sat down with it to get an accurate amount, and added 10%, and that's where I feel like it is.
I highlighted in pink, so we'll come back and take a look at that. I mean, I personally, this is just me speaking, I'd much rather see us get the number right and not be shocked by an appropriation next year.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's in general, we can move things, there's some room for opportunity still, so. All right,
All right,
thank you.
thank you.
Rick.
Sleeping out there.
He's sitting up a mailbox.
You're the last one of the night.
Good. I was asleep.
Past their bedtime.
Oh, shoot, all right.
Everyone-
This
Page
is an easy one,
five.
guys. There's not much here. You wanna start on 125?
What they
The
all
page,
say.
yeah, that's page 5.
And you say you're not talking about salaries right now, so really there's only, what, 4 lines? 5 lines on this other than?
Unless you have something really compelling about salaries, yeah.
Well, I need 25% for each one. Is that starting point? Oh, I'm throwing things.
What's your equipment, 536, Rick?
Pardon me?
Equipment, line 536.
Yes, that's the bottom one. What we're running into, we try to replace about 4 computers a year. Jim Fluke told us that several of our computers won't handle the next update and that we have to replace them before he does that sequence. So that's why we added that extra money in there.
How many are you looking at?
Probably gonna look at about 15,
15.
yeah. I'd say we got 45 to 50 computers throughout the office. Yeah.
Because you got 2 buildings.
Yeah.
And professional
My
services,
soapbox.
Yeah.
professional services, 310, a new line item.
Yeah, lawyer fees, and what do we pay contractually? We got one contract. I can't think right now, but it is off the top of my head.
That's just coming from someplace else.
Yeah, it's for our, it's not a microfilm reader anymore. They've updated it, but it's It's for finding our archived marriage licenses and that type of stuff.
Where did it come from?
Where
Or was
did,
it last year?
where was it last year? It didn't need to be serviced last year. It was new last year, still under warranty.
Because there's a balance in that fund right now, so did we make an appropriation?
I don't think we spent anything out of it last year. I think,
My guess is maybe.
it was
used
in
to
the
be called
accumulation, wasn't it, when you did,
And
yeah.
If they have a contract, then it's contractual. If they don't, if they're just paying a company, they get an invoice, and it's not really a true contract, like signed contract, then it's just a professional service. So that's what you guys are seeing this year, is that split up. in
I'm not
order
really up to speed on those, the ones that
Yeah,
combined
that's
on the
okay.
new
Uh,
budget.
It's just in order to separate the two, so that you can say, oh, okay, this is how much the county is paying in contractual
Yeah.
services versus just a professional service.
Okay.
I can check on last year's and see if they had line contractual, that would be my guess. And sometimes these departments just had their own name
Yeah.
for stuff, so.
In your office supplies, Rick. 211.
We've actually had a good year on office supplies. We'll probably be able to give some money back on that. Next year in the clerk's office, we're going to do a major, file renovation, for the first time in like 25 years. Clerk's files are all under one roof. Now the project is to get them in order. You know, when I came in here, we had files in the basement of the health department and 2 or 3 other buildings throughout the city. So we've got those all put together now, but now we need to get them in order, get them in new file boxes, get the new file covers on them so they're legible and easy to find, you know, when the courts need them.
So they'll be at the Justice Center?
They're all at the Justice Center. I got 5 offices of files at the Justice Center. You're all welcome to come out and see them anytime you want.
Is that your trailer park you got going?
I got trailer park started too.
So that professional service line
Mm-hmm.
was bank fees last year that was budgeted for 0 for 20.
Bank fees for what?
Pardon me?
For nothing, because it was 0.
Bank fees, that's what that.
Oh,
was.
that's right. I'm sorry. Yes. The state used to pay those and they changed their system around. And so
Oh,
now
we
we have
did.
to pay them.
We made an appropriation
Yeah.
on February 27th for $3,000
Because
for
the
his bank
change,
fees.
right.
Yep. Eugene, you'd be proud of me. I made a whole tab of all of our transfers and appropriations for general.
That's cool because I can't remember.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't remember if I didn't do this, so. Okay.
Jan would have been yelling at me in the morning, telling me that I should have known that.
All right, I'm good with that one. Page 20.
This would be the 142 budget, which is the election. Happy to say next year we don't have an election. The next 90 days are going to be hell. One thing we are going to do next year, though, is a file maintenance on voter registration. So we are going to take on a major project to clean our voter rolls, a lot like what the state of Texas did last year. We're going to do it on a Delaware County basis. We're going to mail every voter in Delaware County. We're going to follow up those voters with the mail that we get back. The state says then we have to remail them again. Once we can convince the state that that person does not live at that address, does not live in Indiana, or is not an eligible voter, we can then remove them from our rolls. This is very labor intense. It's going to take a long time. So next year is the time to do it while we don't have an election.
Great.
But we're able to, you know, we are able to cut that budget a lot since there is an election. Yeah.
That contractual services line.
Yeah, the contractual services is Microvote and No Ink. That's the company that does our programming and our work on our voting machines. No Ink is the poll pads, the upkeep and the updates and all that on them. Those are two contractual amounts. The equipment amount is the payment, the next payment on the voting machines.
Is this typical that there's a fluctuation when there's a non-election?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's like great for this year, but then
I'll
the
be
next
right
time
back.
there's a,
I'll be right back in
Next year,
26.
He'll be
26,
back.
we have to put it back in. But yes,
I think we need to be careful of that.
yes.
But I'm nicer than Jamie. See, I'll give you back the money. Jamie tries to
Well,
keep it.
well, yeah, where it belongs, right?
All right, and then page 36.
Perpetuation.
Yep.
I have one employee, if you'll remember, a couple years ago, we took an employee, out of my 125 budget, put him in perpetuation, so we pay that one employee out of there. And I think I have appropriated some money for, equipment or files. But as we do this, I lost that page. As we do this maintenance that we're gonna do on all our files and organizing, we're probably gonna need some more filing cabinets, some more filing equipment. So that's what that money's in there for, to anything that we need to do to build that system out better.
What, wait a minute. So that's the repairs and maintenance equipment machinery?
That's in the 11-19 budget, perpetuation.
Yeah. What's the buildings that was taken out?
40,000.
We didn't ask for anything there. We had money in there. That was also, one of the combined accounts, because we had money in there to buy more, like the trailer that we bought, or more equipment, shelving equipment and stuff like that we would need to bring those files in.
But you don't need it, okay,
Yep, so we didn't ask for any more. We don't need it.
okay. So then, this fund sits on 282K roughly?
Oh, I got $282,091.70, I think.
Right. What's
With
what's
the
revenue
employee
from-
coming out of it, the fund is sustaining. I can't take any more out of it, that I can keep up with what we're getting. And our fees are, they're not granting us any more fees, so our fees are actually dwindling a little bit, For a lot of the records now, we only get 10 cents a page, and it's just hard to generate much out of the clerk's office right now for our perpetuation.
So what's our revenue roughly?
What are we bringing in? I don't know that I wrote that down, Matt. I'm sorry. That's my income for the year, 31? Yeah. By the time we pay that salary and the benefits that go along with it, that pretty well eats that up.
Right. So it can be used for one person?
That's what we use it for, one person, yeah. And that person has to be, pretty much everybody we have works files, but that person that is out of the perpetuation has to be designated, basically for the perpetuation of files, so.
Right.
How long do you hang on to paper?
No longer we have to, but we've got paper from the 1800s.
Why isn't this all becoming more computerized? Why aren't we?
Where everything new is e-filed.
Okay.
We aren't creating any paper, but we have paper from the beginning of Delaware County.
And is that eventually gonna be converted?
Every employee that I have scans files. If they're not on the phone or with a client, they're scanning files. So yeah, we're working every day to get these digital, but it's not going to happen for many years yet. Come and see our files and you'll see. Yeah, and we have to be so careful.
Can this records perpetuation be used for scanning or let's say you outsourced some of it.
We've looked at that a couple of times. We have to be so careful about outsourcing the scanning because a lot of that stuff can't even leave the premises. And then, so when you tell people they need to bring their equipment in, it gets crazy. When I first come to office, I was dead set on, bringing somebody in and digitizing everything, and it's not worth the money. Right. Well, and that's when you hire an outside, to them it's just paper, but to the judges, it's not.
It's gonna be hard to pull down that 280 pounds. I mean, you're not really using it there's nowhere to use it for you, really, is there?
What's it?
That 280,000 has probably been about that. I mean, it's gone, it was up.
Yeah, it's,
couple
I
grand. Stays the
haven't.
same.
At one time, when we first went to the Justice Center, we were looking at a electric file system that would move them around and pull them up, and that was going to be $160-some thousand. So, but Ed talked me out of it, and so we decided to just grab them by hand, and it works good. We can find anything. We don't, we just got to get better at it. I mean, and it's an ongoing thing.
Me.
Just got mad and left.
Is it?
I don't know what it said.
Anybody else got any questions?
What time do we start tomorrow morning? Yeah.
Deal with Emily tomorrow, so probably should. Oh, I got 5 of us here. What time we starting tomorrow morning?
9 o'clock.
What'd you say?
I said same time. 9, 8:30. Preference. Everybody but me probably gets up early, so.
What are you saying?
Jess, am I excused?
Well, I mean,
Can I leave the table, please?
yes, you may sit down. You may go home.
I'm going home.
You
Thank
go
you,
home
guys.
now.
Have a
Thank
good night.
you.
Those in the corner.
I mean, do we want to be back at like, do you want to do 8:30? Do you want to do
Yeah.
1? Can't wait to be back and see all your smiling faces again. So we'll meet back here at 8:30. We'll pick up on that last page, and then go from there. So thank you, everyone, and we will recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. All right.